I was the most feared assassin in the underworld until my best friend put a bullet in my heart and I woke up in the body of a scrawny high school kid. I tried to leave the life of blood behind for the woman I loved, but the organization I served slaughtered her and left me for dead. Now I have a second chance in this weak body, and I just realized the girl I have to protect is the daughter of a man I killed in my past life. My enemies think they are hunting a helpless student, but they have no idea that the legendary spear Gungnir is back, and my brain is evolving into something far beyond human. I am going to dismantle every single elite they send my way until I finally look my killer in the eye. It all started with a red moon and a choice that would change the underworld forever. Let us go back to the beginning of my rebirth. There he is. That's what they used to call me. Lord Spear, the man the underworld called Gungnir. Standing under a crimson moon, blade in hand, I have to admit, I looked like death itself back then. The scene changes, and I'm in some grimy alley. Bodies are everywhere. Looks like someone had a real party, and a lone figure is just standing there in the middle of it all. These mobsters look terrified, like they've seen a ghost. I guess the rumors were true after all. Gungnir is alive. Their leader is completely losing it, screaming his head off about his opponent's appearance. Yeah, I get it. This isn't what you were expecting, is it? A pair of sneakers walks right past some guy who looks like he got run over. This is definitely not the image of a world-class killer. Not even close. Just my luck. A bunch of thugs have me surrounded in the hallway, waving their little toys around. They have no idea who they're messing with. I just grab my gym bag, not even giving them a second glance. I tell them I'm in a hurry and I really don't have time for this. One of them makes the brilliant decision to put a gun to my head. I just stare him down. Look, buddy, I really don't want to be late for school. And just like that, it's over for him. A quick throat strike and the guy's head snaps back. But this is just getting started. The boss is just standing there, his jaw on the floor. He probably thought this would be an easy score. Buddy, you have no idea. I rush forward, my eyes probably glowing. I apologize, but I need to end this, and fast. The rest of them start spraying bullets everywhere, screaming like idiots. Spoiler alert, they're not gonna hit a thing. I move in, a total blur, grabbing one guy's wrist and throat at the same time. The speed is almost second nature, even in this body. It's a slaughter. I weave through the gunfire, taking them all down with practiced ease. It feels familiar. The boss comes screaming from above, swinging a baton with everything he has. A classic amateur move. I duck under it effortlessly and wind up for a counter. This is going to hurt him a lot more than it hurts me. I can feel my eyes go cold. I'm tracking his every move like a predator watching its prey. A shockwave erupts from the impact and sends the boss flying. I just stand there, almost bored. This is nothing compared to the old days. He's on the ground, coughing and wheezing. He's finally realizing who I am, the real Gungnir. The name Gungnir flashes across the screen in blood-red text as I finish off the last of them. Yeah, this kid's body is more capable than I thought. The boss is slumped against the wall, barely conscious. He can't believe a kid could be this much of a monster. Everything fades to white as he whispers my old name one last time. I stand over them and calmly adjust my blazer. Honestly, this was less stressful than my last math test. My expression darkens. I tell the boss he's wrong. One of my eyes glows red from under my bangs. I pick up my gym bag and start to walk away. I start to tell him who I am now, and I see it. Flashes of a normal life. Dinner with a family, laughing with classmates. This is the life I have to protect now. My hand reaches for a door handle, like I'm crossing a line between two different worlds. I look back with a genuine smile, something the old me could never manage. All I want is to be an ordinary high school kid. Then, time rewinds. Time to find out how I, the legendary assassin, ended up here. It throws me back into a world of war. Soldiers everywhere, gunfire as the constant soundtrack. The world was falling apart. Plague, twisted ideologies, economic collapse, it was a slow-motion apocalypse. In that chaos, even the powerful lived in fear, because someone was hunting them. I remember the look on this gunman's face, pure terror. He knew he was next. Order was gone, and predators like me were on the hunt. A silhouette of my old self, the Lord Spear, cutting through the darkness. Back then, no one was safe from me. That was me, the strongest assassin in my prime. Cold eyes, blood-stained blade. I was death itself. I remember this mission. Chairman Akagi's mansion. His guards were panicking, screaming his name, trying to find where the attack was coming from. Two of his suits were freaking out. They knew we were already inside. Chairman Akagi himself was stunned. He couldn't believe his elite bodyguards were taken down by just 2 people. He was cowering behind his men, screaming for them to protect him. Pathetic. Suddenly, blood splatters across his face. The guard in front of him gets sniped. We were moving too fast for them to even track. The chairman falls back, looking at his fallen guard in disbelief. He was finally realizing that all his money couldn't save him. A voice echoes through the hall, mocking them for running out of ammo. A voice I knew all too well. And there I was, in my prime, stepping out of the shadows, critiquing their weapon choices while standing over their bodies. My eyes were sharp, glowing with that red tint. I looked at the terrified man on the floor and asked if he was Chairman Akagi. The chairman let out a blood-curdling scream. He knew exactly who I was. He knew it was over. His remaining guards tried to open fire, their voices filled with desperation. A gun flashes, point blank. It was about to get very bloody. I was a blur, dodging bullets like they were moving in slow motion. I moved through that hallway with a terrifying grace, my blades ready. I sliced through them like they were nothing. The red arcs of my blades were the last thing they ever saw. A massive burst of energy and light shows the moment of impact. I wasn't just killing them, I was dismantling them. I stayed low, sweeping through a guard's legs with a lethal spin. The only thing trailing me was the spray of blood. He collapsed, clutching his throat, while I stood over him, already looking for my next target. The motion lines show me leaping past another guard. The guy didn't even have time to turn his head. Chairman Akagi was looking up, trembling. He knew the legend was standing right in front of him. There it is, my iconic knife, engraved with the two crows. In the underworld, that blade was the ultimate symbol of death. The chairman was sweating bullets, his eyes bulging as he recognized my signature weapon. I stood there, spinning my knife. I remember saying it felt more natural this way. I was completely calm in a room full of corpses. I stared him down. I asked if he really thought hiding in a fortress would save him from his sins. He fell to his knees, begging for his life, offering me anything. He was mid-sentence when a massive spray of blood hit the wall behind him. Someone else had joined the party. I looked over and sighed. Hayate. My partner had arrived to finish the job. And there he was. Hayate, with his stupid lollipop and a blood-splattered face. He looked like a chaotic teenager who just had too much sugar. Hayate stood over the body with a pistol, dressed in his flashy streetwear. He told the chairman that he stole some treasure from our boss. The chairman was gasping, asking how he knew. His secrets weren't as safe as he thought. Hayate just laughed it off, looking down at the dying man with total indifference. He didn't care about the why, only the contract. I explained it to the chairman. We were just spears following Odin's orders. We didn't have opinions, just targets. Hayate fired the final shot, ending the chairman's life. That's all, he said. We stood there, surrounded by bodies. Hayate complained that it was over as he checked his gun. He started whining that I got all the action, wanting the big boss next time. That's when I saw it, a phone, lying in the blood next to the chairman. I picked it up, and my expression softened. I looked at the screen, and for a moment, I felt something. The legendary killer actually had a heart buried under all that armor. The phone showed a picture of a little girl, a reminder that even monsters have something they love. A close-up of the photo of the chairman and his daughter. I stared at it, and I could feel the conflict starting to build in my mind. I looked up and said it. This is the last time. I had decided to hang up my blades and leave this life behind. That's when everything changed. I walked away from that office, leaving the blood and the name Spear behind me. The view shifts to a skyscraper under a full moon. It looks peaceful, but the tension is still there. Someone is cooking beef stew. A hand stirs a delicious-looking pot. It was Mirai. She looked like an angel in her homey outfit, smiling while she cooked, waiting for me. She said it was my favorite and wondered if I'd be happy when I got home. My real name, Tuji. On the wall, a framed photo of me, Mirai, and our dog John. We looked like the perfect, normal family. Mirai heard the door and her face lit up. I was back, and John was barking excitedly. Meanwhile, a car was tearing through the city. Hayate was behind the wheel, looking as energetic as ever. Hayate was laughing, thinking about how I took out all those guards by myself even though my heart wasn't in it. He called me number 001 Gungnir and mentioned that the boss actually agreed to let me retire if I finished this last mission. I was looking out the window, the city lights reflecting in my eyes. I was remembering the fear in my victim's eyes. A flashback of Chairman Akagi and his guard, absolutely petrified. That was the legacy I was trying to escape. Hayate joked that being feared like that was the ultimate honor for a hitman. He never understood why I wanted peace. There I was, Gungnir, standing on a pile of bodies under a blood moon. For so long, that was my entire world. Hayate admitted it would be lonely without me. He was going to miss having the world's strongest assassin as his partner. I watched a green traffic light. To me, it was a sign. I was finally allowed to move forward into a normal life. I watched ordinary people crossing the street. That's exactly what I wanted to be, just a regular guy in the crowd. I looked at a family and my eyes softened. I had grown so sick of the blood, of the killing. I said it firmly. I want to become a normal person. I was choosing her over the legendary spear title. Hayate asked if I really couldn't do underground work anymore. My answer was simple. Everything changed when I met Mirai-chan. I leaned back in the seat, feeling more relaxed than I ever had on a mission. I was finally letting my guard down. I wondered if Mirai was making dinner right now. I was already dreaming of being back home with her. I remembered the day she asked me to live with her, holding John. "Let's be a family of 3, she'd said. We were playing in the park, chasing the dog. I looked genuinely happy, a world away from the darkness of my job. Mirai was laughing while I goofed around with the dog. This was the warmth I had been missing my entire life. We were sitting on the grass together, the picture-perfect couple. I felt a warmth I never thought was possible for a murderer like me. A stark contrast to my past, dark, cold, filled with bodies. I was literally walking away from my own shadow. Hayate asked the big question, can someone who only knows killing really live a normal life? It was a warning I probably should have listened to. I started unbuttoning my shirt, ready to change into my normal self. I was determined to leave the assassin behind. I was thinking about the beef stew Mirai was making. The little things. That's what I treasured the most. I was sitting in the back of the car, clutching a bouquet of red roses. I felt like a nervous teenager on a first date. I was going to propose to Mirai today. I was ready to make it official, to start a new chapter. The car pulled up to our high-rise apartment. I was heading to the 30th floor, completely unaware of the horror waiting for me. I stepped out of the elevator, taking a deep breath. Go, I told myself, trying to stay calm. I was standing in front of our door with the roses, looking sharp. This was the moment I'd been dreaming of. From today on, I vowed, I'll become a normal person. I really thought I had finally found my place in the world. But I was sweating like crazy. I remember admitting to myself that I was more nervous now than I ever was on a high-stakes mission. I reached for the door handle, rehearsing my proposal one last time, marry me. Suddenly, the smell hit me. An overwhelming smell of blood from inside the apartment. I froze. A memory of Mirai and John on the beach flashed through my mind, a cruel contrast to what I was sensing right now. Reality crashed down. I drew my knife, my face twisting in a mask of pure, murderous rage and terror. The car ride earlier felt like a lifetime ago. Back then, everything was hopeful. I was planning a future with the 3 of them. Another memory. Mirai telling me she didn't care about my work, she just wanted me to be happy. This is breaking my heart all over again. She was my light in a dark world. Looking at her face now, you can see how much she meant to me. A close-up of her eye from that memory. She truly loved me for who I was, not what I did. A shot of our hands held together while driving. I thought we would always be together. I really thought I could have it all. I was hyperventilating, desperately trying to believe everything was okay, that I was going to start over with Mirai. I kicked the door open and screamed her name. The hallway was dark. An ominous pool of blood was on the floor. I stopped dead in my tracks. My expression was one of total, soul-crushing shock. A wide shot of the room shows me standing over Mirai's body under the moonlight. The red roses are scattered on the floor next to her. A close-up on my face, my eyes practically vibrating with trauma. I was looking at something I can't unsee. The reality was devastating. Mirai and our dog John were lying in a pool of blood, murdered in cold blood while waiting for me to come home. My signature knife fell from my hand and clattered on the floor. I had no strength left to fight. I collapsed onto her body, sobbing, asking why it had to be like this. The contrast between the beautiful moon and the bloody room was haunting. I looked up and screamed, asking why someone would kill Mirai. I knew someone from my past did this. Then I heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned around and saw a silhouette in the doorway. I screamed his name, Hayate. Hayate was standing there with a gun and a bloody knife, looking absolutely unhinged. He praised me for noticing his presence. He mocked me, saying I was a fool for thinking I could ever be free. He believed Gungnir belonged to the rotten world. He admitted he killed Mirai because she was corrupting me, stealing me away from my destiny as a killer. I was crying, looking up at my former partner with pure hatred and despair. I couldn't believe the betrayal. He explained that Odin wouldn't allow the spear to become free. He was acting as the enforcer of our organization's dark rules. Hayate pulled the trigger. A bullet slammed into my chest. The impact was shown with a jagged red motion line. My vision started to fade as I stared up at Hayate. I thought it was truly unfortunate that things ended like this. Hayate looked down with a cold, almost bored expression. He said it was a shame I was no longer his partner. He said goodbye to Gungnir. I lay dying on the floor next to the woman I loved, a tragic end for the world's strongest assassin. With my final breaths, I realized Hayate was right. I was a fool for dreaming of a normal life. A close-up of my bloody mouth shows me accepting my fate. A murderer's end was always going to be bloody. My thoughts trailed off. I still had so much I wanted to say to Mirai. I saw her body one last time and felt a crushing guilt for getting her involved in my world. I reached out my hand, trying to touch her one last time. Sorry, Mirai, I thought as the darkness took over. I realized that a murderer like me shouldn't have been allowed to dream in the first place. My eyes finally closed. Suddenly, I was in a dark, starry void. Two glowing figures appeared, and a mysterious voice asked if this could be used. A burst of blue energy filled the void. Someone shouted that he's safe. It felt like I was being pulled back from the brink. Someone was yelling for help, telling people to hurry and carry him. It sounded like a frantic rescue mission. I heard a distant voice calling a name. Whose voice was it? Where was I? I saw a blurry vision of a teenage boy. It wasn't Mirai, and it was definitely not Hayate. A close-up on an eye-opening. Where is this? I thought, trying to make sense of my surroundings. I sat up abruptly in a hospital bed. A doctor and a nurse looked shocked but relieved that I was finally awake. I looked at my hands and face, hyperventilating. How am I alive? What is this? I fell out of bed, screaming for Mirai and Hayate. The doctor called me, Kaito-kun, and tried to calm me down. I saw my reflection in a window and stopped. Everything was wrong. I need to hurry back to Mirai's place, I thought. A close-up on my eye as I looked at my new reflection. What's going on? I looked in the mirror and saw a teenage boy staring back at me. I realized this was me now. The legendary Gungnir had just been reincarnated, and that's when everything changed. Alright, so here I am. Or at least, here's my new body. Fujiwara Kaito. After all that craziness, I'm stuck in a hospital bed, looking way too innocent for a legendary assassin. The doctors run a full scan of my skull. It's a miracle this kid's head is even in one piece. They tell me my rehabilitation has been legendary, which is kind of ironic. I've been progressing at light speed over the last month. The doc sits me down for the good news. I'm getting discharged tomorrow. He also mentions my lost memories might come back once I return to my old lifestyle. Yeah, if only he knew who was really behind the wheel now. I get a quick flash of the tragedy that brought me here. I remember that day, trying to retire, only to end up betrayed and dead under a full moon, leaving behind a field of roses and broken dreams. These flashes of Mirai and my dog John are just painful to see. It's the last thing I saw before everything went dark, and I can feel the guilt eating me alive. I remember it clearly. Me, Tuji, shot in the heart by my only friend Hayate. Talk about a stab in the back, or, well, a bullet in the chest. That moment of betrayal is etched into my soul. When I finally opened my eyes, I wasn't a dead assassin anymore. I had somehow taken over the body of a high school kid named Fujiwara Kaito. I stare at my reflection, seeing a face that's definitely not my own. It's a total system shock, waking up as a teenager after decades of being a professional killer. During my time in the hospital, I've been playing detective and piecing together the life of the kid whose body I'm occupying. I figured out a few things, but there's still a massive cloud of mystery hanging over this whole situation. We jump back to 2 months ago to see how the real Kaito met his end. The original Fujiwara Kaito was just a normal student who found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. He looks absolutely terrified as a pair of headlights suddenly rushed toward him. It was a brutal hit and run that left him with life-threatening head injuries. The sheer amount of blood on the pavement tells you this wasn't just a minor accident. He was rushed into a high-stakes cranial surgery and spent a whole month in a deep coma. The doctors were basically fighting for his life while my soul was looking for a new home. And then, the moment of truth. I awakened. The shock on my face says it all. Imagine dying as a grown man and waking up in a hospital bed looking like a middle schooler. I sit alone, overthinking everything. I'm suspicious because the surgeon who performed my operation apparently vanished and quit the hospital right after I woke up. Sketchy, right? I think back to the moment I died as Tuji. I swear I heard a mysterious voice just before losing consciousness, and I'm starting to think this wasn't just a random accident. That voice in the darkness is the only clue I have. It said, "The brain is safe," which sounds way too specific to be a coincidence. I clutch my head, trying to make sense of this new reality. If that voice was real, then someone intentionally moved my mind into this body. I picture my old body lying on the floor next to Mirai. If my brain is safe, does that mean my physical brain was literally transplanted into this kid? That's some high-level sci-fi horror right there. The ripples in the water symbolize my fractured memories. I'm desperate to know what exactly happened in those moments between my death and my rebirth. Suddenly, a middle-aged guy with graying hair peeks into the room, looking like he's about to burst into tears. I'm still lost in my own world, clutching my head in frustration. I hear someone call out my name, but to me, it's just a stranger's voice. His parents come charging down the hallway, screaming his name. You can feel the desperation in their voices. They've been waiting for this moment for months. Meet Kyoko Fujiwara, Kaito's mother and a full-time housewife. She's crying her eyes out, saying that seeing him return to a normal life is like a dream come true. And here's the dad, Taru Fujiwara, who happens to be a successful manga artist. He's hyped as hell, shouting for them to go home with a huge, goofy grin. The mom is still a bit worried about me being discharged while my memory is still a mess. But I play it cool, reminding them that the doctor said my memories would gradually return as I live my daily life. The dad tries to reassure her, saying that being home will be much better for my recovery. These two are genuinely wholesome, which makes my situation even more awkward. I look at my hand, a look of deep concentration on my face. I'm wondering if this normal life is actually what's best for the person I've become. Currently, no one in this world doubts that I am the real Fujiwara Kaito. I've got the perfect cover, and I'm planning to use it to the fullest. My fist clenches tight. I'm convinced that if my reincarnation was someone's will, that person is bound to make contact sooner or later. I put on my best good kid smile and tell them I want to hurry home. From this moment on, I've decided to play the role of the perfect son. The family pulls up to their house, and wow, this place is nice. I've definitely upgraded from my previous life's living situation. The neighborhood is upscale, and the house itself is a modern masterpiece. The neighbors even shout out a welcome home, making it clear that Kaito was a well-liked kid. So, the dad is a big-shot manga artist, and the mom is the daughter of a distinguished doctor. Kaito is their only son, the golden child of a very wealthy family. His mom tells me my room is upstairs to the right. I just blink and give a lost look, which, technically, I am. I slowly push open the door to my new room, probably expecting to see posters of anime waifus or something. I stand in the doorway, taking it all in. It's a typical teenager's room, cluttered but cozy. So this is Fujiwara Kaito's room, I muse. The shelves are packed with manga and some pretty expensive looking figures. It's well organized, but I find it a bit boring. There's nothing distinctive about it. I check out the desk with a dual monitor setup and a corkboard full of photos. It's the ultimate proof that the previous owner was just an ordinary, happy high school student. I think about how much his parents love him. They were always by his side during his hospital stay, looking absolutely devastated. This kid was seriously cherished. A memory of Mirai flashes through my mind. She had said she just wanted me to be happy. This might be the second chance I never asked for but desperately needed. I stare at the desk, wondering if this is what Mirai meant by normal happiness. It's a peaceful, simple life that feels light years away from my past. Looking at the photos of Kaito laughing with his friends, I feel a new sense of responsibility. If possible, I don't want to bring any sadness to the people who cared about the original Kaito. I look down, my face shrouded in shadow. I'm a legendary killer living a lie, and the weight of that is starting to sink in. I spot a photo of a camping trip, and my eyes narrow. Something seems unusual about the group. The photo shows the parents, Kaito, and some other people. I know this should be a family of 3, so who are these extra people in the background? I decide right then and there that I need to learn everything I can about the life I've stolen. I need to know who Kaito's real allies and enemies were. The night sky is clear, with a bright moon hanging over the city. It's the calm before the storm as I prepare to dive deep into Kaito's past. The next morning, the doorbell starts ringing like crazy. Someone is definitely in a hurry to see me. A driver in a fancy suit is speaking through the intercom, sounding a bit formal, clearly not a regular visitor. A girl with long, dark red hair is standing at the gate, her back to the camera. Even from behind, she's giving off some serious main character energy. I hear a voice shouting that she's known Kaito since they were kids and telling the driver not to interfere. This girl is definitely a firecracker. The dad opens the door and looks a bit overwhelmed. Yes? Ah, I knew it, he says, clearly recognizing the girl at the gate. Introducing Yuzuha Kawai. She's Kaito's childhood friend and she's beaming with excitement. She shouts a greeting to his uncle, looking absolutely thrilled to be there. She's got a bright, energetic smile that could light up a whole room. She immediately asks how I'm doing after being discharged. The dad calls me over. I look a bit shell-shocked. I start to say, she's the one from trying to play off my amnesia while staring at this high-energy girl. Before I can even finish my sentence, Yuzuha lunges forward and pulls me into a massive hug. I was so worried about you, she cries, practically squeezing the life out of me. The mom just watches from the background with a knowing smile. She teases that the two of them are still close as always, while I just stand there looking completely confused. My internal monologue is working overtime. I realize this must be the childhood friend from the photos, but man, she's way more energetic than I expected. Yuzuha tells me I look all better now and insists on driving me to school in her car. Wait, a high schooler with a private car? These kids are loaded. I step into a literal limousine. A limo ride seems even wealthier than the Fujiwara family. This girl is basically royalty. Inside the limo, Yuzuha is still clinging to my arm while the dad explains that I still have amnesia. She just shrugs it off and promises to take care of me. As they drive off, Yuzuha shouts back at her uncle to make sure he finishes his manga manuscript. They're planning a big celebration for my full recovery tonight. We cut to the school building under an ominous gray sky. A voice calls out, "Listen up!" and the tone suddenly gets a lot darker. Up on the rooftop, I see a group of delinquents. The leader is a blonde guy smoking a cigarette and looking like a total thug. He says they're finally executing the plan tonight with a malicious grin. A guy in a green hoodie looks terrified. He asks the leader, Tetsu-chan, if they are really going through with the plan since Yuzuha is the daughter of a massive corporation's president. Tetsu-chan gives them a cold, intimidating stare. He asks if they are getting cold feet now, making it clear that backing out isn't an option. He brutally crushes his cigarette in a soda can. One of the other lackeys lets out a nervous laugh, mentioning that if they get caught, they're basically finished. The leader stands tall, looking out over the city. He says that since they already took money from them, they can't run away anymore. This isn't just a school grudge, they're working for someone. A flash of Tetsu's face shows him looking absolutely wicked. The two lackeys behind him are clearly sweating bullets, realizing they're in way over their heads. Tetsu looks through the rooftop bars and spots something. Speak of the devil, he mutters, his eyes narrowing. He sees the black limousine pulling into the school driveway. He notes that it's Yuzuha's family's car, his plan finally being set into motion. Yuzuha and I are walking to the schoolyard together. Tetsu watches us from above, his eyes fixed on me. What's with that guy? He asks, clearly annoyed. The lackeys identify me as Fujiwara, mentioning that I was in an accident and had been absent for months. They seem surprised that I'm already back. Tetsu-chan lets out a creepy smirk. He says my name, Fujiwara, sounding like he's already planned exactly how he's going to mess with me. Yuzuha gives me a big, happy wave as we head to our separate classes. See you after school, she shouts, while I just give a simple, thank you. I watch her go, thinking about how caring she is. I'm starting to feel some genuine affection for this girl who's been so kind to me. I see Yuzuha greeting another student with a bright, good morning. I wonder if this is what it feels like to have an energetic older sister. I step into the classroom, and it's absolute chaos. I think to myself that this is my first time attending a normal school too, which is a hilarious thought for a world-class assassin. I walk up to a guy in glasses and ask where my seat is. The other student looks absolutely terrified and starts stuttering my name. The guy with glasses is sweating buckets, looking like he's seen a ghost. Fujiwara? Got discharged? He says, his voice shaking with fear. Suddenly, a massive hand grabs me by the shoulder. Tetsu and his crew have surrounded me. Tetsu leans in close and whispers, "You don't have a seat." I look back with a look of pure, innocent confusion. Where am I supposed to go? I ask, playing the part of the amnesiac kid perfectly. The scene cuts to me standing alone in a long hallway. I realize I've been led into a trap. We see a high-angle shot of me walking toward the rooftop fence with the delinquents. It looks like a typical bullying scene, but the tables are about to turn. I flash back to them smiling in the classroom. I knew they were faking it, but I went along with it anyway just to see where they would take me. They've got me backed up against the fence. So, these are Kaito's enemies. The guys who used to make the original Kaito's life a living hell. The guy in the green hoodie starts mocking me, making a stupid face, and repeating my question about the seat. These guys are bottom-tier bullies. Tetsu is just leaning back and laughing, enjoying the show. He chuckles, looking like he thinks he's the coolest guy in the school. He steps on a cigarette, his expression turning serious. He starts to speak, preparing to deliver his ultimatum. He offers me a deal. If I bow down right now, they'll only hit me a few times. He calls it punishment for me getting too close to his Yuzuha. I look at him with a deadpan expression. "You're Yuzuha?" I repeat, my voice chillingly calm. Tetsu-chan just smirks, completely unaware that he's talking to a man who's killed hundreds. "That's how it is," he says, sounding incredibly overconfident. He puts his hand on my shoulder, his face lit up by a demonic red light. He whispers that he'll hurt Yuzuha and kill me. Big mistake, buddy. Huge. My eyes go cold, the red glint from my previous life returning for a split second. They really are enemies, I think, my patience finally running out. I look down and say, "Sorry, but," making the leader look confused for a second. I flash back to the photo of Kaito with his friends. I really don't want to hurt people with this body. I was genuinely trying to be a normal kid, but these guys won't let me. I look up at the group, my gaze intense. I ask if they could never lay a hand on Yuzuha and me again, and we could settle this peacefully. I'm giving them one last chance to walk away. We get a shot of their feet as the tension reaches a breaking point. The rain is starting to fall, mirroring the dark turn the conversation just took. The delinquents are absolutely livid. "What are you saying? Are you mocking us?" they shout, while Tetsu just lets out a creepy laugh from behind his bangs. Tetsu's face is covered in a terrifying red aura. "I like that nerve," he screams. Then, as you wish. He throws a wild, aggressive punch with a shout. "I'll kill you." I don't even flinch. I just lean back slightly, and the fist misses by an inch. It's like time slows down. I'm mid-dodge, looking bored while Tetsu's punch whizzes past my head. The raindrops are literally frozen in the air. There's an extreme close-up on my eye. I can see the reflection of the droplets and my total icy focus. I've already analyzed every single flaw in Tetsu's attack. I break down the move. Winding up for a right hook to the face with the center line unguarded? Is that an invitation for a counter? Even so, this is way too slow. I deliver a brutal counterpunch right to Tetsu's solar plexus. The impact and the shockwaves say it all. This guy just got hit by a professional. Tetsu is literally gagging, spit flying out of his mouth as his eyes roll back. The two lackeys in the background are frozen in absolute terror. The lackeys are losing their minds. They can't comprehend how the weakling Fujiwara just leveled their boss with one punch. I don't stop there. I deliver a rapid-fire combo, finishing with a brutal uppercut that sends Tetsu flying backward. So this is them being serious, I think. This is. I follow up with a mid-air roundhouse kick that sends Tetsu crashing into the fence. The normal world. I realize just how fragile ordinary people are. I grab Tetsu by the hair as he collapses, looking at him with total indifference. He's crying and screaming in pain, completely broken. I look down at him with those cold, killer eyes. I muse about how peaceful and fragile this all is, finally accepting that my old skills are still very much intact. Suddenly, the rooftop door slams open. Yuzuha screams my name, her voice filled with panic as she rushes to the scene. There's a close-up on Yuzuha's eye as she takes in the scene. She's completely shocked by what she's seeing. The clouds part and a beam of sunlight hits me as I stand over the unconscious bullies. I must look like a guardian angel or a terrifying demon, depending on who's asking. From a distance, we see the absolute destruction I left in my wake. I turn my head slightly and simply say, "Ah, Yuzuha." Yuzuha is speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. She looks at the broken bullies and then back at her childhood friend. She stammers out the word, "You." She looks me right in the eye, her voice trembling. She asks if I am really Kaito. The secret is out, and things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. So there I am, standing in the middle of a literal war zone on the school roof, surrounded by the bodies of the delinquents I just leveled. Yuzuha is in the background, staring at me like she's seeing a ghost. She's totally stunned, her eyes wide as dinner plates. She can barely get the words out, asking if I am really Kaito. There's a close-up on me, and I probably look colder than a freezer. I'm not even sweating, just giving her this calm, slightly bored look that says everything. I start casually adjusting my tie while she's still trying to process the carnage. When she asks if I did all of this, I just look down at the pile of thugs like they're yesterday's trash. I immediately go into clueless student mode, claiming I was just skipping class and got caught in some random fight. Yeah, okay buddy, we totally believe the nerd just accidentally knocked out a whole gang. Yuzuha seems to buy it for a second, but then I identify the blonde leader as Shimazaki. I'm playing it smart, keeping my true identity buried deep. Yuzuha is trying so hard to convince herself that her childhood friend isn't a secret monster. She tells me there's no way I could do something like this, probably more for her own sake than mine. But then, her eyes lock onto something. She spotted a tiny detail that blows my whole innocent bystander cover out of the water. She points right at my collar, her face paling as she screams that I'm bleeding. Oops, looks like I have a little souvenir from the fight I didn't notice. I casually reach up and check the blood splatter on my shirt. With a totally deadpan voice, I just say, "This isn't my blood," which is honestly the most badass thing I've said all day. Yuzuha grabs my arm, her eyes filling with tears as she begs me not to worry her like that. She's terrified that if I change too much, I'll just disappear from her life completely. She looks absolutely heartbroken, the weight of everything that's happened finally crashing down on her. I just stand there, watching her with that same unreadable expression. I'm stuck on what she said, "you too." I realize she's carrying some heavy trauma of her own and quietly apologize for worrying her. I tell her I'm fine and that we should just head back to class like nothing happened. We walk past one of the groaning thugs who's still clutching his stomach in agony. There's a close-up on my eyes as they glow for a split second. I don't even have to look back to know exactly who's making that noise. Shimazaki is sitting up in the background, looking like a total demon. He's clutching his red phone and vowing that he'll never forgive me for this humiliation. The scene shifts to a high-end mansion late at night. Someone is calling out for me, and the atmosphere is a total 180 from the rooftop fight. Surprise! It's a discharge party. Kaito's dad is popping champagne while his mom is all smiles, celebrating their son finally coming home. I look like a deer in headlights, completely overwhelmed by the warm welcome. I can barely muster out my thanks as confetti flies everywhere. The table is loaded with a literal feast. His mom is piling my plate high with his favorites, while his dad is ready to drink the night away without a care in the world. And there I am, the legendary assassin, just sitting there eating, surrounded by the kind of laughter I never thought I'd hear again. It's a surreal moment for someone who lived a life of total darkness. I just stare at them for a moment, letting the sound of their happiness sink in. I can feel the wheels turning in my head as I try to process this new family dynamic. His mom serves up a big bowl of beef stew, telling me I don't need to scarf it down so fast. She's beaming as she asks if it's really that good. I am absolutely demolishing that food, telling her it's incredible. It's the first time we've seen me look genuinely happy, even if it's just over a home-cooked meal. A cute little flashback shows my past self, Tuji, eating the same way while my dog John watches hopefully from the side. Some things never change, even after reincarnation. I remember a quiet moment in the kitchen with Mirai from my previous life. I call out to her. The memory is clear as if it were yesterday. I look at my new parents and realize that this is what a real family feels like. It's a bittersweet realization for a man who lost everything. The mood shifts as the parents start talking about Yuzuha. The dad mentions she said she'd be late, which immediately puts me on edge. His mom notes that Yuzuha has been through a lot herself. She's acting strong for Kaito, but beneath the surface, she's clearly struggling. There's a close-up on my sharp gaze. I'm listening to every word, my assassin's intuition telling me something is seriously wrong. I wonder about the uneasiness I'm feeling. The red aura around my thoughts shows that my danger sense is screaming at full volume. I pull up my phone with a look of genuine surprise. It's almost like I was expecting this call, but not quite this soon. It's an incoming call from Yuzuha. The screen is glowing in my hand, a literal lifeline from someone in trouble. I answer immediately, asking where she is. His dad is in the background looking totally clueless while the tension in the room triples. The voice on the other end is Shimazaki, looking absolutely smug at a dark warehouse. He knows he's won this round and tells me I catch on quick. My face goes cold as ice. I don't even hesitate, just say, "I knew it was you," in a voice that would make a normal man's blood run cold. Shimazaki tells me to come alone to a location he'll send. He thinks he's the one in control here, holding all the cards. I see the rest of the gang armed to the teeth with baseball bats. Shimazaki warns me that if I snitch or bring anyone else, things are going to get very ugly. Then I see the horror. Yuzuha is tied up and blindfolded on the floor. She looks terrified, a helpless pawn in Shimazaki's sick game. I hear her screaming through the phone for me not to come. My eyes narrow as I realize the situation is way more desperate than I thought. Shimazaki starts shouting at Yuzuha to shut up while I'm on the other end, listening to the violence. I just calmly ask where I should go. The address is an abandoned factory in Tokyo. Shimazaki mocks my good attitude, thinking he's broken my spirit already. I hang up the phone, my grip so tight my knuckles are turning white. The peaceful dinner party is officially over. I tell his parents it wasn't Yuzuha on the phone, keeping them in the dark about the life or death situation. I'm already in mission mode. I stand up and tell them I'm going out for a bit. His parents are totally confused, asking why I'm leaving right in the middle of my own celebration. I promise them it'll be quick and tell them to wait for me. They can probably see the determination in my eyes. I'm not just going for a walk. I give them one last reassuring smile as I head out the door. I'm leaving the good son behind and letting the Lord's spear take over. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned factory under a massive full moon. This is where the legend is about to go to work. Inside, Shimazaki is waiting with a small army of thugs. They're all laughing and looking ready for a fight, totally oblivious to what's coming for them. We meet the big guns, Suoa, the man in glasses, and Inogami, a literal titan who was banned from pro wrestling for killing someone in the ring. This isn't just a high school grudge anymore. Suo is absolutely losing it at Shimazaki. He's furious that the kid acted on his own and might bring the police down on their whole operation. Shimazaki is practically groveling, but Suo isn't having it. He's more concerned about the organization's orders than some petty high school drama. He looks at Yuzuha and says the plan is to make her spill where her old man hid the goods. They're after something big, and she's their only key. Yuzuha is trembling, insisting she doesn't know anything. Suo just sneers at her, dismissing her as just another rich kid who needs a little persuasion. He explains, that's why he called me. He thinks that if they beat the childhood friend half to death in front of her, she'll start singing like a bird. He remembers seeing us together earlier that day. He's banking on our close relationship being her biggest weakness. There's a close-up on Suo's cold, calculating eyes. He's desperate for a permanent spot in the organization and vows he won't half-ass this mission. He turns to Inagami and tells him that if I don't make the young lady talk, then it's Inagami's turn to show them what a real monster looks like. There's a close-up on Inogami's massive arm as he curls a heavy dumbbell. The guy is a literal wall of muscle, and he looks eager to break something. Outside, the thugs see a shadow approaching. They think it's just the weak kid they're expecting, but they couldn't be more wrong. A massive thud echoes through the warehouse as the door is kicked open. The party has officially been crashed. Inagami drops his weights with a grin, saying, "That's my job." He's been waiting for an excuse to get his hands dirty. Shimazaki looks like he's seen a ghost. Even he's starting to realize that the person at the door isn't the same kid he used to bully. A furious shout of "You people!" rings out through the warehouse, full of raw, righteous anger. Yuzuha is screaming at them, calling them criminals and asking if they really think they can get away with this. She's got more guts than everyone else in the room combined. A bloodied man, likely her bodyguard, is lying on the floor. He desperately tells her not to provoke them, hoping that someone from her house will come to save them. One of the thugs just laughs and delivers a brutal kick to the down man's side. He's totally defenseless, and these cowards are just enjoying the torture. Shimazaki joins in, kicking him again and screaming at him to stay out of his business with Yuzuha. He's completely lost it, showing his true, ugly colors. Yuzuha is crying, begging them to stop the senseless violence. It's a heartbreaking scene as she watches her protector being brutalized. Shimazaki grabs her by the chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. He tells her it's time to spill the goods, or she'll have to watch me die right in front of her. But Yuzuha isn't breaking. She tells them she truly doesn't know anything and even threatens to bite her tongue and kill herself if they don't stop. Now that's what I call an ironclad will. Shimazaki pulls back, looking absolutely frustrated. He thought she'd be an easy mark, but she's proving to be way tougher than he anticipated. The thugs are getting impatient, telling me to hurry up and show my face. They have no idea they're calling out for their own executioner. We get another look at Inagami, the monster who killed in the ring. He's the final boss of this warehouse, and he looks like he's made of pure granite. Shimazaki's inner monologue shows just how much of a snake he is. He's praying that I get killed by Inagami, so that Yuzuha will finally break down and tell him everything. There's a close-up on a pair of sneakers entering the factory. No flashy entrance, just the calm, steady pace of a man who's done this 1,000 times before. The local thugs are mocking me as I walk past. They're bragging about how easy it was to scam some old people for 5 million, totally oblivious to the predator in their midst. I'm walking down the alley under a blood-red moon, surrounded by thugs. One of them asks, "What the hell are you?" And honestly, he's about to find out the hard way. The thugs try to act tough, telling me to play hide-and-seek somewhere else. They think they're surrounding a victim, but I have them right where I want them. My fist clenches as I recognize some of the guys Suawu was talking about. I'm not here to talk, I'm here to clear the room. In a blur of motion, I strike. I'm a whirlwind of punches, taking down 3 thugs simultaneously before they can even blink. Close-ups on the impacts show the absolute power I'm packing. These guys are getting their world rocked by a high schooler who moves like a ghost. It's a total shutdown. 3 more guys hit the pavement at the exact same time, their bodies collapsing like puppets with their strings cut. I'm standing in the middle of the alley, calmly adjusting my tie as more thugs watch in total disbelief. They can only manage a confused gasp. A couple more idiots charge at me, screaming that they'll kill me. One of them is swinging a baseball bat, but I'm already 3 steps ahead. The wide shot is insane. I'm moving so fast, I'm literally in multiple places at once, systematically dismantling the entire gang in seconds. I grab one guy and send him on a one-way trip to the floor with a massive shoulder throw. The impact says it all, this dude isn't getting up. I stand under that crimson moon looking like a total demon. I warn the survivors that if they stay out of my range, I'll let them live. Talk about an ultimatum. Inside, Shimazaki's hands are shaking so much he can barely light his cigarette. He's desperately calling out for Tetsuya, his anxiety levels through the roof. He tries to act tough in front of Suo, asking if I tucked tail and ran. He's still trying to convince himself that he's just dealing with a regular kid. There's a close-up on his sweaty face as he repeats, "Just a kid," like a mantra. He knows deep down that something is very, very wrong. I see flashes of my earlier fight, the sheer speed and brutality of it. It's a terrifying contrast to the ordinary student I'm pretending to be. Suo's eyes go wide as a terrified thug runs in, screaming that I'm not normal. The realization that they've messed with a monster is finally setting in. The massive warehouse doors open with a bang. I walk in with total confidence, casually carrying a metal pipe. The final showdown is officially here. Yuzuha's head snaps toward the sound, her heart racing. She knows that voice anywhere, but she can't believe I actually came for her. Shimazaki looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He stares at the doorway and gasps. He's there, as his worst nightmare walks into the room. I don't waste a single second. I charge into the remaining thugs in a blur of blue light and steel. It's an absolute massacre of skill over numbers. I'm dropping bodies left and right while Shimazaki can only stand there and scream in terror. I'm a literal force of nature in this warehouse. There's a close-up on Inagami's face, and man, he looks hyped. He's finally found someone worth fighting, and he's grinning like a shark that just smelled blood. I have one guy pinned under my foot, staring down the rest of them. I coldly tell them I would have let them go if they hadn't interfered with my night. I stand under the moonlit skylight looking totally exhausted. This is surprisingly tiring, I think. Defeating people without killing them is way harder than just ending them. Suo looks absolutely shell-shocked. He can't wrap his head around how one kid took out over 20 of their soldiers outside. He knows they're in serious trouble now. A high-angle shot shows the incredible scale of the beatdown. Dozens of thugs are scattered across the floor like discarded toys. This kid is on a whole different level. I stand in the center of the carnage, calmly adjusting my tie one more time. I look up with a gaze that could cut glass and ask one final question. Where is Yuzuha? I stand tall among the wreckage, adjusting my tie like I just finished a walk in the park. I look Sue dead in the eye and demand to know where Yuzuha is, my voice completely cold and lethal. Suo is absolutely losing his mind right now, sweating bullets behind his glasses. He can't wrap his head around how a single high school kid me took out over 20 of his elite soldiers. The scale of the carnage is just insane. A wide shot shows the warehouse floor littered with unconscious thugs, and I'm the only one left standing. I'm a literal one-man army. Yuzuha, blindfolded and tied up, lets out a muffled scream for me when she hears my voice. She's clearly in total shock that her childhood friend actually showed up to save her. I look over at her, my expression softening just a tiny bit as I realize she's alive. She's shouting at me for coming despite her warnings, but I'm just relieved she's safe. There's a close-up on my face as I observe her spirited shouting. I note to myself that if she has the energy to yell like that, she's probably doing alright. I switch back into full assassin mode, scanning the room with my tactical vision. I identify the 10 remaining enemies and set a goal. Finish them all in under a minute. The countdown is on. I become a blur of motion as I blitz into the remaining thugs. I'm down to 53 seconds and counting, moving too fast for anyone to track. Total mayhem erupts as I dismantle the rest of the gang. Suo is screaming in terror as weapons are literally flying out of his men's hands. It's like a blender in here. Shimazaki is cowering on the floor, shaking like a leaf. He realized way too late that he picked a fight with a literal monster, and saying, "This is bad," doesn't even cover it. The thugs have completely lost their nerve. Their inner thoughts are a mess of panic, realizing that if they don't run right now, they're going to be killed by this high schooler. Shimazaki looks up, his face covered in sweat and pure dread. He's realized there's no escape from the nightmare he helped create. I grab Shimazaki by the collar and tell him he's going to suffer a bit. This is definitely not going to be a fun time for the blonde delinquent. I wind up for a brutal strike, my eyes glowing with that terrifying red light. I'm about to deliver some serious physical education. A flurry of rapid-fire punches lands squarely on Shimazaki. I'm not holding back at all, venting my frustration on the guy who dared to kidnap Yuzuha. We get a literal X-ray of the impact. My punch is so powerful it's probably shattering Shimazaki's ribs like glass while he screams in agony. I send another thug flying across the room with a massive kick. I'm systematically clearing every obstacle between me and Yuzuha. Suo is losing his cool, screaming at his retreating men to work for the money he paid them. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. They're choosing their lives over a paycheck. Suo is paralyzed with fear, staring at me. He's convinced this kid isn't just not normal, he's not even human. Yuzuha calls out into the sudden silence, her voice trembling. She asks if I'm there, still blindfolded and terrified. I finally reach her and stand over her, my presence calm but intense. I finally accomplish what I came here to do. I tell her I'm sorry for keeping her waiting and start to untie her ropes. I probably look incredibly composed for someone who just wiped out a whole gang. Out of nowhere, a massive fist comes swinging for my head. Inagami is back with a roar, and he's not ready to call it quits yet. Yuzuha hears the sound of the massive punch and screams out my name. She's terrified that I just got taken out. Suo is back to cheering, screaming that they've got a monster on their side too. He's putting all his hopes on Inagami to finally stop this kid. I'm midair, effortlessly dodging Inagami's wild swing. I tell Yuzuha to wait just a little longer, looking completely in control of the air. I land a solid kick right on Inagami's throat. The big guy lets out a muffled grunt, but he doesn't even budge an inch. Inagami has a wicked grin on his face, looking totally unbothered. "It's my job," he says, clearly enjoying the chance to fight someone who can actually land a hit. Inagami swings a heavy arm, shouting that he'll kill me. I just narrowly duck under the blow, showing off some insane reflexes. The two monsters clash in a flurry of strikes. There are shockwaves of energy and light everywhere as I test the big man's legendary durability. Inagami is laughing like a maniac despite taking hits. This guy's pain tolerance is absolutely cracked. He's genuinely having a good time. I realize that this guy is the enemy's maximum fighting power. I note that in this new body, it's going to be hard to defeat him with just head-on attacks. There's a close-up on my sharp eyes. I decide to change tactics. In that case, I think, as I prepare to go for precision instead of power, Inagami brings down a massive double hammer strike, literally crushing the ground. I leap back just in time, narrowly avoiding being turned into a pancake. I lunge forward, finding an opening in the giant's defenses. I'm moving with lethal intent, aiming to end this fight right now. I strike Inagami from outside his awareness, pouring all my focus into a single, devastating point. My eye glows red as I commit to the counterattack. I deliver a lightning-fast sequence of continuous attacks. It's like a pneumatic drill hitting a single spot on Inagami's torso. X-ray view again. We see Inagami's ribs literally gape open from the concentrated pressure. I finally found the weak spot in that wall of muscle. Inagami hits the floor with a massive thud, finally defeated. I walk past my fallen opponent like it's just another Tuesday. The remaining thugs are staring in total horror. They're witnessing their strongest fighter being taken down by a kid, and they have no idea what to do next. I look at my hand and note there are 6 remaining. I'm literally counting down my chores while the gang is falling apart. The last few thugs lose their minds and bolt for the exit. They're screaming at each other to get out of the way as they flee in pure terror. I watch them run, thinking I should probably chase them down. But then I remember Yuzuha is still tied up and decide she's the priority. I turn back to her and tell her it's okay to open her eyes. Yuzuha looks a bit dazed, probably wondering how the room got so quiet all of a sudden. There's a close-up on Yuzuha as she slowly opens her eyes. She softly says my name, likely still trying to process that she's actually safe. I give her a big, friendly smile and tell her I'm glad she's safe. I look like a totally normal kid again, hiding the legendary assassin deep inside. I stand over her, observing that everyone who could still move has already fled the scene. I figure her injuries are minor enough that she'll recover quickly. There's a close-up on Yuzuha's face. She's looking at me with a complex mix of relief, disbelief, and a lot of questions. I notice her trembling and think it's understandable for an ordinary high school girl to be shaken. I'm completely forgetting that I'm the one who caused all this carnage. I look at her with a confused expression, as if I don't understand why she's still so upset after being rescued. Yuzuha suddenly snaps and grabs me by the tie, shouting that this is not okay. She's finally letting out all the built-up terror and frustration. She's crying, yelling about why I didn't call the police and what would have happened to me. I just look down, giving a quiet, sorry, as I take the scolding. A wide shot shows us alone in the wrecked factory. Yuzuha is on her knees, sobbing her heart out and begging me not to make her worry like that again. There's a close-up on her tear-streaked face. She's genuinely terrified of losing me, and the weight of the night is finally crashing down on her. I watch her with a soft expression, and finally starting to understand the depth of her feelings for me. I have a flashback to Mirai from my previous life. She used to worry that I would suddenly disappear somewhere, and I realize Yuzuha is exactly the same. I smile warmly to myself, finally feeling a real connection to this new life. I'm adjusting my tie, looking a lot more grounded. I kneel down and gently take her hands, telling her it's okay. It's a genuinely sweet moment after all the bloodshed. I vow that I won't do anything to sadden Kaido's precious people ever again. Yuzuha just looks at me, totally confused by my intense declaration. I spot a school student lying on the ground, likely another victim of the kidnapping. I look at him with concern, realizing there are still people to help. I hear the police sirens in the distance and realize Kawai-san must have called them. I decide it's time for us to leave the rest to them and get out before things get complicated. I give a bright, genuine smile and tell Yuzuha it's time to go home. I'm back in full good kid mode, like the warehouse fight never happened. Suo is staggering through a red-lit hallway, looking like a total mess. He's muttering about how Inogami was defeated so easily and that the kid must be eliminated first. We see a silhouette of a man with long hair standing against the city lights. A caption says, "One lance has been dispatched," indicating a new, dangerous player has entered the game. There's a close-up on Suo's panicked face as he reports his failure into a phone. He looks like he's about to have a mental breakdown. The mysterious long-haired man says that anyone who interferes with Great Will Organization's divine mission must be eliminated. This dude looks like bad news. A news report on a phone shows that 28 men were arrested at the factory. I'm just scrolling through it like it's boring gossip. I'm lying in bed at home, staring at the ceiling. I'm back in my normal life, but you can tell I'm deep in thought. There's a close-up on my eye. I'm clearly processing everything that happened and probably planning for the inevitable retaliation. His parents are fast asleep in the next room, snoring away. I managed to save everyone and keep my secret life completely hidden from them. I'm shown jumping out of my window and onto the roof at night. I think to myself that I have to be careful about going outside so I don't worry his parents. I have a flashback to them yelling at me. His parents were absolutely losing it, telling me I'm shortening their lifespans with all the trouble I get into. I'm back on the street at night, thinking about those guys from today. I'm convinced their purpose was way bigger than just a simple kidnapping. I see shots of the thugs and Suo. I note that the guy commanding them can't be found, which is a major red flag for me. I clutch my head, feeling a bad feeling about this. I'm certain that something even more dangerous is about to happen. There's a close-up on a jagged line or scar. I'm literally carrying the weight of my past on my skin, even in this new life. I stand alone in the middle of a dark, empty street. I don't want to make the people around me unhappy anymore, and I know what I have to do. A wide shot of the dark street. I think that for that, right now, what I can do is, as I prepare for whatever's coming, suddenly, an ominous hooded figure appears. I'm surrounded by a purple aura as I sense a lethal presence behind me. In a flash, I'm on the move, dodging an attack that creates a massive crater in the pavement. This new enemy is definitely on a different level. 3 kunai are embedded deep into a brick wall. These aren't just toys. This is the work of a professional assassin. A voice from the shadows lets out a chuckle, impressed that I was able to dodge that opening salvo. I stand my ground, looking back at my stalker. I've moved the fight to a spot where I won't worry anyone else. There's a close-up on my sharp gaze. I look completely focused as I ask the stalker a simple question. What do you want? I see a pair of boots standing on top of a street lamp. The attacker is literally looking down on me, oozing arrogance. Meet Sanjo, a purple-haired guy with a wicked grin and sharp claws. He's standing against the giant moon, looking like the ultimate edgelord. Sanjo hops down, laughing to himself. He says, I'm not just an ordinary kid as rumored, and he looks like he's ready for some fun. Sanjo points out my footwork that erases presence and the ingrained smell of blood. This guy has done his homework on me. He gets right in my face, telling me I'm not a person from the legitimate world. He wants to know my real reason for watching them. Sanjo's grin gets even wider. He says the way I talk makes it sound like I'm also from the underworld. He's hit the nail right on the head. I just stare at him with a deadpan expression. I'm just an ordinary high school student, I say, sticking to my cover story despite everything. Sanjo draws his claws, his eyes wild with excitement. He says there's no more time, so it's time to begin the slaughter. I have a sudden, terrifying flash of my own death. My instincts are screaming that I'm in a life-or-death situation once again. Sanjo formally introduces himself as Sanjo, Great Will Lance number 067. You will die here, he tells me with a truly unhinged smile. I get into a combat stance, my eyes full of determination. I realize that this guy is the same as me, Tuji. I clench my fists as the final realization hits home. I'm facing a fellow Great Will Organization member, and things are about to get very bloody. This guy, Sanjo, is feeling himself way too much right now. He looks at me with a twisted grin and basically signs his death warrant, calling himself Lance number 067. Somewhere else in the city, the higher-ups are losing it. It seems like the kidnapping mission was a total bust since they still haven't found what they were looking for. We meet a pink-haired girl named Akatsuki, who's just chilling while the grown-ups argue. She's giving off serious, I told you so, energy, looking completely unbothered by the chaos. This dude, Manami, is living the high life with his fancy drinks while talking business. He's annoyed that they didn't just send in an elite from the start to clean up the mess. Turns out the pink-haired girl is another Lance, though her rank is still a mystery. She agrees that using brute force from the get-go would have saved them a lot of headaches. We get a glimpse of the absolute scale of the Great Will Organization. These guys are basically a world-ending threat with over 1,000 assassins ready to plunge everything into pure chaos. The Lances are the cream of the crop, the top 100 elites of the organization. They're basically heat-seeking missiles in human form. Once they have a target, it's game over. Manami dismisses the girl they kidnapped as a mere amateur. He clearly thinks they're dealing with someone way beneath their level. Manami is officially revealed as another Lance. With that smug look and those fancy shades, he's definitely the type who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Now we get to the real prize, a treasure called Fenrir's Seed. Apparently, this thing is powerful enough to flip the entire world order upside down. The big boss isn't happy and lets out a frustrated sigh. He reveals that he already sent Sanjo to handle things, hoping that'll be enough to fix the situation. Akatsuki looks shocked, and Manami points out a major rule violation. Using a lance isn't just a casual decision. You need direct permission from the big man, Odin, himself. Yashima shuts down the argument immediately. He's already got Odin's blessing, which means things are about to get serious. Back at the hospital, there's a lot of confusion. They didn't expect the girl to have skill protection, and the whole kidnapping is starting to smell like a massive setup. Meet Yashima, another high-ranking Lance. With that long white hair and those piercing yellow eyes, this guy looks like he walked straight out of a nightmare. I'm already squaring up, sensing the incoming threat. Yashima makes it clear, the Lances exist for one reason only, to eliminate anyone in their way. I'm having a massive realization while facing Sanju in the park. I recognize the vibe. This guy is an assassin from the same organization I used to work for. I'm analyzing Sanju like a pro, noting his perfect stance and controlled breathing. I'm looking at a carbon copy of myself, a professional killer through and through. My gut was right on the money. The fact that an elite Lance is targeting me right now means the organization is definitely onto me. I pieced together the puzzle. Yuzuha's kidnapping wasn't just some petty crime for cash. It had the backing of the organization, which means there's something way bigger at play. Sanjo is finally catching on that I'm not just some random kid. Most high schoolers would be wetting themselves, but I'm standing here like I'm bored of the conversation. Sanjo's internal alarm is finally going off. He sees that I'm way too comfortable staring down a blade, and he's starting to realize he might have bitten off more than he can chew. The talking is over as Sanju lunges in for the kill. I'm not backing down either, deciding right then and there to take him down on the spot. Sanjo is a total blur, unleashing a storm of slashes aimed right for my vitals. He's moving with terrifying speed, forcing me to use every bit of my skill just to stay in one piece. I'm doing some mid-fight analysis, noting how accurately this guy targets the weak spots. It's a classic assassin style, but there's something about it that's not quite clicking for me yet. I get a nasty surprise as a burst of blue energy nearly takes my head off. I'm shocked by the sudden change in the attack's nature. I barely managed to deflect another lethal energy blade. This isn't just a normal knife fight anymore. Sanjo is using some high-level techniques. Sanjo just laughs like a loon while backflipping away. He's clearly getting off on the thrill of the hunt and finding a worthy prey. I slide into a low stance, trying to stabilize myself. I'm taking this seriously now, realizing I'm facing a fellow elite. I've already figured out Sanjo's gimmick. The guy has some crazy rubber-like limbs that can bend and extend more than they appear. Sanjo is gloating about his range advantage, knowing he can hit me before I can even get close. He's taunting me, saying, "You're pretty good to dodge that." Sanju takes to the sky, silhouetted against the giant moon like a true movie villain. He shouts that he's coming for real this time, and he's definitely not holding back. It's a total onslaught. Sanjo is everywhere at once, attacking from every possible angle with his freakish reach. I'm being pushed to my absolute limit just to stay alive. Sanjo is actually impressed by my moves, but he's still confident he's got the upper hand. He's enjoying the game, mocking my good movement, while preparing his next big move. Things are looking grim for me. In this new body, I'm physically outclassed in both speed and power by my elite opponent. We see the fight through my assassin vision, mapped out like a tactical grid. I'm trying to find a pattern in Sanjo's chaotic movements to find that one winning opening. Sanjo throws a heavy punch that creates a massive shockwave, barely missing my face. The raw power this guy is packing is absolutely insane. Sanjo thinks he's got me cornered, noticing my feet have finally stopped moving. He's ready to end this, completely oblivious to the counterattack I'm brewing. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts as Sanjo delivers what he thinks is the finishing blow. It looks like game over, but did he actually hit his mark? Wait, Sanjo looks totally bewildered. He's staring at the impact site and realizing something is very wrong. He shouldn't have missed that. Talk about a clutch dodge. I literally shed my jacket to escape the blade, leaving Sanju stabbing thin air while I crouch perfectly underneath. I seize the moment and deliver a devastating point-blank palm strike right into Sanjo's chest. I'm dumping all my remaining energy into this one hit. Sanjo is then flying, coughing up blood from the impact, but I'm actually frustrated with myself, thinking I missed the killing blow. Sanjo is a tough nut to crack. He recovers and lands on his feet, looking even more enraged. We're back to a standoff in the middle of the dark park. Blood is dripping onto the pavement, a reminder of the brutal exchange we just had. I'm starting to realize just how dangerous my opponent really is. I'm hurt, and I'm feeling the limits of this teenage body. I'm impressed that Sanjo dodged my best move, and I know I'm running out of time. Sanjo is finally starting to question who he's actually fighting. He realizes the whole cornered kid act was a lure, and he's demanded to know my real identity. Sanjo is dissecting my style, calling me a pro among pros. He finds my lack of obvious killing intent totally eerie, which is exactly how a master assassin should be. Sanjo reveals his mission was to eliminate a high school student. He thought it would be a cakewalk, but now he's realizing he was sent into a total trap. Sanjo finally sees why the top brass are so wary of me. I'm a massive obstacle that could ruin all their future plans if left alone. It's officially confirmed. The shock in my eyes says it all. This guy is a genuine member of Great Will, my former family. Sanjo is done playing around and decides to switch gears. He's dropping the subtle assassin act and getting ready to unleash his true, terrifying power. Look at that aura. Sanjo is transforming into his true form, calling himself the tip of God's killing intent. This is basically the final boss phase. The sheer weight of Sanju's killing intent is overwhelming. It's like a physical force pushing down on me, making me realize I'm in the fight of my life. Sanjo unleashes his ultimate technique, the twin dragon dance style. He's become a literal tornado of blades and energy, ready to shred anything in his path. I'm weaving through a nightmare of slashes, barely dodging the purple energy blades. One wrong move now, and I'm getting chopped into pieces. There's a massive collision of power as I try to find a way through the storm. The impact is so intense, it's lighting up the entire park. Sanjo misses me, but absolutely obliterates a stone monument nearby. The raw physical power this guy is unleashing is just terrifying. A momentary silence hangs over the battlefield. The moon watches from above as the two of us prepare for the final exchange of our deadly duel. I note the sudden change in Sanjo's movements. I'm studying the new pattern, trying to find a flaw in the dance style before I get caught in it. Sanjo is pulling off some crazy aerial acrobatics, spinning like a top of death. I stay low, waiting for the perfect moment to strike amidst the chaos. Two massive slashes of purple energy rip through the air, heading straight for me. The sheer speed of the attack is enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. The attack hits a water fountain, sending a massive geyser into the air. The fountain is completely destroyed, showing just how lethal those energy slashes really are. We're both standing in the rain of water from the broken fountain, catching our breath. I'm still doubting something, my internal monologue racing. I'm finally certain about what I'm facing. Even through the blood and exhaustion, my killer instinct has given me the final answer about Sanjo's true nature. Sanjo is literally cackling with joy, feeling completely invincible. It's confirmed. This guy is a Lance-class fighter, the elite of the elites. Sanjo starts getting personal, taunting me about my own dark past. He knows a fellow killer when he sees one and wants to drag me back into the world of blood. He's screaming it now, trying to break my resolve. He wants me to admit that we're exactly the same, monsters who only know how to kill. I leap away, my mind flashing back to my greatest regret. I'm haunted by the memory of failing to protect the woman I loved, and I'm asking myself if it's okay for history to repeat itself. Look at that expression. That's the face of a man who's lost everything and is now fighting for his second chance. I'm fueled by pure, unadulterated rage right now. The memory of Mirai's death is as vivid as ever. This is what drives me, the absolute nightmare that I never want to experience again. A haunting shot of Mirai under the cold moon. It's a stark reminder of the cost of failure in my previous life as Gungnir. Even in death, she looks so peaceful, which only makes the tragedy feel even more brutal. I carry this image with me every single second. That's it. My killer instinct has fully awakened, and my eye is glowing with a terrifying red light. The legendary Gungnir is back. I launch a sudden, high-speed charge that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. I'm moving with more speed than I've used in this entire body. It's a suicide charge. I'm a literal blur heading straight for Sanjo, who's just laughing and preparing to shred me to pieces. Unbelievable. I actually reach out and grab the handle of Sanjo's knife in mid-slash. This is some legendary, high-risk maneuvering. I'm right in Sanjo's face now, and that glowing red eye is the last thing he's going to see. The tables have officially been turned. I land a massive, point-blank blow right into Sanjo's chest. The impact is so powerful, it's creating a literal shockwave of light and energy. Sanjo is in total shock, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He can't believe he got caught like this by a mere kid. It's a clean through-and-through strike. I've literally passed through my opponent, leaving him standing there with blood erupting from his back. I land perfectly on one foot, looking cool and collected. I'm completely composed after delivering that final, lethal blow. Sanjo is on his knees, blood pooling around him as his life slips away. He lets out one last confused gasp before everything goes dark. Sanjo's final thoughts are full of disbelief. He's dying, and he still has no idea who the monster he just fought really is. I stand victoriously under the blood-red moon, holding my blade. I finally accepted my true nature once again, and the world better be ready for what's coming next. A haunting image of the past shows the moon hanging over a tragedy I can never forget. I failed to protect someone precious once, and that memory is clearly what drives my every move now. The scene shifts to a bright memory of Yuzuha smiling at school. This time, I vow I'm going to absolutely protect her, no matter what it takes. We see a split screen between my high school self and my legendary assassin persona, Gungnir. I make a lethal promise. I won't let Sanjo or anyone else lay a single finger on Yuzuha. Blood drips onto the concrete, forming a dark pool. Sanju is just laughing in the shadows, clearly enjoying the mess he's making. A wide shot of the park shows the two of us standing off. Sanjo is oozing arrogance, telling me that I'm going to die because that's just how things go. Sanju lunges forward, claiming that God's will is absolute. He's becoming a blur of speed and purple energy as he starts his next assault. The screen explodes with motion lines as Sanju unleashes a storm of slashes. I'm right in the eye of the hurricane, weaving through the attacks like they're standing still. Sanjo looks absolutely baffled in this close-up. He's putting everything into his strikes, but he's screaming that they're not hitting as I dodge every single one. A 3-panel montage shows our blades clashing and sparking in the dark. It's a high-speed game of tag where one mistake means instant death. I'm not just dodging, I'm deflecting every single strike with insane precision. Even Sanjo is starting to realize that my ordinary student cover is a complete joke. The movement lines are everywhere as Sanju tries to overwhelm me with pure volume. I stay perfectly calm, my eyes tracking every flicker of his blade. Talk about a power move. I get behind Sanjao and literally cover his mouth. I whisper that a professional killer shouldn't be shouting, which is just cold as ice. Sanjo is gagging, his eyes bulging in pure terror. He's gone from the hunter to the prey in a matter of seconds, and he knows he messed up. I deliver a brutal kick right into Sanjo's gut while still holding his head. The impact is so hard it sends a shockwave through the air, and Sanjo can only let out a muffled scream. I'm a literal blur, my eyes glowing red in the dark. Sanjo is losing his mind, thinking that I'm a completely different person from the kid he was fighting before. The energy trails show my path as I shred through Sanjo's range. I'm moving with divine speed, making the elite assassin look like a total amateur. Sanjo is sweating bullets, looking like he's about to cry. I just look at him and say, "Sorry," but as I prepare the finishing move. I bring my knife up to my face, my expression totally devoid of emotion. The blood splattered on my clothes and blade makes me look like the Reaper himself. Sanjo is gasping for air, bleeding from multiple cuts and looking completely broken. I stand over him, telling him I'm already tired of seeing those moves. I bring my blade down with a heavy impact, shown by the shattering lines on the ground. I'm not just ending the fight, I'm dismantling Sanjo's entire pride. A purple aura surrounds Sanjo as he realizes his life is slipping away. The moon looks down on the fallen lance as the legendary spear marks his victory. A montage shows Sanjo's final moments of consciousness. The text simply reads, "The End," signaling that the first elite of the organization has been officially taken down. There's a close-up on Sanjo's wide, terrified eye. He's trying to process the divine speed that his eyes couldn't even follow, a technique that shouldn't exist in this world. A silhouette of the original Gungnir appears behind me. Sanjo realizes this barrage is just like one of the 12 god spears, the absolute legends of the underworld. Sanjo is screaming as blood erupts from his shoulders and chest. He's finally put two and two together, realizing he was fighting the one and only Gungnir. Sanju collapses, blood spraying everywhere. He admits to himself that I am definitely not someone he can match. He lies in a crater on the ground, the full moon mocking him from above. He realized too late that the gap between our skills was a literal ocean. Sanjo is coughing up blood, gasping as he struggles to breathe. He's alive, but he's in a world of pain, and his career as a killer is officially over. There's a close-up on Sanjo's face as he looks up in pure shock. He's realizing the true extent of the damage I just inflicted. Sanjo tries to move his arms, but they're just dead weight. He panics, realizing he can't put any strength into either limb anymore. I explain that I intentionally left one leg intact. I tell the broken assassin that medical help might be able to save it to some extent, which is surprisingly merciful. I stand victoriously under the moon, my silhouette looking like a god of war. I tell Sanjo the cold truth. You will never be able to kill anyone again. Sanjo looks up from the dirt, his face a mess of blood and confusion. He asks why I would do such a thing, unable to understand why I didn't just finish the job. I look back with a chilly gaze, blood still on my face. I tell him that there's no future in being a hitman. I'm speaking from personal, painful experience. I stand over Sanjo, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I know that in this business, all you ever do is lose precious things. The interrogation begins. I hold a blood-dripping knife over Sanjo's last good leg, telling him if he doesn't answer the first question, he loses the leg. If he skips both, he loses his life. My eyes are glowing a demonic red as I demand to know who ordered the kill and what the purpose of targeting Yuzuha was. The pressure is absolutely suffocating. Sanjo just starts laughing through the blood, a creepy chuckle that tells you he's a total zealot. He looks me in the eye and mocks me, asking if that's the only reason he's being kept alive. He knows he has the information I desperately need. Sanju's aura flares up one last time, his expression twisted and maniacal. He declares that he won't talk even if I kill him right then and there. He's totally far gone, claiming he will never betray the god he believes in. These lances aren't just assassins, they're cult members for their organization. There's a close-up on my sharp eye as I process this. God, nonsense. As I thought, I mutter, realizing I'm dealing with something much more dangerous than a simple gang. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the park, making me snap my head around. It's a distraction that I didn't account for. I realize the police are coming because Sanjo made too much noise during our little dance. The warehouse fight is already bringing the heat down on us. Sanjo is already gone, perched on top of a nearby fence like a scavenger. He mocks me, saying that for now, this is as far as it goes. Even with one leg and a broken spirit, the guy manages to move. He tells me I should probably hurry up and escape too before the cops swarm the area. Sanjo leaves me with one last taunting question, asking if I really want to remain a normal high school student after all of this. There's a close-up on my stunned face as the question hits home. I'm covered in blood and holding a knife. The normal student dream is feeling pretty far away right now. The screen goes black with two bubbles about how lonely it'll be with Tuji-kun retiring. It's a flashback to the same warning I got in my previous life. I see a shot of my past self, being asked if I can really do something normal when all I know is killing. It's a haunting reminder that I've heard all of this before. I stand alone in the dark, surrounded by a red aura of doubt. The words, normal high school student, hover over me like a curse. The scene transitions to a massive skyscraper under a bright moon. Back at the organization's HQ, the news has already reached the top. Sanjo was defeated. The elites are gathered around a circular table. Yashima, the long-haired guy, looks totally unbothered by the fact that one of their top lances just got packed up. The group acknowledges that Yashima's intuition is always accurate. They're finally starting to take the threat of this ordinary student seriously. Meet Izumo, another high-ranking lance. She notes that Sanjo probably won't be able to fulfill his duties anymore, basically saying the guy is useless to them now. Akatsuki, the pink-haired girl, jumps up excitedly. She thinks it's amazing that a lance was defeated and is dying to know who this mystery kid really is. She's practically glowing with hype, saying she's getting excited. She doesn't see a threat. She sees a new toy to play with. Yashima remains the voice of reason, noting that while he's an interesting enemy, they have more data to look at. He mentions Sanjo's description of the knife technique just before he passed out. We see a quick flash of Sanjo in the hospital, gasping for breath as he tries to explain what he saw. He's describing something that should be impossible. The silhouette of Gungnir flashes on the screen. The name itself carries so much weight that the entire room goes silent for a heartbeat. Minami and Yashima share a look of genuine surprise. If the legendary Gungnir is back, their divine mission is in serious jeopardy. Akatsuki looks skeptical, saying that calling him the world's strongest knife user is going too far. She clearly hasn't met him face to face yet. Izumo just smiles enigmatically and asks if she disagrees. She's the type who knows more than she's letting on. Akatsuki starts yelling at Minami, telling him it's absolutely impossible. The infighting between the lances is already starting because of the ghost of Gungnir. Yashima tries to calm things down, reminding them that they've had two plans thwarted in one night and lost one of their own. They can't afford to be sloppy anymore. Minami agrees, saying they can't ignore this situation anymore. They're officially shifting their focus to this ordinary student. Yashima stares out the window at the city, lost in thought. To think that the name of Gungnir would pop up again, he's clearly troubled. There's a close-up on his piercing golden eye. He mutters my name, Fujiwara Kaito, and asks, "Just who is he?" as he prepares to hunt me down. Back at Kaito's place, I see a bag of bloody clothes and a first aid kit. I'm literally scrubbing away the evidence of my night as a Reaper. I'm sitting at my desk, staring at the screen. The caption, "Ordinary high school student, Fujiwara Kaito," is used here with peak irony. I look in the mirror at my scarred, shirtless torso. I accept the reality that I am no longer Tuji, but Kaito, and that means I have a lot to protect. I know that as long as Yuzuha is being targeted, I can't ignore the organization. I'm also sure that more pursuers will be sent after me for crushing a lance. My hand grips the desk so hard it starts to creak. I realize I can't fight what's ahead with this frail body and know I need to become much stronger, fast. The close-up on my determined face says it all. I make a silent vow that I won't be lost this time. I'm not going to let history repeat itself. Back at the HQ, Akatsuki leans back and casually offers to go this time. She's bored and wants a real challenge. Yashima is genuinely shocked by her offer, letting out a surprised gasp. He knows how dangerous she is when she's bored. Izumo chuckles, saying she expected nothing less from Akatsuki Dono. She knows the pink-haired girl understands the gravity of the situation better than she lets on. Akatsuki notes that if the target is really on Tuji-san's level, an ordinary lance would just be dead meat. She wants to be the one to find the treasure. She's smiling like a shark, holding a golden spear crackling with power. "I'll definitely kill him," she says, sounding like she's already won. We get her formal introduction, Great Will Lance, number 09, 12 God Spears, Bident. This girl is a top-tier monster, and she's coming straight for me. The chapter ends with a shot of me looking absolutely locked in. I'm ready for the next level of the game, and the Great Will has no idea what they've truly awakened. So, the new major threat is Akatsuki, number 009 of the 12 God Spears, known as Bident. She looks absolutely psychotic with that golden spear crackling with energy as she vows to finish the job. The scene shifts back to the Fujiwara household under a peaceful moon. A whole night has passed since the kidnapping drama and that brutal park fight, but I know this calm is definitely not going to last. Surprise, it's another party. My new parents and Yuzuha are showering me with confetti and banners, celebrating my official discharge from the hospital for the second time in like 2 days. I'm just sitting there in a party hat and a congratulations sash, looking like I'd rather be anywhere else. I'm putting on a brave face, but man, this normal life stuff is a total struggle for a former world-class assassin. My dad, Taru, presents his masterpiece, a plate of omelet rice he worked super hard on. I stare at it like it's a foreign object. It looks absolutely nothing like the omelet rice I know. My mom, Kyoko, is basically telling her husband not to subject me to that, while Yuzuha jumps in to save the day. She tells her uncle to leave the cooking to her and presents her own special dish for me. I'm still stuck in that ridiculous party hat while Yuzuha sets a steaming plate in front of me. I'm completely silent, probably trying to figure out how to react to all this genuine kindness. There's a close-up on the prize, a bowl of hearty beef stew. As soon as I see it, my internal monologue kicks in with a heavy thought about beef stew. Yuzuha beams at me, telling me it's her absolute specialty and urging me to eat up. I just give a quiet, yeah, but I'm clearly affected by the choice of meal. I take my first bite, the sound highlighting the silence of the room. It's a small moment, but for me, this taste is a direct link to my past. I get a close-up of my eyes as the flavors hit me. I'm not just eating dinner, I'm being flooded with memories of a life I thought was gone forever. Flashback time. I see myself, Tushi, in my previous life, sitting on the floor putting on my shoes. Mirai is standing behind me with our dog, asking if I'm working late. I promise her I'll be home by dinner. Contrast that with the reality of my job. I'm shown in the middle of a high-stakes mission, surrounded by gunmen, claiming I'm just there to pick up a package. The double life I led was truly insane. Mirai's voice echoes in my head, telling me it's my favorite beef stew for dinner. My past self looks genuinely excited, showing a side of the legendary spear that only she ever got to see. I remember how Mirai's stew was the best. I was so looking forward to that meal, a simple piece of normal happiness that was stolen from me by my own organization. I remember calling out her name as she turned around, holding our dog John. It's a beautiful, warm memory that makes the current situation even more tragic. The last thing I told her was that I had something important to tell her when I got home. I was officially quitting the hitman life that day, finally choosing her over the blood. A haunting shot of Mirai and the dog waving goodbye. The caption emphasizes that this version of the future never actually happened. I never made it back to that dinner. The text over black says it all. Mirai, I'm quitting being a hitman today. It was supposed to be my fresh start, but it turned into my end. Back to the present. I'm staring at my spoon, my face half shadowed. I was planning to spend the rest of my life with her, and now I'm eating the same stew made by someone else. Yuzuha looks totally confused and a little hurt, asking if it's not good. She wasn't expecting me to just freeze up like that after the first bite. Suddenly, I start absolutely demolishing the stew. I'm scarfing it down so fast that Yuzuha is actually taken aback, her eyes bugging out in shock. I look down, my face hidden as I whisper that it's really delicious. I'm pretty sure I'm crying into that bowl right now. Yuzuha lets out a massive sigh of relief and smiles. Thank goodness, she says, don't scare me like that. She's totally unaware of the breakdown her cooking just triggered. My mom laughs, telling me I've got a great appetite and that there's plenty more food. I immediately offer to help clean up, trying to shake off the heavy emotions. My mom offers to teach me how to make the stew next time, and I just stare blankly. I realize I'm living a life that someone else, the original Kaito, was supposed to have with his family. The party really kicks into high gear with the dad playing guitar, the mom laughing, and Yuzuha bringing out a giant strawberry cake. It's the ultimate family moment, and it's hitting me hard. Underneath my party hat, I give a genuine, soft smile. I look at them and simply say, thank you, finally accepting the warmth of this second chance. Later that night, I'm walking Yuzuha home. She tells me I don't need to, but I'm not taking any chances, reminding her that things have been dangerous lately. I ask if anything weird has happened since the kidnapping. Yuzuha notes that the police are actually guarding their house now, which should make things safer, but we all know better. I ask if her personal guard, Kawai, is coming to get her. She admits she told him absolutely not to come because he's too noisy and she wanted some freedom. I picture Kawai having a total panic attack and realize the guy is just genuinely worried about her. I'm the only one who truly knows how close she came to dying. Yuzuha stretches out, looking genuinely happy as she tells me today was really fun. It's the first time I've seen her truly relaxed since the incident. A montage of the party shows everyone laughing and singing. She says it's been a really long time since she's been able to laugh from the heart like this. Her expression turns somber as she admits she's been feeling down the whole time since her papa died. The grief is still right there under the surface. I look at her with a look of pure realization. It's starting to click who her father actually was and the role I played in that man's death. Yuzuha explains she kept quiet about her feelings because she didn't want to burden me while I was dealing with my own amnesia from the accident. She drops the bombshell, Her father died almost at the exact same time I had my traffic accident. I just mutter, "I see," as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. I remember her crying on the roof, saying, "If you disappeared too." She's been carrying the weight of 2 potential losses this entire time. I look at her, thinking about how strong she really is. Even in such a nightmare situation, she's always trying to stay bright and cheerful in front of me. I give a quiet apology for making her worry. She just tells me it's not something I should ever apologize for, showing how much she truly cares about me. She says I seem more mature now, whereas when they were little, I was much more reckless and prone to getting into trouble. We get a flashback of baby Kaito jumping in to protect Yuzuha from big bullies, screaming, "Don't bully Yuzuha." He's always been her protector, even before the soul swap. Back to the present, she mentions that when she was kidnapped, I came all alone to save her. Even though she was blindfolded, she knows I did something incredible to pull that off. She leans in close, staring at me with those sharp eyes. She demands to know how I saved her. I'm sweating bullets now, thinking I'm being suspected. I try to play it off with a weak explanation that somehow everyone looked at me and ran away. I'm a legendary assassin, but a terrible liar when it comes to my childhood friend. I picture the thugs running away in terror, which is technically what happened, but I'm leaving out the part where I beat them all into a pulp first. Yuzuha just smiles and shrugs it off. She decides that whatever happened, the only thing that matters is that I actually came for her. A flashback of the rescue shows the moment she saw my face. She really thought she was going to die, and seeing me there was the happiest moment of her life. She looks at me with a blush and says a very sincere thank you. This girl is definitely falling for her new childhood friend. I give a big, heartwarming smile, one that actually looks like it belongs on a high schooler. I promise I'll save her again and again, which is basically a marriage proposal in assassin speak. There's a close-up on Yuzuha's face, and she is absolutely beet red. That promise hit her right in the feels, and the tension between us is through the roof. Yuzuha suddenly grabs my arm and drags me closer, shouting for me to come here. She's clearly trying to hide her embarrassment with some loud energy. She snaps a selfie of the two of us together. We look like a perfectly normal, happy couple, far away from the world of blood and organization politics. She's already setting it as her wallpaper, calling it a memento of today. I'm worried it'll start rumors at school, but Yuzuha doesn't seem to care one bit. I smile to myself, thinking this is a good turning point for my new life. I'm starting to truly value the peace I found. I think back to my death when I was hit by the truck. I realize that even though I went through that accident, she's been the one worrying about me the entire time. Yuzuha looks at her phone with a tearful but determined smile. She says she won't forget her papa, but she knows she can't just keep standing still forever. I look at her with a soft expression. I'm seeing her grow and move past her trauma, and it's clearly inspiring me too. It hits me. Yuzuha is just like me. We both lost someone precious and are now trying to figure out why only we survived. There's a close-up on my eye as I mutter, "Yeah, the weight of our shared connection is starting to feel more like fate than coincidence." Watching her walk ahead, I make a silent vow from the bottom of my heart. I really want to protect this girl, no matter what. Yuzuha looks at her old wallpaper, a picture of her as a little kid with her dad. She whispers, "Thank you for everything, Papa," finally ready to change it. My eyes go wide as I get a good look at her phone screen. I look like I'd just seen a ghost, and not the friendly kind. The realization hits me like a freight train. I look at the man in the photo and wonder, is that person Yuzuha's father? A clear view of the photo shows a middle-aged man with glasses. It's the same man from the earlier phone photo, the one I found on my last mission. Yuzuha notices my shock and teases me about my amnesia again, saying he was always so good to me. Little does she know how much that hurts to hear. She calls him her beloved papa while staring at the screen. The irony here is absolutely soul-crushing. A cute memory shows Yuzuha and her dad playing together. This man was her whole world, and he was genuinely kind to the original Kaito too. My internal monologue is screaming. I've seen this exact wallpaper before, and the memory is bringing back the worst night of my life. I flash back to the bloody floor where Chairman Akagi lay dead. His phone was lying right there in the blood, displaying the same photo of him and Yuzuha. The text hits like a hammer. The one who killed Yuzuha's father was. The ultimate betrayal is finally revealed. An image of my past self appears with a blood-stained blade. The answer is simple and devastating. Me. My face is pale and sweating in the present. I'm repeating that word in my head. Me. I am the one who took away the most important person in Yuzuha's life. Yuzuha finishes her phone settings and notices I've gone completely quiet. She asks what's wrong, looking at me with genuine concern. She leans in, noting that my behavior is weird. She can tell something shifted the moment I looked at that photo. We get the official title card for her, Akagi Group Chairman. Akagi Gohei's daughter, Akagi Yuzuha. This is a level of complication I never saw coming. Back in my dark room, I'm sitting on the floor, head in my hands. I'm drowning in guilt, muttering, "I," over and over. I try to rationalize it, thinking Hayate was the one who pulled the trigger. I remember the final moments of that mission and the betrayal that followed, but I immediately shut that down, calling it an excuse. I admit I felt no emotion or doubt about the job back then. Chairman Akagi was just another target who betrayed the organization. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Yuzuha is still in danger from the very organization I used to belong to, and I'm asking myself if I should tell her the truth. I clench my fist, thinking about the conversation. Should I tell her that the organization that killed her father is targeting her, and that I was once a member of it? It feels impossible. I look completely torn, my face twisted in agony. I want to protect her, but how can I look her in the eye knowing what I've done? The next morning at school, the bell rings and students are gossiping. Rumors are flying about a sudden transfer student coming today. The classroom is buzzing with excitement. Some girls are hoping for a handsome guy, while I just sit in the back, totally lost in my own thoughts. I realize I really can't tell Yuzuha the truth right now. I also know that driving off one lance like Sanjo won't make the Great Will organization ease up on their pursuit. I decide the only thing I can do is stay close and protect her from the shadows. I'm choosing to be her shield, even if I can never be her partner. The teacher walks in and announces the new student. Suddenly, "But from today, we have a new friend joining us," he says to a room full of eager faces. A voice calls out from behind the door, asking the teacher if they can come in now. The tone is playful, but there's an underlying edge to it that only I would notice. I freeze, my eyes narrowing. That voice, it sounds way too familiar, and not in a good way. The other students are already cooing about how cute the new student is. I'm the only one who looks like he's about to have a heart attack. The new student enters, Amagasa Mikoto. It's the pink-haired girl from the organization, and she's putting on her best friendly student act. I'm literally vibrating with shock. Triple exclamation marks flash on the screen as I stare at her in absolute disbelief. I scream the name Akatsuki in my head. I can't believe a high-ranking lance like her is actually here at school. I flash back to Sanjo's fanatic smile. These people are god spears who never betray their organization. Having one in my classroom is a worst-case scenario. Akatsuki gives a bright, fake smile, confirming my fears. The fact that she's here means the organization is stepping up their game to target Yuzuha. There's a close-up on Akatsuki's eye, and it's chilling. She's finally spotted her prey, and the 12 god spears have officially marked their target. Her internal monologue is pure predator. Found target Fujiwara Kaito. I'll work hard to become everyone's friend, she thinks while she prepares for the kill. I stare back with a dark, intense gaze. The battle lines have been drawn right in the middle of the classroom, and things are about to get legendary. The pink-haired transfer student, Amagasa Mikoto, introduces himself to the class with a suspiciously friendly smile. He's already planning to work hard to become friends with everyone quickly, which usually means he's up to no good. I stare him down with a look of pure suspicion. I know exactly what kind of monster is hiding behind that schoolboy act. There's no doubt about it, I mutter to myself. The scene shifts to the gym where Mikoto is showing off his athletic skills. Someone shouts for them to stop him, but it looks like the transfer student is playing on a completely different level than the regular kids. Mikoto pulls off a massive, gravity-defying dunk that shakes the entire hoop. The speed and power he's showing off are way too high for a normal student. The basketball slams through the net as the crowd goes wild. The guy guarding Mikoto is left staring up in absolute disbelief, wondering how a human can jump that high. All the girls in the gym are cheering and blushing, completely won over by Mikoto's performance. They're calling him incredible, oblivious to the fact that he's a world-class killer. Mikoto high-fives his teammate, playing the part of the popular athlete perfectly. The text notes how popular he's become right after transferring, which is all part of his cover. I'm doing some deep-level analysis in the background. I've realized half a day has passed with zero contact from Bident, and I'm wondering exactly what the organization is planning next. We get some heavy lore about Great Will's assassins. There are 100 elite lances, but among them, the strongest 12 are personally named by their mysterious lord, Odin. A massive golden spear, representing the 12 Lord Spears, towers over the silhouettes of the other lances. These guys are the absolute peak of the assassin world. The text explains that these 12 possess matchless combat ability and enormous authority. They are designed for certainly killing targets, and could probably wipe out a small nation's army on their own. I realize that sending one of these legendary killers to a high school is a terrifying sign. It's definitive proof that Great Will is seriously targeting Yuzuha and her family's secret. I have a dark flashback to my previous life, seeing the bloody body of Chairman Akagi on the floor. It's a grim reminder of the cycle of violence I'm trying to break. I correctly guessed that Great Will's purpose is likely the treasure that Chairman Akagi supposedly stole, but knowing the what doesn't make the how any less dangerous. Mikoto is shown laughing and high-fiving more students on the court. I'm genuinely worried, wondering if I can protect both Yuzuha and all these innocent students from a monster like him. I sit on the bench, my aura flaring up with a dark red intensity. I admit that in my current body, I have to be smart about how I handle a top-tier lance like Akatsuki. Classmates are chatting about going to karaoke after school, completely unaware of the lethal game being played around them. It's the normal life I want to preserve. Mikoto is surrounded by adoring girls, claiming he played a little basketball in America. He's building up a fake backstory as a returnee to explain away his freakish abilities. I watch the scene from the window, noting that Mikoto isn't making a move today. He's waiting for the right moment to strike, and I have to be ready for it. Suddenly, a voice calls out my name and I snap my head around with a look of genuine surprise. It's Yuzuha, looking energized and carrying a box. She asks if I'm free after school because there's a place she wants me to come with her on the way home. I immediately try to shut it down, saying I'm a bit busy. Yuzuha gets annoyed, calling me out for refusing her before she even finished her sentence. I clutch my chest. My eyes narrowed as I think Yuzuha should just go straight home today for her own safety. I'm trying to be her shield without her even knowing it. The tension triples as Mikoto leans into the conversation with a creepy, wide smile. He asks if she is Akagi Yuzuha-san, finally making direct contact with the target. I have a sharp, red-eyed reaction, realizing that my nightmare is coming true. This guy, I think, as expected, is after Yuzuha. My hand tenses up. Mikoto introduces himself again, doing the handsome transfer student bit for Yuzuha. She's surprised, mentioning that there were already rumors about him transferring to Class 3. Yuzuha asks the big question, "Why do you know my name?" She wonders if he heard it from me, while Mikoto just lets out a playful chuckle. Mikoto closes his eyes and gives a fake, polite smile. He claims it's because she's famous as the girl who inherited the massive Akagi group. A wide shot shows Yuzuha carrying her heavy documents, looking a little overwhelmed. Mikoto's words have clearly put her on the spot in front of everyone. Yuzuha looks down, muttering, "I see, with a pained expression. She hates being known only for her family's money and status." Mikoto laughs it off, claiming his own dad was helped by Chairman Akagi and told him to give his regards to the daughter. It's a total lie, but it's a very effective one. I jump in to break the tension, claiming Mikoto jammed his finger during basketball. I put on a fake smile and say, "I'm taking the transfer student to the nurse's office right now." We see a close-up of the two of us leaning in toward each other. I'm clearly using this as an excuse to get Mikoto away from Yuzuha. Mikoto's expression turns chillingly cold for just a split second. He looks at me and gives a quiet, "Yeah," but those eyes are definitely not friendly. Mikoto waves a cheery goodbye to Yuzuha as he's led away. She just blinks and gives a confused response, wondering why I'm being so forceful. Yuzuha watches us go with a small, knowing smile. She thinks to herself, "Thanks, Kaito, you protected me again," completely unaware of how literal that thought is. We cut to a high shot of the school building under a beautiful blue sky. It looks like a peaceful afternoon, but the real confrontation is about to begin. The scene shifts to the rooftop where other boys are playing soccer. It's the perfect, isolated spot for a talk between two professional killers. Mikoto is leaning against the fence, asking if I'm planning to confess my love since we're alone. He's still trying to play the part of the teasing classmate. I just stand there with a deadpan expression, staring daggers at him. I have zero interest in his games. Mikoto looks at a photo of Yuzuha on his phone, mentioning that she's cuter than in the photos. This dude is a total creep, and he's not even hiding it now. Mikoto laughs, saying it's hard to believe she's old man Akagi's daughter. He admits he's taken quite a liking to her, which sounds more like a threat than a compliment. I finally snap and ask directly, "What is it? What's your purpose?" I'm done with the small talk. I see a bloody, shadowed image of Sanjo, the assassin I previously defeated. Mikoto asks if I'm looking for revenge for that assassin. Mikoto claps his hands together and laughs, confirming that I really did take down Sanjo. He's impressed by my injuries, noting the hits to my shoulder and chest. My aura flares up again as I demand the reason for targeting Yuzuha one more time. I'm reaching my boiling point. Mikoto's eyes turn into narrow slits. He mentions the treasure that Yuzuha-chan inherited, confirming my earlier theory about the organization's goal. There's a close-up on my eye as it glows with an intense red light. "As I thought," I mutter, my worst suspicions finally validated. Mikoto points a finger at me and says they don't even know what it is yet, they just want information. He then makes a shocking proposal. He gives a wide, toothy grin, looking like a total psychopath. He's having way too much fun with this standoff. Mikoto asks why I don't become one of their organization's comrades. He points out that I'm clearly stronger than their average assassins, so I'd fit right in. He spreads his arms wide, promising that I could make tons of money and have missions so difficult I'd never be bored. He even suggests that if I press Yuzuha, she might finally tell them where the treasure is. Mikoto's face goes totally dark. He warns me that there's no way both of us can survive after making their organization lose face. It's join them or die. Mikoto starts walking away, his footsteps echoing on the roof. He tells me that resisting any further is just useless. Mikoto stops by the fence, looking back over his shoulder. The atmosphere is thick with tension as I prepare my response. There's an extreme close-up on my eye. I've spotted something, a tiny movement that signals the talking is officially over. I lunge forward with a punch, but Mikoto just gives a little oops and dodges it with freakish speed. We're finally going at it. It's a high-speed chase across the rooftop. Mikoto is laughing, praising my good instincts and noting that I already figured out his next move. A massive burst of light shows our first real clash. We're moving so fast we're just silhouettes against the bright roof. I stand my ground, holding one of those small, glowing cubes. I can tell, I say, looking completely unimpressed by his gimmick. I identify the tech, body techniques fused with assassination arts and explosives. I know exactly how Biden likes to play. Mikoto is actually shocked for a second. You even know my code name? He yells, realizing I'm way more dangerous than he first thought. I leap into the air as a massive shockwave erupts from where I was standing. This isn't a school rooftop anymore, it's a kill zone. I charge in through the smoke, but Mikoto is ready for me. He says I'm way too much not to be ordinary and decides it's time to get serious. Mikoto pulls out 4 cubes at once, claiming he's leveling up. He's about to turn up the heat in a big way. There's a close-up on my wide-eyed reflection in Mikoto's pupils. The transfer student is throwing 6 at once, which is basically a death sentence. I am a total blur, weaving through the air to dodge the incoming explosives. 3 more left, I note, as I try to close the distance. I reach for the ledge, my fingers barely grazing the top. I'm pushing this body to its absolute physical limits just to survive. I flip over the fence in a desperate maneuver as the cubes explode all around me. The motion lines show just how chaotic this fight has become. My hand catches the edge of the roof as I swing myself back up. That was a hair-thin escape. I land safely and let out a relieved breath. Made it in, I say. I'm breathing hard, but I'm still in the game. Mikoto is leaning casually on the fence, mocking me. He laughs, asking, "Where's the ordinary high school student?" That was awesome. He's clearly enjoying the spectacle. I lunge forward with a powerful palm strike, my face twisted in a look of raw determination. I'm not going down without a fight. Mikoto casually points a finger at me, saying my efforts aren't enough to protect all the students. He's clearly hinting at a trap. A lone cube sits on the ground between us, glowing ominously. It's the final piece of Mikoto's plan. Mikoto gives a wicked grin and snaps his fingers. Sparks of yellow energy surround his hand as he prepares to trigger the final blast. A massive explosion rocks the entire school rooftop, sending a pillar of fire and smoke into the sky. It looks like Mikoto just leveled the place. A wide shot from the street shows the school engulfed in a terrifying red glow. The students are cowering and everything is descending into total chaos. I emerge from the smoke, my uniform torn and face bloodied. I'm absolutely livid, shouting at Mikoto, calling him a bastard. Mikoto stands in the middle of the flames, holding more cubes and looking like a demon. He asks one last time, "Who are you, and will you become our comrade?" There's a close-up on my intense glare. I'm completely done with the recruitment pitch. I make my final stand. I declare that the current me is just an ordinary student who decided to protect Yuzuha, and I will never join their side. Mikoto looks genuinely disappointed, muttering that he thought I was a bit smarter. He warns that I won't understand until some people die. The name Gungnir echoes through the smoke, a haunting reminder of my true identity. The secret is officially out. Mikoto looks absolutely shocked in this extreme close-up. He can't believe the legend he just named is actually standing right in front of him. The silhouette of the legendary Gungnir looms over me as I stare down Mikoto. I say coldly, "That was my former name," finally embracing the killer within to protect the life I chose. So here we are, me and Akatsuki, facing off on the school rooftop while the emergency sirens blare in the background. Akatsuki stands there looking totally unimpressed, while the evacuation announcements tell everyone to stay calm and follow instructions. Akatsuki is absolutely fuming in this close-up, his face twisted in pure rage. He growls out that a nobody like me shouldn't dare to casually speak the legendary name of Gungnir. The scene pulls back to show Akatsuki standing alone as the students scramble to get away from the explosion site. He's wondering if any students are still trapped, showing a weirdly responsible side for a cold-blooded killer. He decides to play the role of the helpful transfer student, shouting that he'll check the rooftop for any stragglers. His face is hidden by his hair, making him look incredibly ominous despite the heroic act. Akatsuki gives me an ultimatum. He'll give me exactly 3 days to decide my fate. He tells me to just join their group and everything will be cool, but there's a heavy "or else" hanging in the air. Over his shoulder, he drops one last threat, promising to make me regret impersonating Gungnir. I just watch him leave with those sharp eyes, looking completely unfazed by his little temper tantrum. I stand alone on the roof, staring at the smoke billowing into the sky from the earlier explosion. I'm deep in thought, processing the fact that a high-ranking lance is now attending my school. The scale of the damage is clear as smoke rises from the school building. I repeat the name Akatsuki to myself, realizing the quiet life I wanted is officially up in flames. Down on the ground, the students are acting like total NPCs, actually happy that classes got canceled because of the prank explosion. They have no idea how close they just came to being collateral damage in an assassin's duel. Yuzuha catches up to me and asks if I'm okay or if I need a ride home. I brush her off with a classic response that I have something to do, which is basically code for, I'm going to do some secret assassin stuff. I get serious and tell Yuzuha that after today, she needs to stay locked inside her house. I remind her that she was literally just kidnapped and that the danger hasn't passed yet. Yuzuha looks at me with a soft, trusting expression and gives a quiet, "Thank you." She clearly values my concern, even if she doesn't know the full extent of the nightmare I'm fighting. Suddenly, a massive speech bubble shouts, "Exactly right, miss," and the mood shifts instantly. It looks like Yuzuha's personal guard is about to go full overprotective dad mode. Kawai is literally on fire with determination, vowing to increase security and mentioning he just started martial arts yesterday. He's ready to die for his miss, which is a bit much, but hey, the guy's got heart. Yuzuha is sweating from Kawai's intense energy, calling him a good guy, but admitting he's a bit too much to handle. Kawai just beams, taking "good guy" as the highest honor he could ever receive. The car door slams shut with a loud bang, ending the conversation. My final words are a warning for her to contact me the second anything feels off. Yuzuha waves from the car window, telling me I worry too much and promising to see me tomorrow. She's trying to stay positive, but I know better than anyone that tomorrow isn't guaranteed. I watch the car pull away into the bright afternoon sun, standing alone on the sidewalk. I'm left with my thoughts and a whole lot of problems to solve before the 3-day timer runs out. The back view of me shows me standing still, the weight of my previous life as Gungnir and my current life as Kaito finally starting to clash. I'm a man caught between two worlds. My face is bathed in a red glow as I narrow my eyes, looking ready to go back into the shadows. I'm done being the ordinary student for the day. A high-angle shot shows me standing in the middle of a deserted road, looking like a tiny dot against the sprawling city. It's a perfect metaphor for the isolated battle I'm about to fight. Up on a nearby roof, Akatsuki is chilling and laughing to himself. He mutters my name, Fujiwara, with a wicked grin, already plotting his next move against me. Akatsuki looks down from his perch, dismissing me as just another name on his hit list. He's totally underestimating me, which we all know is going to be a huge mistake. The scene cuts to a train roaring down the tracks through the city. I'm on the move, and I'm clearly heading somewhere significant from my past life. I'm staring at my reflection in the train window, thinking that claiming to be Gungnir was a calculated risk. I hope it shifted all of Akatsuki's murderous intent onto me and away from Yuzuha. I think about Akatsuki's lethal skills, noting that he's the youngest elite among the 12 spears. I know his strength well because we used to be on the same side of the bloodbath. Despite winning a few rounds lately, I admit to myself that I'm still not fully used to this teenage body. I'm definitely feeling the physical limits of being a scrawny high schooler. I must look incredibly grim, acknowledging that I'm nowhere near ready to take on one of the organization's top-tier monsters in a fair fight. I'm going to have to play this very, very dirty. I clench my fist as I have a dark vision of a knife and a spray of blood. I'm desperately wondering how I can possibly protect Yuzuha and everyone else when I'm currently so weak. A massive blood splatter fills the screen, reflecting my inner turmoil. I'm reaching a breaking point where I feel like I have no choice but to do whatever it takes. My eyes glow a demonic red as I vow to kill Akatsuki, even if it means we both end up destroyed. The legendary assassin Gungnir is officially coming out to play. The train announcement rings out. Next is Shibuya. My sharp gaze tells you that this specific stop is a very painful memory for me. I step out into the bustling streets of Shibuya at sunset. The warm colors of the city contrast sharply with the cold mission I'm on. I walk through the crowded crosswalk, looking like just another faceless student in the sea of people. This is the heart of the city, and the place where my old life ended. I realize my legs led me here almost automatically, even though I'd been avoiding this place since my rebirth. It's like my soul was being pulled back to the scene of the crime. I look up at a massive skyscraper, my heart heavy with a grief I can't escape. No, I think, as the memories start flooding back with a vengeance. A haunting image of the bodies of me and Mirai flashes on the screen. This is the exact spot where we were murdered, and it's a wound that will never heal. I stand at the base of the high-rise, looking up at the floor where I used to live. We were killed, I mutter, the trauma of that night as fresh as ever. I'm shown scaling the side of the building with expert ease, despite my frail body. I'm questioning why I'm even here, but I can't stop myself from going up. I walk down the familiar hallway of my old apartment building. I know Mirai isn't there anymore, but the ghost of her presence is everywhere. I reach for the door handle, and for a split second, I look genuinely terrified. I'm shocked to find that the apartment is apparently vacant and unlocked. A red aura of danger surrounds me as I enter the dark hallway. I suspect it's a trap, and that someone might have been waiting for my return. I peek into the living room, and my jaw practically hits the floor. I look like I've seen a ghost, and honestly, given the situation, I might have. A massive red bubble asks, "What's going on?" reflecting my total confusion. The apartment looks completely different from what I expected. I stare into the room, bathed in the golden light of the sunset. I note that the blood from the night of the murder has been completely cleaned up, but everything else is wrong. A flashback shows the same room covered in blood and bodies on the night I died. It's a brutal contrast to the pristine scene I'm looking at now. I'm baffled because the room looks exactly as it did when Mirai and I lived there. Every piece of furniture is in the right place, and I'm wondering who could have possibly done this. Suddenly, a shadow lunges at me from behind with a loud rush of speed. It looks like my trap theory was 100% correct. I snap into a defensive stance, my mind racing. It's a trap, I think. Someone's coming. I'm ready to deal with whatever assassin the organization sent. But instead of a killer, a small beagle comes charging down the hallway with an excited woof. I'm left blinking in pure confusion as the dog skids to a halt. The dog lets out another loud bark, its tail wagging like crazy. This definitely isn't the kind of monster I was expecting to find in my old home. My eyes go wide as I recognize the pup. I gasp out his name, John, unable to believe my own eyes. My loyal companion is alive and well. John the beagle stands there holding his favorite blue frisbee, looking exactly like he did in the old days. It's a miracle in the middle of a nightmare. I finally break down, tears streaming down my face as I look at the dog. All the built-up emotion from my rebirth and the trauma of the murder finally comes pouring out. I drop to my knees and pull John into a massive hug, crying out that John was alive. It's a genuinely heart-wrenching moment for me, the former cold-blooded killer. I pull back to look at the dog, still in total disbelief. John just licks my face, happy as can be to have his owner back, even if I look a bit different. The blue frisbee lies on the floor, and I stare at it as it triggers another wave of nostalgia. This toy was a symbol of our happiest days. A flashback shows me and Mirai playing with John by the river on a beautiful day. We look like a perfectly normal, happy family, which is all we ever wanted. In another memory, I see us throwing the frisbee and laughing together. It's a glimpse into the life that was stolen from us by the organization. I look John in the eye and ask if he recognizes me. It's a desperate question, hoping that at least one soul in this world knows who I really am. There's a close-up on my eye as I have a sudden realization. Something about this whole situation is starting to click, and it's not just a coincidence. I stand in the middle of my old apartment with John at my side. The sunset fills the room with a warm, melancholy glow as I look around at the perfect recreation of my home. I pick up a photo frame from the shelf, my hand trembling slightly. This is the ultimate proof that whoever set this room up knew exactly what they were doing. A speech bubble with Mirai's voice echoes in my head, telling me to live together, the three of us. It's the proposal that started it all. The photo in the frame shows me, Mirai, and John at the beach, looking like the picture of happiness. It's a reminder of everything I'm fighting to avenge. Another memory of Mirai saying she doesn't know the details of my work. She truly loved me unconditionally, despite the dark path I walked. Mirai's smiling face fills the screen as her words haunt me. I just want Tuji to be happy. It's the simplest wish, and yet the most impossible one for me to fulfill now. I remember my own promise to protect her even if I died. I must look absolutely devastated in the present, realizing how badly I failed that promise. A wider shot shows us driving together, with Mirai laughing about how heavy my life or death talk is. We were so close to freedom, just a few miles away from a new life. "You can't be happy if you're dead, right?" she says. Her logic was flawless, making my current state as a living ghost even more painful. The sun sets over the city skyline, signaling the end of the day and perhaps the end of my hesitation. I'm starting to find a new purpose in my grief. Mirai's final wish echoes, that she wants me to live and carve out the life I desire as the sun disappears behind the buildings. A memory of Mirai hugging John under the words "no matter what" flashes through my mind. She wanted me to keep going, no matter the cost. I'm full-on sobbing now, clutching the photo frame to my chest. I'm finally letting myself feel the full weight of the loss I'd been suppressing. I look at the photo and mutter a heartbroken apology to Mirai. I feel like a failure for not being able to give her the happiness she deserved. I walk out of the dark apartment with John by my side, silhouetted against the light from the hallway. I'm not leaving the past behind, I'm taking the best part of it with me. One last happy memory of me and Mirai lying in the grass, laughing together. This is the warmth I'm going to carry as I go back into the cold world of assassins. Back at the Fujiwara home, my parents are looking a bit worried. They mention that an acquaintance couple can't keep their pet and wonder what's going on. I stand in the doorway with John, looking like the most responsible son ever. I ask if we could possibly keep the dog at our place, which is a big ask, but I'm determined. The parents have a quick huddle and the dad immediately agrees. He's moved by my story and thinks having a pet would be great for their traumatized son. The mom is already in love with John, calling him a cute doggy and saying he's very welcome. I give a bright thank you to both of them, sounding genuinely happy for once. The parents are already on the floor playing with John, who seems to be fitting in perfectly. My mom asks what the dog's name is. I give a warm, slightly sad smile and say his name is John. I explain that's what his previous owners called him, which is the most technically true lie I've ever told. The framed photo of me and Mirai appears again as I think of my past. I've officially brought a piece of my old life into my new one. Later that night, I get a chat message from Yuzuha. She's checking in to see if anything unusual has happened since the kidnapping drama. I reply that everything is anticlimactic, which is a total lie considering I just found my dead dog. Yuzuha is hyped because she heard about the dog from her auntie and wants to come over right now to pet him. I just give a short no to her request, my mouth curling into a small, amused smile. I'm starting to handle her chaotic energy a lot better. I look at my phone with a genuinely relaxed expression, enjoying the simple banter. It's these normal moments I'm fighting so hard to keep. The scene shifts to a high-end private jet flying through the night sky. Someone is on a call, and the tone is instantly a lot more serious. Akatsuki is lounging in a luxury seat, looking bored but dangerous. She mentions the 3 days aren't up yet and asks if I've already made my decision. I'm standing on my rooftop, looking out over the glowing city lights at night. I confirm that yeah, I've definitely made a decision. The back view of me shows me looking like a true predator. I tell Akatsuki I'm not interested in her methods and that this time, I'm going to be the one to make the first move. Standing alone on the rooftop at night, I issue a chilling challenge. I tell my opponent to come to the school rooftop before dawn tomorrow, promising that's where I'll finally defeat them. I'm not playing games anymore as I speak into the phone. I drop the ultimate bombshell, declaring that I am the one and only Gungnir. Akatsuki looks absolutely livid, her eye twitching in pure shock and rage. The name Gungnir clearly hit a massive nerve, and she looks ready to snap. She is so furious, she literally crushes her smartphone to pieces with her bare hand. I can almost see the sparks flying as she loses all control of her temper. In the luxury of her private jet, Akatsuki sits in a dark mood, thinking about me, Fujiwara Kaito. She's insulted that I dared to claim the title of Gungnir in front of her twice now. Akatsuki stares intensely into the distance, her mind filled with doubt. She's convinced there's no way this kid could be the perfect assassin Tuji-san was. We get a flashback to a brutal war zone in the Middle East 3 years ago. The sky is filled with fire and smoke as explosions rock the ancient buildings. A younger Akatsuki is seen sitting amidst the rubble and blood, letting out a haunting laugh. Even as a kid, she was clearly already shaped by the horrors of war. She looks up at a bloodied me, apologizing with a weak voice. It's a rare look at our shared past and how much we've both suffered. Suddenly, we're surrounded as a group of armed soldiers rushes in from the shadows. The enemy thinks they finally have the upper hand. The soldiers think they've cornered their target, shouting that they've found the one they're looking for. They're screaming for revenge for their fallen comrades. Lasers from their sights lock onto me as the soldiers open fire with everything they've got. "In the name of Lord, die!" they shout, turning the room into a kill zone. I become a literal red blur, weaving through the hail of bullets with impossible speed. I'm cutting through the air like a ghost, making the gunfire look like child's play. Young Akatsuki watches in wide-eyed awe. She realizes that her own explosives actually cleared a path for me, the legendary assassin, to go to work. I look back with a sharp, determined gaze, telling her I'll handle the rest. I give her one simple command: make sure you return alive. I stand tall against the entire army, my silhouette oozing confidence. I tell Akatsuki to follow me as I prepare to single-handedly dismantle the enemy. Back in the present, the clock hits 5 a.m. at the school. The rooftop is bathed in a pale morning light, the perfect stage for a final showdown. The door to the rooftop creaks open, and I finally step out into the arena. You can only see my feet, but the tension is already through the roof. Akatsuki is already there, standing precariously on the ledge like a predator. She mocks me for showing up to a death match in my boring school uniform. I walk toward her with a totally deadpan expression. I calmly state my plan, defeat her here and now, and then head to school just like any other day. Akatsuki lets out a genuine laugh, finding my arrogance hilarious. She admits that we actually have the same idea about how this morning should go. There's a close-up on Akatsuki's face, and she's grinning like a total psychopath. She's clearly excited to finally put this Gungnir imposter in the dirt. A top-down shot shows her standing on the wide expanse of the rooftop. She admits she's been obsessing over our encounter yesterday all night long. Flashbacks show the intense combat we've already shared. Akatsuki acknowledges that while I'm weaker and slower than the real Gungnir, my movements were eerily similar to the man she revered. She stands at the opposite end of the roof, her voice filled with a mix of longing and hatred. She wanted to become like me more than anything, which is exactly why she can't forgive what I've become. Her eyes glow with a dangerous purple aura as she threatens to blow me to pieces. She can't stand the fact that I remind her of the legend she lost. I stay behind the safety bars, looking completely unfazed. I give a simple, "I see," acknowledging the depth of her twisted obsession. The scene shifts to an overhead view of the school grounds. Akatsuki drops a massive threat. She's already planted bombs somewhere in the building. She raises her left hand, revealing that her prosthetic is directly linked to her brain nerves. She claims she can detonate any of the bombs with just a simple finger movement. Grinning maliciously, she tells me that if I lose, many people will die. She isn't just targeting me, she's threatening the precious people in my new life. I see a montage of Yuzuha and my new family, the people who have given my life meaning again. These are the stakes Akatsuki is playing with. A streak of red blood cuts across the screen as I analyze the situation. I know there are only two ways to stop her, severing the link to her brain or knocking her out. Akatsuki walks confidently across the rooftop, assuming she has the upper hand. Little does she know, I'm already planning my countermove. She looks genuinely surprised for a second. I remind her that I already know her codename is Bident, proving I know the organization's secrets better than she thought. The two of us face off with a red aura clashing between us. I clarify my intentions. I didn't come here to kill her, but I'm definitely going to stop her. I drop into a combat stance, my aura flaring like fire. I must look incredibly intense as I prepare to fight for my new life. Akatsuki just smirks at my determination, letting out a little chuckle. She clearly doesn't think a high schooler has a chance against an elite lance. She asks mockingly if someone like me can really manage to stop her. She's oozing arrogance as she steps into the center of the rooftop. Suddenly, a bomb goes off right at my feet. Akatsuki wasted no time starting the lethal fireworks. She rushes forward in a blur of purple energy, shouting my name. She's coming in fast and hard, looking to end this before it even begins. I see a sequence of our rapid-fire exchanges. I'm struggling, noting that this body's performance is inferior to Akatsuki's elite specs. I manage to block a high-speed kick, realizing my only advantage is knowing her personal fighting patterns and personality. I remember that in close combat, she always starts with that move. Akatsuki tosses two more explosive cubes at me, shouting, "Here it comes!" She's keeping me on the defensive with constant pressure. A massive explosion rips through the side of the rooftop structure. The sheer force of it is enough to rattle the entire building. I'm forced to shield my eyes from the smoke. I realize those cubes were close-range flashbangs meant to disorient me before the real attack comes. Through the haze, Akatsuki winds up a massive left hook. My inner dialogue identifies the strike a split second before it connects. The blow lands. I'm sent reeling as Akatsuki connects with a powerful strike to my jaw. She's not pulling any punches here. An X-ray shot shows the sheer power of her prosthetic arm as it impacts. The metal structure under her skin makes her hits feel like getting hit by a truck. I'm sent flying backward from the force of the punch. I'm struggling to keep my footing as the elite assassin continues her relentless assault. Akatsuki's eye is wide with a manic focus as she aims her next punch. I can see her fist reflected in my wide-eyed expression. A massive burst of golden light fills the screen as I'm knocked toward the edge of the roof. This is definitely not going well for me. Akatsuki claps her hands in mock applause. She notes that I jumped back to disperse the impact, showing good judgment. She warns that her prosthetic hand would have easily torn my arm off otherwise. Walking toward a bloodied me, she asks if this is all I've got. She still wants to believe she's fighting the real Gungnir, but I'm looking pretty beat up. I stagger to my feet, blood dripping down my face. I'm exhausted, but my gaze hasn't lost any of its sharpness. I have a flashback to my death as 2G, lying in a pool of blood. I think about how I was just a former hitman who wouldn't have been able to enjoy a normal life anyway. I get back into my low stance, blood painting my face. I vow that I'll live, because there has to be some meaning to my survival in this new body. There's an extreme close-up on my eyes, and they are burning with a new fire. I'm doubling down on my will to survive, no matter the cost. I lunge forward again, making a silent vow. I'm determined to protect my new life without reverting to being a killer ever again. I see memories of the original Kaito with his friends and family. This is who I'm fighting for. Both Tuji and Kaito deserve a better ending than this. I throw a desperate, high-energy punch, my body practically glowing red. I'm pushing this teenage body way beyond its natural limits. The two of us clash with a massive impact that sends shockwaves through the air. It's raw power against raw determination in the middle of the rooftop. I'm surrounded by a blue electrical aura as I focus with everything I've got. I must look like a completely different person in this moment of pure concentration. Suddenly, my vision blurs and turns into a dark void. I feel a sharp, throbbing pain in my head, making me stumble at the worst possible time. Akatsuki sees the opening and screams, "What are you spacing out for?" She looks absolutely predatory as she prepares to finish me off. She unleashes a tornado of high-speed kicks, her purple trails filling the screen. I'm barely hanging on, being pelted from every direction. I struggle to block the flurry of energy-infused attacks. I realize I can't deflect them all and tell myself to read deeper into her movements. I begin to break down every detail, the subtle movement of her eyeballs, her breathing rhythm, and the shifting center of gravity in her footwork. I'm analyzing her like a computer. I catch a heavy kick from Akatsuki right on my chest. It's a painful hit, but I've used it to lock her in place for a split second. I'm sent sliding back by the force of her leg, muttering about the distance between us. I need to close the gap if I want to win this. Akatsuki throws another one of her explosive cubes, giving me no room to breathe. She's determined to keep me on the defensive. I drop into a protective huddle as the bomb lands right in front of me. I'm trying to brace for the incoming blast. A massive pillar of fire and smoke erupts between us. It looks like a direct hit that should have ended the fight. I stagger through the smoke, holding my head in pain. I know Akatsuki is coming to finish the job and try to feel for her presence through all the sensory noise. Suddenly, Akatsuki dives through the smoke for a lethal strike. I look up just in time to see her coming for my throat. There's a close-up on my eye as it glows with a bright blue light. I have a flash of clarity, thinking, everything, as all the information clicks into place. The screen is consumed by a blinding white and gold explosion as we finally collide. The sheer force of the impact is unlike anything we've seen so far. Akatsuki is caught in midair, her eyes wide with total shock. She looks completely dumbfounded that her attack was just countered. I stand victoriously over a defeated, unconscious Akatsuki. I'm bloodied and my clothes are torn, but I'm the last one standing on the rooftop. I look down at my former comrade, holding her hand with a solemn expression. I tell her I can feel all of her anger and killing intent directed at me. A beautiful blue flame aura surrounds me as I declare that my will can't be stopped by mere hatred. I must look like a true protector of my new world. The chapter ends with me looking directly at the camera with those glowing blue eyes. I promise to swallow up all her anger and killing intent to end this cycle of blood once and for all. I stand tall over the bloodied Akatsuki as the rooftop smolders around us. I can literally feel her murderous intent radiating off her, but I'm not flinching for a second. I grab her wrist with a grip of iron, looking down with these cold eyes. I tell her straight up that my will is too strong to be stopped by something as simple as her anger. Suddenly, my eyes flare with a terrifying blue lightning. I'm going full supernatural mode here, declaring that I'm going to swallow all of her rage and use it against her. Akatsuki looks absolutely petrified as I loom over her like a literal god of death. She can't even comprehend the power I'm unleashing right now. A massive burst of golden light erupts on the rooftop as I send Akatsuki tumbling backward. The raw energy of the impact is enough to crack the concrete beneath us. I clutch my head, my vision blurring as new powers awaken within me. I realize I can see everything with impossible clarity. It's not just physical sight anymore, it's something much deeper. I see a digital-style HUD inside my mind, showing a holographic image of Akatsuki. I realize that her very will is flowing directly into my brain, giving me a huge tactical advantage. Akatsuki staggers to her feet, looking completely lost. She can feel the entire atmosphere of the fight shifting, and it's scaring the hell out of her. Akatsuki flashes back to our last exchange, wondering how I could possibly have blocked her strike. It was like I had eyes in the back of my head and knew exactly where the blow was coming from. She looks down at the explosive cube in her hand, her expression turning into a twisted, manic grin. She's found the situation interesting enough to finally go all out. The close-up on the bomb shows it glowing ominously. She's done playing student and is ready to turn the school into a giant crater. Akatsuki charges in with a flame fist, her body wreathed in fire. She screams that she'll surpass whatever I'm seeing, no matter what it takes. Her face is a mask of pure insanity as she lunges forward. She's completely obsessed with crushing me and reclaiming the Gungnir legacy for herself. I stand my ground as a red aura flares around my own fist. I'm reading her like a book, waiting for the perfect millisecond to counter. Akatsuki takes to the air, unleashing her meteor explosive flame dance. It's a literal rain of fire and bombs descending on me. A massive pillar of fire and debris erupts on the roof, dwarfing the school building. The sheer scale of this explosion is absolutely insane. I stand right in the middle of the inferno, my blue eye glowing through the smoke. I'm taking the heat head on and don't look bothered at all. A top-down shot reveals a giant, smoldering crater where I was standing. Akatsuki is shocked to see that even a direct hit from her ultimate move didn't take me out. Akatsuki is starting to look a little ragged, blood on her face as she mocks me. She says if I died that easily, there wouldn't have been a point in a spear coming for me. I stare back through the falling embers, my resolve unshakable. I fully accepted my role as Fujiwara Kaito now, protecting the people I care about. John the dog is shown cowering in the dark, his ears perked at the sound of the battle. Even the pup can feel the terrifying energy coming from the roof. The rooftop is a total mess of fire and sparks. Akatsuki and I are locked in a high-stakes standoff, the school roof basically turning into a volcano. I brace myself, realizing that Akatsuki is using the shockwaves of her own bombs to boost the speed of her punches. It's an impossible technique to dodge if you're a normal human. There's an extreme close-up on my eye as blue lightning crackles around it. I've dialed my perception up to 11, declaring that I can see every single one of her movements. I map out the battlefield. Akatsuki is about to throw 4 more bombs, aiming to detonate them exactly 2 meters in front of me. I'm basically playing chess while she's playing checkers. In a flash of pure skill, I kick one of the bombs away before it can explode. I'm using my agility to manually defuse her attack in mid-air. Akatsuki looks completely stunned, her finger hovering over the detonator. She can't believe I'm physically interfering with her explosives. The bombs fly past her as she clicks the trigger, but it's already too late. She's lost control of the pace of the fight. A chain reaction of explosions goes off behind her, but I've already closed the gap. I'm coming through the smoke like a freight train. I lunge in for a massive punch, my aura flaring red. This is the moment I've been waiting for, and Akatsuki has nowhere left to run. There's a close-up on my focused gaze as I identify the next threat coming from my left side. My reaction speed is officially off the charts. Akatsuki throws a desperate punch wreathed in blue energy, but she's swinging at a ghost. I'm already moving to counter. The two of us clash in a brutal close-quarters exchange. Sparks and blood spray everywhere as we trade blows at speeds the human eye can't follow. Akatsuki pulls back, sweating bullets and looking visibly shaken. She admits to herself that this entire situation is strange and that she's losing ground fast. A massive surge of lightning and fire erupts between us. Akatsuki is screaming in frustration, unable to understand why none of her attacks are landing. I stand calmly amidst a whirlwind of flames, looking completely untouchable. Akatsuki can't believe I'm still breathing in that scorching heat, let alone fighting. A vision of my past self appears behind me. The feeling of seeing through everything is identical. The legendary Gungnir has truly returned. The silhouette of Gungnir looms large. I finally admit that it was my former name, a legacy of blood I'm now using to save a life. Akatsuki's face is a bloody mess, but she's still laughing like a lunatic. She screams that if I really am Tuji-san, she'll never forgive me. She's completely lost it, tears and blood streaming down her face. She wants to know why the man she worshipped has now appeared as her greatest enemy. I'm gasping for air, the toll on my untrained body finally starting to show. I'm pushing this kid's heart to its absolute breaking point. I realize I can't win just by running away. My body is already overheating from the explosives, and I know I have to end this in the next exchange. I plant my feet firmly on the cracked rooftop, my resolve turning into a physical pressure. I refuse to retreat another inch. Akatsuki sees me stop, and her eyes widen in surprise. She thinks she's finally cornered me. She stands on the ledge, laughing as she readies a final handful of cubes. She challenges me to dodge them all, thinking I'm finally out of options. Akatsuki unleashes a massive barrage of explosives, turning the roof into a literal minefield. I just take a deep breath and start charging straight through the fire. There's a close-up on my determined blue eyes. I make a silent promise to protect this normal life so that no one else has to be unhappy. I become a blue bolt of lightning, weaving through the explosions with zero hesitation. I'm moving with more speed than should be humanly possible. The rooftop is swallowed by a massive, screen-filling explosion. It looks like game over, but I'm not done yet. I burst through the flames like a demon, my fist ready. I've spotted her through the smoke, and I'm not missing this time. I land a devastating blow right on Akatsuki's chest. The force of the punch is so great, it creates a massive shockwave that clears the smoke. Akatsuki tries a last-ditch punch with her mechanical hand, her eyes glowing with desperation. She thinks she can still take me down with her. She screams my name as she puts everything into a downward strike, aiming to shatter my skull. It's her final, most lethal move. I actually catch her mechanical arm with my bare hand. A massive burst of golden energy explodes from the point of impact as I stop her dead in her tracks. Akatsuki is left staring in absolute shock. Her ultimate weapon was just neutralized like it was nothing. White text on black. I heard you, Akatsuki. This is the cold voice of a master who has officially surpassed his student. A vision of my old self appears, aiming a lethal strike. I'm channeling every bit of my previous experience for this final blow. I let out a furious roar as I prepare to finish it. Lightning crackles all around me as I gather every ounce of my remaining strength. I deliver a final, shattering palm strike that connects with Akatsuki's gut. I vow that I'll be the one to defeat her entire organization. The impact is so powerful it creates a pink shockwave that blasts everything away. Akatsuki is sent flying like a rag doll. She's launched into the air, coughing up blood and looking completely broken. The battle is officially decided. Akatsuki falls from the roof, plummeting toward the ground in slow motion. It's a graceful but tragic end for the number W09 Lance. She drifts through the air, looking peacefully defeated as she accepts her loss. The legendary Gungnir was just too much for her. A flashback shows a younger Akatsuki questioning me about my promise to return alive. She was terrified of me leaving her alone in that dark world. My past self looks back with his red blade, telling her he doesn't want his comrades to die. I was always trying to be a shield for those around me. Back to the present. I'm shown bleeding but alive, looking exhausted. I realize that while my actions might seem selfish, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. I look out at the sunrise, my face a mess of blood and bruises. I know that no matter how big the enemy is, I'm not going to back down. Akatsuki is sitting slumped against the fence, looking completely drained. She's finally stopped fighting and is just staring at her former master. I stand before her, telling her that I've already disabled the bombs and that's enough. I'm choosing mercy over murder, promising I won't kill anyone anymore. Akatsuki looks up, her voice trembling as she asks why I saved her. She can't understand my new philosophy. I warn her that great will is too big to beat alone, but I'm going to try anyway. There's a close-up on my determined face. I'm sweating and wounded, but my voice is steady as I repeat my vow to win. The sun rises over the city, casting a beautiful golden light over everything. I declare that I will win absolutely, because I finally have something worth fighting for. I give a soft, genuine smile, looking like a hero for the first time. I finally found my purpose in this new world. I stand against the morning light, declaring that this is the only justice a former hitman like me is allowed to have. Akatsuki looks at me with wide, teary eyes. She's finally seeing the man she revered in a whole new light. There's a flashback to my back as I tell Akatsuki to come with me. It's an invitation to a different life, one away from the blood and death. The chapter ends with a shot of the broken rooftop. I look at the mess and vow to defeat Great Will and even Odin himself. This war is just getting started. Akatsuki is actually struggling to keep a straight face right now. She lets out a little laugh because she thinks my threat is the funniest thing she's heard all year. She just completely loses it, laughing her head off at the idea. She can't believe this kid me. Thinks he can solo the entire Great Will organization and take down Odin all by himself. But then her mood shifts instantly as she looks at me. "I believe you," she says with a total change in tone because she sees something in my eyes. Standing across from me on the rooftop, she drops the big reveal. She tells me point blank, "You are Toji-san," finally connecting the dots. She gives me a knowing smile, admitting that I'm the only person she knows who could say something that insane with a straight face. She's officially convinced that I'm back. I just stare back, looking pretty roughed up from the fight. I mutter her name, Akatsuki, as the weight of being recognized finally sinks in. We share a moment of mutual shock while standing over the edge. She thought I died on a mission, and honestly, I thought I was a goner too. I flash back to that hospital room where my soul first jumped ship. I remember the moment I realized I'd effectively hijacked Fujiwara Kaito's body. I touched the bandage on my head, coming to terms with my new reality. I figure that if Tuji's soul is anywhere, it's currently trapped right inside this high schooler. Akatsuki is still trying to wrap her head around the medical impossibility. She's gasping, wondering if my actual brain was somehow transplanted into this kid. I get a dangerous look in my eyes as I think about the hit. I know for a fact that the person who signed my death warrant is almost certainly Odin. I see the big boss himself sitting on a literal throne, looking like the god-tier final boss he's rumored to be. Akatsuki's eye goes wide as she realizes the scale of the war I'm planning. She's staring at me in total disbelief at the sheer nerve of this plan. I step up and make my move, telling her I need serious power. I look her in the eyes and ask, "Won't you lend me a hand?" Akatsuki is totally stunned by the request. She's speechless, just staring at me as she processes the invitation to join my suicide mission. A shadow of my past self looms behind me as I speak. It's like the ghost of Tuji is repeating his old command, "Come with me, Akatsuki." She lets out a nervous little laugh, trying to play it cool. She asks me what I'm even saying, acting like the proposal is just a big joke. But the fun is over for her as she turns to leave. She tells me she's withdrawing because now that she knows I'm Tuji-san, she physically can't bring herself to kill me. I watch her walk toward the edge, muttering, "No way," under my breath. I'm losing my first potential ally before the fight even starts. Akatsuki tells me there's no place for her in the organization anymore since she failed the mission on purpose. I'm just left standing there, wondering what my next move is. She starts hopping away across the rooftops, determined to investigate this herself. She refuses to believe that Odin would ever order a hit on me. She looks down at the smoking hole in the school building, telling me I better run. She knows the cops are on their way after all those explosions. I'm left completely alone on the quiet rooftop as the sun starts to come up. My only lead just jumped off a building. I look up at the sky, whispering her name. I've got more questions than answers now and a whole lot of cleaning up to do. Suddenly, the toll of the fight hits me all at once. I stumble and fall, my body finally giving out after pushing it way too far. My eye flies wide open in terror as I see a shadow moving toward me. I'm paralyzed, wondering what is happening as a new player enters the chat. Some voices echo through the air, noting that Biden is nowhere to be seen. It sounds like a recovery team has finally arrived. A dark silhouette stands right over my unconscious body. He says, as planned, and gives the order to retrieve Gungnir. This is getting very bad, very fast. I'm out cold, lying face down on the concrete. I must look completely defenseless while the sun rises over my failure. I dive back into a dream sequence where a voice tells me to wake up. I'm floating in the dark, confused as I hear a voice that sounds exactly like my own. There's a close-up on my eye as I snap back to awareness in this strange mental space. I'm trying to figure out where the hell I am. I'm literally floating in deep space above a purple-tinted earth. I'm completely lost, asking myself, what on earth is happening? Two versions of myself are drifting among the stars. The voices tell me that I am within myself, and my past is within my future. It's some heavy, soul-merging stuff. The original Kaito appears with a peaceful smile, telling me that he is within me. It's like our two souls are finally coming to an agreement. I'm shocked, my eyes wide as I look at the boy whose life I'm living. I'm finally face to face with the original owner. The original Kaito gives me one final mission: protect Yuzuha with that power. He starts to fade away into the light as I desperately reach out. I'm screaming, reaching through the void as the connection starts to break. I'm not ready for this dream to end yet. Back in the real world, I bolt upright in bed with a desperate yell. I'm sweating and gasping for air after that trip to the astral plane. Suddenly, John the Beagle lunges at me with an excited woof. The dog is all over me, licking my hand to welcome me back to the land of the living. I sit there, totally dazed, while John wags his tail like crazy. I realize I'm back in my room and that whole rooftop nightmare is over. Downstairs, my parents are watching the news about the explosion. My dad is shocked, asking my mom if she heard that sound earlier this morning. My mom looks incredibly worried as she checks her phone. She mentions that I came home early looking sick and haven't woken up since. She's thinking about another hospital trip. She looks at the text I sent earlier, claiming I got dizzy on the way to school and needed to sleep it off. I basically faked a sick day to cover my tracks. My dad tries to calm her down, suggesting she's overreacting. He thinks I'm just tired from all the dangerous stuff happening around the neighborhood lately. A shot of my room shows me lying in bed with John resting right on top of my legs. My dad thinks some rest will solve everything, blissfully unaware of the war going on. I stare at the ceiling, my mind still a total fog. I realize I've been out for half a day and my body feels like it's made of lead. I pet John while trying to piece together my memories. I remember getting dizzy on the roof, but I have no idea how I actually got back to my room. I look at my bandages and I'm totally baffled. Someone treated my wounds while I was out, and I know for a fact it wasn't Akatsuki. I think back to Akatsuki and how the fight ended. I'm glad that, at the very least, she finally believed I was the real 2G. I clench my bandaged fist, wondering if I actually managed to impress a member of the 12 God Spears with this weak high schooler's body. I look pretty exhausted as I lie there, sweating. I'm realizing that the power I unleashed was way beyond my current physical limits. I remember that crazy sensation from the fight. It was like I could literally feel Akatsuki's thoughts and emotions flowing right into my own head. A montage of my combat moves flashes through my mind. I know that without that weird sensory boost, I probably would have been killed on that roof. I picture the moment I landed that massive punch. I'm desperate to understand what's actually happening to my body during these fights. Suddenly, my phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. John looks up, alert, while I reach for it with a shaky hand. It's an incoming call from Yuzuha. The timing couldn't be worse since I just woke up from a near-death experience. I answer the phone sounding completely panicked, shouting her name. She's taken aback, asking me why I'm being so intense all of a sudden. Yuzuha is at home, complaining that I haven't read her messages all day. I apologize, saying I'd been asleep until now, which makes her breathe a sigh of relief. She tells me the news. The school rooftop was completely blown away, and classes are canceled for a week. I just played dumb, giving a surprised reaction and acting like it's terrible news. Yuzuha's tone gets serious as she stares at the phone. She asks me point blank if I'm involved in something dangerous again, which is way too close for comfort. I have the ultimate guilty face, staring off into space while sweating. I give a weak reaction, trying to act like the most innocent kid in Japan. Yuzuha goes on a rant, listing all the coincidences. She knows trouble follows me everywhere, and she's starting to realize my sick days are always conveniently timed with explosions. She grills me about whether I was actually hurt in the blast. I think to myself that she's way too sharp for her own good. I turn the tables, reminding her that she's in just as much danger as I am. Yuzuha looks down, admitting that I'm right, but she's still worried about me. I stand by my window, my expression hardening. I tell her not to worry in a voice that sounds way more like Tuji than Kaito. I make a solemn vow right then and there. No matter what happens, I am definitely going to protect Yuzuha from the shadows. Yuzuha is totally flustered on the other end, shouting at me through a massive blush. She tells me she won't be fooled by me acting cool all of a sudden. She starts stuttering and tells me to just forget what she said before hanging up. I'm left blinking at my phone, totally confused by her reaction. My mom pops her head into the room with an, "Okay," but then looks surprised. She's staring into the room like something is missing. The room looks empty from her angle, and she mutters that no one's here. She's clearly confused about where her son could have gone. I'm actually sitting right there on the bed, looking at my bandaged wrist. I give her a quiet, "yeah," letting her know I'm still around. She tells me a package arrived for me and she's leaving it in the hallway. I look surprised, wondering who would be sending me mail at a time like this. I look at the closed door. My internal alarm bell's going off. I'm immediately suspicious of any mysterious packages showing up at my house. She shouts that dinner will be ready soon and to come down if I'm feeling better. Yuzuha's voice bubbles show she's also saying goodbye on the phone. I sit on the floor with the plain cardboard box. I'm already analyzing it, noting that it weighs exactly 285 grams. Classic assassin habits. I carefully slice the tape with a blade, checking for any signs of tampering or traps. I treat every delivery like it's a bomb. I pull back the flaps and my eye flies wide in absolute shock. I'm staring at the contents and thinking, what is this? Inside the box, sitting on a bed of red velvet, is my iconic red and black knife. I'm staring at Gungnir's blade, completely stunned that it showed up here. I see a vision of my past self with the same knife. I'm asking myself how on earth this weapon ended up being delivered to Kaito's house. The knife looks lethal, resting in its box with a small card. The caption confirms the impossible. My old signature weapon was delivered right to my front door. I pick up the gray card, my face twisted in a look of grim determination. I know I have to meet whoever sent this. The card has coordinates on it, 35 degrees 41 minutes north, 139 degrees. It's signed from one who knows the real you. The game just got a whole lot more dangerous. Alright, so 3 hours after I get my old signature weapon delivered, I'm already gearing up for whatever's next. I stare down at the red-wrapped knife in its box, probably wondering who else knows my secret. I track the coordinates to a quiet part of Shinjuku Ward, where the city lights seem a bit more ominous than usual. The foot traffic is weirdly low for such a busy area, making it the perfect spot for a secret meeting, or a trap. Here I am, looking sharp in my hoodie as I check my phone, doubting if the sender is actually waiting for me here. I'm scanning the surrounding buildings, my assassin instincts already on high alert. I've got the knife tucked securely into my waistband, ready for a quick draw if things go south. That red hilt peeking out is a clear sign that I'm not here to play games. Zooming in on the note, I see the exact coordinates, 35 degrees 41 minutes north, 139 degrees. The message is as mysterious as it gets, signed from one who knows the real you. I adjust my collar, a dark flashback of a hospital surgery team flickering through my mind. I'm determined to find the person responsible for transplanting my brain into this frail student's body. I peek around the corner of a massive concrete pillar, making sure no one is watching my movements. Stealth 100, I definitely haven't lost my touch from the old days. I arrive at an old, abandoned-looking, mixed-use building that's definitely seen better days. It's the kind of place that's perfect for a covert op where nobody will hear you scream. I step into the lobby, and man, this place is a total ghost town. I note the lack of people, but you can bet I'm still expecting something to jump out at any second. I stand in the middle of the empty, dusty room, looking like a total pro while I assess my surroundings. The place is littered with papers and junk, adding to that classic abandoned warehouse vibe. I spot something down the long, dimly lit hallway and have a moment of realization. The silence is finally broken as I move deeper into the building. I'm amused that I thought as much. My suspicions about the knife sender confirmed. I stare into the darkness of the elevator shaft, my gaze colder than a winter night. I start descending a set of stairs, realizing the person who called me here is leading me deeper underground. It's a classic bait-and-switch move, and I'm walking right into the jaw of the trap. I peek through a narrow opening in the heavy metal doors, my expression unreadable. I'm moving with extreme caution now, knowing the distance between me and danger is shrinking. The doors open to reveal a massive, blue-tinted underground parking garage. It's a huge, open arena with nowhere to hide, exactly the kind of place you'd expect a high-stakes standoff. I walk out into the center of the garage, my footsteps echoing through the hollow space. I'm looking around, waiting for the person who lured me here to show their face. Suddenly, I sense something and snap my head to the side. I'm not alone in this garage anymore, and the host is about to make their entrance. A massive projectile comes flying in, but I duck just in time. The motion lines show how close that thing came to taking my head off. Talk about a warm welcome. A crossbow bolt slams into the wall right behind me as I glare back at the attacker. I didn't even flinch, proving that even in this student body, my reaction speed is still godly. A pair of boots land softly on the concrete as a voice comments on my quick reflexes. The mystery attacker is finally on the ground, and they don't seem like they're just passing through. Meet the welcoming committee. A muscular guy with a headband named Raul and a red-haired woman in a lab coat named Reika. They're looking down at me like I'm an interesting science experiment. Reika looks at Raul and notes that the brain seems to be functioning well. These two definitely know way more about my reincarnation than they should. I drop into a low combat stance, fists ready to go. I'm not interested in their chatter and want to know if they're the ones who sent the coordinates. Raul draws his crossbow again, telling me that questions are only for those worthy of receiving answers. Basically, he's saying if I want the truth, I'm gonna have to fight for it. Raul shouts for me to show them by defeating them, pointing his weapon directly at my chest. He's not messing around, this is a live fire evaluation of the legendary Gungnir. A bolt flies from the crossbow, and this time it's even faster. It narrowly misses my shoulder as I perform a high-speed dodge that leaves a blur of motion behind. I notice some green glowing eyes in the background as I realize I'm dealing with more than just a typical thug. This whole situation is getting weirder by the second. Reika suddenly lunges in with a high-speed rush, her lab coat fluttering as she attacks. She's moving like a blur, showing that she's just as lethal as her partner. There's a close-up on Reika's focused face as she closes the distance. She's clearly a pro, and she's not giving me a single second to catch my breath. I stay low and weave past her strike, leaving her swinging at thin air. The motion trails show me performing a perfect defensive maneuver under pressure. I square up, identifying Reika's power as that of a mid-level lance. I'm already analyzing her level of threat while keeping my guard high. Reika delivers a brutal roundhouse kick that I barely manage to block with my forearms. I can see the impact lines. She's definitely packing some serious heat in those legs. The coordination between these two is no joke. Reika creates an opening for Raul to move in for a follow-up, forcing me to manage two threats at once. A massive burst of blue energy erupts as I push back against the onslaught. I'm using my spatial awareness to keep track of both attackers in the chaotic exchange. Raul charges in with a heavy punch, his body wreathed in speed lines. I have to react instantly to avoid being leveled by the big guy's raw power. I find myself right in the middle of a pincer attack. Both Raul and Reika are striking simultaneously, turning the garage into a high-octane battleground. I catch a punch from Raul while simultaneously parrying Reika's strike. The impact highlights the absolute intensity of this clash. I hold them both off, a shockwave of energy rippling out from the point of impact. It's a total stalemate for a split second as we test each other's strength. I send them both flying backward with a powerful burst of force. Raul is left gasping as he stumbles to recover his footing. Raul stands hunched over, looking pretty ragged after that exchange. He's realizing that taking down the former number one is going to be a lot harder than he expected. He touches a cut on his face and looks at the blood, his expression turning into one of pure, unadulterated rage. He growls, calling me a bastard, losing his cool completely. Raul throws caution to the wind and charges straight at me with a frantic dash. He's determined to pay me back for the scratch on his face. I have a quick flashback to my fight with Akatsuki, remembering that same sensation of predictive combat. I'm entering that God mode flow state where everything slows down. My blue eyes start glowing with static energy as I declare I can feel and see the opponent's next move before it even happens. I'm literally downloading Raul's move set in real time. My mental projection breaks down Raul's attack, a left-right combination followed by a downward strike. I've already seen the future, and it doesn't look good for Raul. Raul throws a wide left hook, but I just casually duck under it like it's in slow motion. The speed lines make it look like Raul is punching a ghost. Raul looks totally bewildered in this close-up as I tell him there's no need to even dodge. I'm completely inside the big guy's guard now. I reach out a hand toward Raul's face with terrifying precision. I'm moving with a level of confidence that only a master assassin could possess. I slam Raul face first into the concrete with a massive, floor-shattering shockwave. My reaction speed and predictive abilities are just completely broken right now. Raul is left face down in the middle of a crater, totally unconscious. All of his accelerated speed and power didn't mean a thing against my brain. I stand over the defeated assassin, my breathing steady as I recover from the exertion. I'm like a tiny giant in the middle of this massive parking garage. Reika looks on in absolute horror, her face pale as she mutters, "No way." She can't believe their tag team effort was shut down so effortlessly by a high schooler. The silhouette of my old self looms behind me, a visual reminder of the strongest hitman title. Even in this small body, my presence is absolutely overwhelming. Raul is coughing up blood on the floor, calling the display not bad, while struggling to stay conscious. He's still got some fight left in him, even if he's literally broken. There's a close-up on my cold, analytical gaze. I'm not impressed by his tenacity. I'm just waiting for the next move, or the truth. Raul staggers to his feet, blood dripping from his chin as he declares he's going all out. He's pushing past his limits, fueled by pure spite and desperation. He reaches into a pouch on his belt, his hand moving with frantic urgency. It looks like he's about to pull out a trump card that might just level the whole floor. Reika screams at him to stop, calling him out for insubordination. She knows that whatever he's about to do is way beyond their mission parameters. Raul bellows for her to shut up, his face a mask of primal fury. He refuses to end this, being looked down upon by someone like me. A calm, authoritative voice cuts through the tension, telling Raul he should stop. Someone new has arrived, and their presence is enough to make even a hothead like Raul freeze. Everyone snaps their attention toward the back of the garage. A pair of formal shoes steps into the light, signaling the arrival of the real mastermind. I look genuinely shocked, my eyes wide as I realize who just walked in. This man, I think, recognizing a face from my deepest memories. Out of the shadows walks an older man in a white lab coat. It's Kuji Kusuke, the Great Will Organization's former doctor. He greets me with a chill-inducing, "It's been a while." I'm sweating bullets now, shouting the doctor's name in disbelief. I found the one person who can actually explain the science behind my new life. There's a wide shot of the garage showing me and Dr. Kuji standing apart, the two assassins watching from the side. The doctor notes that the brain transplant was apparently a success. Dr. Kuji gives a small, creepy smirk as he adjusts his glasses. He admits he's the one who called me here, but drops a bomb. He's not the one who performed the transplant. I'm left blinking in pure confusion, my jaw practically hitting the floor. I mutter a quiet, "What?" My only solid lead turning into another dead end. I have a flashback to that red-mooned night when everything went wrong. Dr. Kuji offers to tell me exactly what happened on the day I died. A montage shows the dying me and the waking Kaito. It's the missing piece of the puzzle that's haunted me since day one. The chapter closes on the group standing in the dim light of the garage. Dr. Kuji, Raul, and Reika are ready to spill everything they know about the end of Gungnir and the birth of Kaito. Let's get some answers. Kuji starts spilling the beans on exactly what went down the day I died. I get a montage of my final moments bleeding out on the floor, and the first moment I woke up in a hospital gown is Kaito. Dr. Kuji stands with Raul and Reika, looking like a trio of people you definitely don't want to mess with. They're finally ready to reveal everything they've been keeping secret. I must look totally shell-shocked as I process the information. My wide eyes say it all. I'm about to get hit with some heavy truths about my own reincarnation. I demand to know exactly what Kuji and his crew are. Kuji stays calm and collected, telling me they'll go through everything in order. Kuji explains that a formal kill order was issued for me that day. He looks almost clinical as he describes the organization turning on their top asset. I'm clearly seeing red as I remember the man who betrayed me. Those tiny panels of Hayate pulling the trigger are proof that my friend was the one who ended my first life. It turns out Kuji was a double agent within the Great Will Organization. He was the one leaking information to these mystery guys while pretending to be a loyal doctor. We get a gruesome flashback to the surgery where my brain was recovered from my corpse. This is some high-level mad scientist stuff right here. I'm not buying the hero act and ask who Raul and Reika really work for. I want to know what organization is powerful enough to betray Great Will. Behold the logo for Argos, a special strategic agency under the Japanese government. Their entire reason for existing is to completely annihilate the Great Will Organization. Kuji confirms that he, Raul, and Reika are all part of these Argos guys. He admits they were the ones who transplanted my brain into Kaito's body. Raul and Reika look on with smug expressions while Kuji drops the bombshell. They've been playing a very long game with my life. I'm clutching my head as the reality hits me. The government literally stole my brain. I feel like I'm having a total mental breakdown. The team explains that they kept me alive to bring me over to their side. They view my brain as the ultimate weapon against the organization that created me. I'm suffering from an intense headache as I try to process the trauma. The purple aura around me shows that my new body is reaching its limit. The text describes my growing suspicion and anger toward Argos. I realized they were watching me the whole time and knew exactly what was going to happen. I look up, my face shrouded in shadow, looking absolutely terrifying. I'm starting to realize the price that was paid for my second chance. I confront them with the most painful truth. You guys also knew Mirai would be killed. A flashback shows her lying dead, a tragedy Argos could have prevented. My eyes glow a demonic red as I grit my teeth in pure fury. I look like I'm about to kill everyone in the room for letting the woman I loved die. Reika looks absolutely terrified as she feels the killing intent radiating off me. She finally understands that she's standing in the room with a monster. Raul tries to play it cool, explaining that they weren't actually at the scene when the hit happened. He's clearly trying to de-escalate before I snap. I'm reeling from the pain, wondering if this ability to sense the enemy's will is a side effect of the transplant. I'm physically falling apart from the mental strain. Everything goes dark for me as my vision starts to fail. My quiet gasp is the last thing I manage before losing it. And just like that, the stress is too much for my new body and I collapse face first onto the ground. Raul and Reika look on, completely panicking as their asset shuts down. Dr. Kuji looks down at me with a clinical, cold expression. He's more interested in the brain's reaction to understanding the enemy's will than my safety. I'm out cold on the floor, looking like a total mess. I survived an elite lance just to be taken out by my own brain overloading. The scene shifts to the organization's high-rise headquarters. Someone is checking in, asking for any reports from the missing Akatsuki. Yashima and Izumo are looking out over the city, noting that Akatsuki has cut off all communication. It's a bad sign when an elite spear goes ghost. Izumo is lounging on the couch, mentioning that the 12 god spears are allowed independent judgment. She doesn't seem too worried about Akatsuki being a loose cannon. A close-up of a tablet shows news reports about a series of bombing incidents. It looks like Akatsuki's farewell party made some major headlines. Yashima is skeptical that an elite like Akatsuki could actually be defeated. He's staring out at the night sky, his golden eye full of suspicion. Chibi Izumo jokes about whether Yashima is actually capable of making a joke. The mood is weirdly casual for a group of world-class assassins. A silhouette of Gungnir under a blood moon appears. They wonder if the only person who could beat Akatsuki was Gungnir's ghost itself. They discuss how Gungnir's strength definitely surpassed Akatsuki's. However, they're certain he's dead, and his body was disposed of long ago. The conversation turns to Argos, realizing that the government agency somehow detected their secret plan. The mole hunt is officially on. Izumo looks grim, admitting there might be an Argos mole among them. The tension among the elite spears is starting to rise. Yashima is shown from behind, looking incredibly intimidating in his red suit. He's realized that the game has changed. There's a close-up on Yashima's eye as the screen literally cracks. He decides they need to intercept Argos before they can continue their search for Fenrir's seed. Izumo gives a playful salute, acknowledging the new orders. These two are getting ready for a full-scale war. Back in my mindscape, I'm floating in a purple void. I'm confused, noting that I'm back in this strange place again. The original Kaito appears, telling me that this is the place where our two souls are mixed together. It's like an astral lobby for my brain. The two versions of myself stand face to face among the stars. It's a surreal visual representation of the battle for my identity. Kaito asks me if the power I've been using is actually his own. He's floating calmly while I look for answers in the void. Kaito tells me I should be able to realize the true nature of this power. He's acting like a guide for the legendary assassin trapped in his body. The original Kaito gives a peaceful smile, telling me to believe in what I felt. He's finally accepting his role in our new combined existence. My eye slowly opens in the real world. I'm finally coming back from my mental overload. I wake up on a lab bed, realizing that the weird meeting was just a dream, or was it? I must look pretty exhausted from the experience. I clutch my head, complaining about the headache and dizziness. I note that this is exactly what happened after I fought Akatsuki. I think about his personality still being within me. I realize I'm not just Tuji anymore, I'm a blend of two very different people. Kuji is typing away at a computer, noting that it took 1 hour and 50 minutes for me to wake up. He's treating this like a science experiment instead of a rescue. Kuji shows me a scan of my own brain on multiple monitors. He's been studying me while I was unconscious, looking for any glitches in the system. A close-up of the brain scan shows a bright yellow hotspot, so that's where all this madness is coming from. I just stare at Kuji with a deadpan expression. This guy has absolutely zero bedside manner. We're sitting in this dimly lit room, and Kuji is explaining that there are problems with my neural connections. I must look pretty small in that big hospital chair, like some kind of lab rat. He explains that my brain is activated to an unimaginable degree. During combat, it probably flares up even more than the scan shows. I remember that feeling, seeing the enemy's will. So that's where this new power is coming from, this abnormal brain activity. Kuji warns me that this is a dangerous state. An overload like that is severe enough to make me lose consciousness for hours. Not exactly ideal for an assassin. I look down at my hands, realizing that if this continues, I'll eventually burn out, but I'm still waiting for a real answer about Mirai. I'm absolutely livid as I ask again if they let Mirai die just to recruit me. My eyes are glowing red as I draw my knife, looking ready for a second round. Kuji doesn't even look up from his screen as he tells me not to take it out on him. He claims he didn't know about the plan to kill her. He gives a cold, hard choice. Would I have preferred to be erased along with her? He's basically saying Mirai was the cost of my survival. There's a close-up on my furious face. I'm not accepting that logic, and the tension in the room is high enough to snap. Raul and Reika burst in, Raul shouting at me to put that knife away. They're ready to defend their doctor from the asset. Raul explains that Great Will is trying to destroy the world order from its foundation. He's trying to convince me that their cause is the only one that matters. I'm totally done with the lecture, letting out a frustrated sigh. Rich, coming from a former executive of that same crazy organization, I mock. Kuji explains that Argos believes there are two keys to defeating Great Will. One is me, and the other is the treasure called Fenrir's Seed. Kuji looks incredibly serious as he drops the name of the organization's ultimate prize. I'm stunned as I realize the magnitude of what I'm involved in. It feels like I finally understand why I was brought back. I see a montage of Akatsuki and Yuzuha. I realize the treasure is exactly what Akatsuki was targeting when they kidnapped Yuzuha. I stare back with a cold gaze and ask a simple question. So, what do you want me to do? I'm ready to stop talking and start fighting. Raul looks genuinely surprised by my direct attitude. He didn't expect me to be so willing to cooperate. A silhouette of my past self looms over me as I make a lethal promise. I declare that I've already decided to crush the Great Will organization myself. Raul laughs, noting that mutual interests are much more trustworthy than loyalty. He likes that I'm motivated by revenge. Kuji reveals the next move. They want me to participate in an attack on one of Great Will's bases. I just listen, my face unreadable. I have a shock of realization as I hear the target. I realize the place they're attacking is actually my old workplace. Kuji explains the facility is researching the forced evolution of humans. It's one of Great Will's most important and disturbing sites. Welcome to the Avalon Research Institute. Kuji notes that the Fenrir's Seed research team was also based there. It's the cornerstone of their whole project. Kuji adjusts his glasses and asks the big question, what exactly is Fenrir's Seed, and what do they want to do with it? I'm already geared up in my combat hoodie, looking ready for war. I agree that we should find out by investigating Avalon in person. I'm determined to find the true nature of the treasure. I know that if I go there, I'll finally get the answers I've been hunting for. A dark visualization shows spectral hands reaching for a terrified Yuzuha. I know she is still the ultimate target. My thoughts are racing that Yuzuha is being targeted as I realize I have to finish this before they can get to her again. I look up with those sharp, intense eyes and demand the mission details. I want the date, time, and a full overview of the operation. The scene cuts to a massive military helicopter flying through the clouds at night. The operation is officially underway, 3,500 meters above a certain location. Kuji's voice comes over the comms, giving me a final briefing. The plan is simple: steal the research and destroy the facility to deal a major blow to the organization. There's a close-up on my hand as I grip my red-wrapped knife. The doctor tells me he's counting on me to lead the charge. I'm sitting in the back of the transport, head down, completely focused. I must look like a coiled spring ready to snap as we approach the drop zone. I stand by the open door, my eyes glowing with an intense blue light. I'm locked in and ready for the infiltration of the Avalon Research Institute. A countdown appears on the screen, 5 minutes remaining. The stage is set for a massive heist, and Gungnir is finally back in action. Alright, we're starting this off 3,500 meters in the air, high above the clouds. The tactical helicopter is approaching the target, and it's freezing out there. Just another rough commute. Inside the bird, Raul is checking his gear and gives me a smirk. Scared? He asks. I just sit there, looking like I'm about to go buy groceries, completely unfazed. I finally look up, holding my signature red knife. Same to you, I reply. I've got that icy focus that tells him things are about to get very messy for anyone on the ground. There's a close-up on me as I stare into the dark. Here we go at last, I think. The legendary Gungnir is officially going back into the belly of the beast. I get a quick look at the Argos operations room where the briefing happened. The Avalon Research Institute is no joke. 20 floors above ground in multiple high-security underground sections. This place is straight-up nightmare fuel. It was originally a training ground for assassins, but now it's a lab for genetic manipulation. Basically, they're playing God to create enhanced killers. Reika looks at the data with a disturbingly calm smile, calling it interesting. She describes the place as a factory that uses human beings as literal raw materials to build monsters. Dr. Kuji adjusts his glasses, looking like the coldest man alive. He gets straight to the point, telling me that my target is deep inside this house of horrors. The doctor points out the objective, the deepest part of the underground third floor. That's where the most sensitive data is stored, and naturally, That's where the heaviest security will be. Raul and Kuji are finalizing the details. The mission is simple on paper: recover the data and, if the opportunity arises, seize control of the entire Avalon facility. Raul notes that because Avalon's existence is a top-secret shadow facility, the security shouldn't be as massive as a military base. But since nobody knows what's actually inside, the infiltration is a massive gamble. I step up, my back to them as I volunteer for the high-risk job. I'll infiltrate, I say, leaving Raul and the doctor looking a little surprised by my initiative. I turn around with a look of pure determination, telling them I want to be the one to do it. I'm not waiting for permission, I'm taking charge of my own fate. Raul just lets out a chuckle and tells me not to worry. It turns out that having the world's strongest hitman handle the infiltration was the plan all along. Raul gives me a wicked grin, telling me my life will finally serve the cause of world peace. It's a bit rich coming from an assassin group, but I just take it in stride. I don't look too happy about the world peace speech. I remind Raul that he's definitely coming along for the ride and we're doing this together. I check my belt and gear one last time. The order comes through the comms to prepare for descent. It's showtime. Raul is in full commander mode, shouting orders to the squads. Squad 1 is hitting the rooftop while Squad 2 takes the main gate. They're going to be the noisy distraction I need. Raul tells me to stay safe during the stealth portion while they attract all the attention flashily. I just give a short, yeah, ready to ghost through the facility. The two of us stand at the open edge of the helicopter, looking down at the dark forest below. Even through the clouds, the tension is thick enough to cut with my knife. I close my eyes, my assassin instincts tingling like crazy. I can sense it. The Avalon facility is sitting right beneath us, waiting to be cracked open. As we prepare to jump, I stop Raul for one last thing. He looks back, confused by my sudden serious tone. I look Raul dead in the eye and declare, I'm no longer Gongnir. I'm Fujiwara Kaito. I'm officially burying my past life before I drop into hell. A massive title card flashes as the operation officially commences. I dive out of the chopper, falling through the night sky like a fallen angel. Raul is falling right behind me, screaming at me for going way too fast. He yells that it's dangerous, but I'm already a mile ahead of him. I'm a literal human bullet, diving straight through the cloud layer. I'm not using a chute yet, just letting gravity do the work to get me to the target as fast as possible. While free-falling, I'm thinking about the answers hidden inside. I know this facility is where the monsters are made, and I'm determined to find out why Yuzuha is their next target. I get a split view of my determined eyes and the ground approaching. I'm locked in, focusing on the mission and nothing else. The fortress of Avalon finally comes into view through the tree line. It looks like a massive, high-tech tomb, and I'm about to be the uninvited guest. Two black parachutes bloom against the dark sky, slowing our descent just in time. We're gliding silently toward the facility, hoping the perimeter sensors don't pick us up. We land with a heavy impact in the brush near the base. The impact is heavy, but we're professionals. We're already moving the second our feet hit the dirt. Raul is gasping for air, shaking from the adrenaline of the dive. I just tell him to stop being a baby and hurry up and hide the parachute so we don't get spotted. We move through the tall grass toward the south side materials entrance. Everything is going according to Dr. Kuji's intel so far. We sprint toward the building's massive metal shutter. Raul tells me to leave the door busting to him, ready to provide some muscle. Suddenly, my head snaps to the side as I hear a distant sound. My tactical awareness is already warning me that the loud part of the plan has started. A massive fireball erupts on the far side of the facility. The diversion team is definitely not being subtle about their entrance. I look up at the fire in the sky. It's started, I mutter. Reika's voice comes through the comms, confirming that Squad 1 is engaging. We see Reika in the middle of a chaotic gunfight, looking absolutely unhinged as she directs her team. The diversion is working perfectly, drawing every guard in the area toward the noise. Raul checks his tactical pad and gives a thumbs up. This side's open too, he says, as the security locks on our entrance click open. Raul holds the door and tells me to go first, calling me former Gongnir-san. He's clearly trying to show a little respect to the legend. I step into the dimly lit hallway of my old workplace. My expression is grim. I'm home, but I'm here to burn the place down. The facility's alarms start blaring with a loud beep. Suspicious activity has been confirmed at the perimeter, and the red lights are bathing everything in blood color. The PA system is going crazy, ordering all security teams to prioritize the main gate and the rooftop. The diversion squads are doing a hell of a job. Inside a lab, 3 scientists look absolutely petrified. They can't believe an external assault is happening. Nobody in their right mind would dare attack a Great Will facility. Raul and I move through a silent corridor. Raul notes that it's way too quiet, realizing that the distraction worked almost too well. We stop for a second to listen. Raul wonders if all security went to the rooftop and main gate, but my eyes are already glowing. My tactical HUD kicks in, showing 4 thermal signatures coming around the corner. 4 people are approaching, I warn, my voice cold as ice. Raul tries to tell me to wait, but I'm already a blur of motion. I'm done with the stealth and ready for the slaughter. 2 high-tech guards rounded the corner, shouting about intruders. They didn't even have time to raise their rifles before death arrived. One guard peeks around a corner, gasping at what he sees as I literally teleport in front of him. Talk about a jump scare. I jam my knife right into the guard's helmet with a sickening crack. The sparks fly as the legendary assassin goes back to work. It's a total shutdown. I'm moving between the guards like a ghost, taking them out before they can even process. I'm there. I shout for Raul to scatter, while delivering a lethal slice to another guard. I'm a one-man whirlwind of destruction in the hallway. There's a close-up on my glowing blue eye. They're too slow, I think. I'm seeing everything in slow motion compared to these enhanced soldiers. A top-down view shows the 4 guards hitting the deck simultaneously. I'm already looking for the next target, not even breaking a sweat. I deliver a brutal palm strike that sends a guard's mask shattering. The speed lines show the absolute force of the impact. 2 more guards rush in, shouting as they try to flank me. They have no idea what they're walking into. I slash through both of them in a single, fluid motion. The red and pink aura of my attack shows just how lethal my old techniques are. Raul finally joins the fray, launching a massive flying kick that sends a guard tumbling. He's doing his best to keep up with my pace. Raul grabs a guard and slams him into the floor with a bone-shattering yell. He's definitely got the power to match my speed. Raul stops and stares at me in absolute shock. He can't believe I just instantly wiped out 4 enhanced enemies with nothing but a knife. I stand over the bodies, looking like a literal monster to Raul. What a monster, he mutters, finally understanding why this kid was the top of the food chain. We start running down the hall again. I know this place like the back of my hand, pointing out that the stairs are just ahead. Up in the security hub, Izumo is watching us on the monitors with a creepy smile. She seems amused that just 2 people had the balls to infiltrate Avalon. She muses that the knife user is quite good. She looks like a predator who's just found a new favorite toy to break. Izumo's smile gets wider. He looks quite delicious, she says. She's definitely got some weird, lethal interest in me. The scene shifts to a messy dining room where someone is absolutely devouring a pile of meat. A voice growls, "Well then, Izumo-chan," through a mouthful of food. Meet Omega, a wild-looking guy with white hair and sharp teeth. He asks if he kills the intruders. Can he do whatever he wants, just like the other lances? Izumo agrees, reminding him that his divine mandate from Odin is to protect Avalon at all costs. She's basically unleashing a rabid dog on me. Izumo tells him that if he succeeds, he'll finally be recognized as an official Lance of the 12 God Spears. The title seems to be all the motivation he needs. Omega lets out a manic laugh. He's finally got the chance to test his experimental powers on real human targets. We get his title card, Omega, Lance number none, 12 God Spears, gay bulk. This dude looks like he lives for the kill. Raul and I are moving through a high-ceilinged corridor. I stop for a second, sensing something truly dangerous up ahead. Raul is getting impatient, yelling at me to stop spacing out. He warns me that the former Gungnir needs to keep moving before more enemies arrive. I have a mental flash of Dr. Kuji's earlier explanation. I'm remembering that this place is dedicated to the genetic manipulation and creation of enhanced killers. I grip my knife so tight my knuckles are turning white. I realize that for years, this place has been churning out murderers like me. Raul just blinks, giving a confused, "Huh?" as I tell him to just keep going. He doesn't understand the internal war I'm fighting right now. My aura flares up into a blood-red haze. I make a final, lethal vow. I will deny it. This organization that believes the world can only be changed by killing people. The real war starts now. The alarms are screaming at Avalon as the red lights bathe the hallways in chaos. The security hub is going nuts, calling for all units to move from the upper floors to intercept us. 2 intruders immediately. Raul isn't waiting around for a welcome committee, opening fire with his pistol as soon as the first guards show up. His body is wreathed in a golden aura as he prepares to lead the charge. This dude is a total whirlwind of violence, delivering a brutal mid-air kick to one guard's chest while simultaneously gunning down another. He's taking them out with terrifying efficiency. Raul lets out a furious roar, his eyes glowing with intensity. "I'm not going down like some amateur," he's shouting, and honestly, the guards look like they believe him. Raul is moving like a blur, parrying a guard's rifle with his own gun. He's right in the center of a storm of muzzle flashes and impact lines. He delivers a point-blank blast to a guard's chest armor, sending sparks flying everywhere. The guy doesn't even have time to scream before he's neutralized. Another guard tries to rush him from behind, but Raul's tactical awareness is off the charts. He's already pivoting, ready to deal with the next threat. A massive impact shows Raul landing a crushing kick right on a guard's tactical mask. The sheer force of the blow sends the guy's helmet flying and his head snapping back. It's a total shutdown in the hallway. Raul and I have left a trail of broken bodies and smoke behind us as we blast through the internal defense line. Raul looks back at me, shouting, "Sorry to Fujiwara," and asking how many are left. Even in the middle of a war zone, he's still keeping track of the mission objectives. We take a split second to catch our breath, the hallway quiet for just a moment. I look intense, my gaze fixed on the path ahead. Meanwhile, deep in the facility, the experiment known as Omega is stretching like a beast that just woke up from a nap. He's sitting at a table piled with meat, boasting about how amazing his meals are going to be from now on. Omega stands up, telling Izumo he's heading out to play. She gives him a polite, safe travels, sounding like she's sending a kid off to school instead of unleashing a monster. Izumo is watching everything on the wall of monitors with a creepy chuckle. She's enjoying the chaos, clearly viewing us intruders as nothing more than live entertainment. Omega is a total blur as he sprints through the metallic corridors of Avalon. He's calling me Avalon's masterpiece and says he can't wait to kill me. We get a split screen of the two monsters. Omega is looking for freedom through slaughter, while I'm focused and ready to protect my own future. Raul and I are tearing through the deeper sections of the facility. Raul is shouting at me, asking if I even know where we're going, but I'm leading the way with total confidence. A dark flashback hits me. I remember being here when I was much younger as 2G. The image shows a small me standing over a pile of corpses, blood dripping from my knife. Avalon has been a house of horrors for a long time. I remember the training and experiments I was forced to undergo. Even as a child, they were wiring my brain into headsets, trying to forge me into the ultimate killer. Back in the present, we burst through a heavy set of doors with a massive boom. I know exactly where the core of the research is kept. Raul is gasping for air, noting we've finally arrived at the core of human experimentation that Kuji mentioned. The air in here is cold and sterile. We've entered the cultivation room, a vast space filled with rows of glowing green tanks. It looks like something straight out of a sci-fi nightmare. Raul notes that the staff must have fled in a hurry, but they left behind some of their most important research results. There's a close-up on Raul as his eyes go wide with total shock. He's staring into one of the tanks and can't believe what he's seeing. Inside the tank, a human subject is floating in the green fluid. It's the ultimate proof of the organization's crimes, weaponizing humans at a genetic level. I look at the subject with a deadpan expression, noting that the person is already dead. I've seen so much of this that I'm almost numb to the horror. Raul immediately gets to work at a nearby terminal, his fingers flying across the keys. He wants to get out of this sick place as fast as possible. The computer screen shows subject data, unit type S, with a status of disposal processing. The notes mention emotional control failure, proving these people were just discarded like trash. I snap my head toward a different part of the room. I've sensed something even more important in the failed experiments. We sprint down a corridor of server racks. Raul identifies it as the data server room where they collect all the experiment data. The terminal screen glows green as it opens a file, Project Fenrir. This is the jackpot Argos was looking for. Raul is hyped, shouting that, "This is it, Project Fenrir," while his face is lit up by the computer screen. I'm reading the data too, but I look a lot more suspicious. I'm realizing that the reality of the treasure is very different from the rumors. The data shows a compatibility rate of 92.2%. I mutter about a factor, as I realize the seed isn't an object, but a genetic code. Raul has the big aha moment. Fenrir's seed isn't a weapon. It's a genetic factor that could rewrite the foundations of the world. The screen shows more data logs about target factors. We're realizing that the data we're looking at is incomplete or mismatched. There's a close-up on my sharp eyes. I'm putting the pieces together, muttering, "I see," as the truth behind the theft is revealed. Raul realizes that someone switched the real Fenrir factor with a fake. The compatibility rate stopped matching because the real thing was removed. The technical memo shows the recorder was G. Akagi. Yuzuha's father was the technical advisor who oversaw the project. A flashback reveals Chairman Akagi in a lab coat alongside his guards. He wasn't just a businessman, he was a top-tier researcher at Avalon. Raul focuses back on the task, telling me we're taking all the data and retreating as soon as the download is done. I'm deep in thought, picturing 2G, Hayate, Yuzuha, and her father. I realize the organization thinks Yuzuha has the seed her father stole. I must look solemn, thinking that Yuzuha definitely doesn't have anything like that. So the big question remains, where is the seed now? Suddenly, my eye flares with that blue lightning. My danger sense is screaming at me through a purple haze of intent. I double over in pain as Raul shouts about what's wrong. The sheer volume of the incoming intent is enough to make my head spin. It's not just anger or sadness. I sense a more complex and strong emotion directed right at me. I suddenly bolt down the hallway, leaving Raul yelling for me to wait. I'm tearing down a set of metal stairs. Raul is struggling to keep up, asking, "What's down there?" But I just mutter that I don't know. I'm certain now. There's someone below who has no intention of letting us escape. I visualize the emotion. It's a muddy, intense purple aura that I can't even put into words. We arrive at a massive sealed door. Raul is nervous, asking if I'm on some kind of drug because I'm acting so weird. The heavy doors slide open with a loud creak and a puff of steam. We find ourselves in a massive, dark pit. Raul asks the big question, what is this place? The floor is covered in smoke and debris. Someone is walking toward us through the haze, their footsteps echoing. Raul points out that the place smells burnt and there's something piled up underfoot. It's a literal graveyard for failed experiments. A massive announcement welcomes us to Avalon's deepest level, the final disposal site. Raul draws his gun, yelling for the person to show themselves. Izumo appears on the massive screens, introducing herself. She says today she's just a recorder and guide for our final journey. She gives us a sweet, lethal smile, saying she's been entrusted with managing this miniature garden. She praises us for risking our lives to come this far, and says she's prepared something interesting as a reward. Izumo's grin is absolutely demonic. She's ready for the show to begin. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue energy and teeth erupts from the darkness. My eye glows as my instincts scream that this is bad. Raul and I are caught in the blast as the room shakes from an impact. I'm midair, shouting and wondering, what are they? A massive shockwave of energy and dust fills the entire disposal site. Raul is looking up from the floor, asking if they created a dinosaur or something. Through the clearing smoke, I see two figures still alive. I'm bleeding from the mouth, my face twisted in a look of total shock. And there he is. Omega stands amidst the wreckage, a manic grin on his face. He's impressed that we both survived a direct hit. Omega stands tall, his body covered in stitches and scars. He tells us we really aren't like ordinary soldiers. I draw my knife, demanding to know who he is, and if he's the one who called me here. Omega just gives a confused look, like he's bored of the questions already. He explains that until recently, he was just experimental subject Omega, but everything changed once he became a god spear. Omega is obsessed, saying the organization has been feeding him incredibly good food since he was promoted. He looks absolutely unhinged, his eyes wide as he announces his new title, Gay Bolgs Omega. He's ready to kill. Omega lunges forward with a terrifying shout for us to play. I get into a defensive stance, my eyes glowing red for the final showdown. I'm trying to wrap my head around the threat standing in front of me. I recognize the name Gay Bolg and realize I'm staring at one of the 12 god spears, the absolute peak of the organization's power. Omega stands there like a literal brick wall of muscle, his half-white, half-blue hair making him look like a complete freak. He's covered in stitches and scars, looking less like a human and more like a science project gone wrong. Up on the monitors, Izumo is still watching the whole thing go down. I note that the man speaking through the speakers is definitely one of the legendary god spears I knew back in my past life as 2G. Omega points a finger at himself, explaining that he's the newest member of the Elite 12. He's got this creepy, wide smile that tells you he's been waiting a long time for a real fight. The ghost of my past self appears behind me as I realize the magnitude of the situation. Omega isn't just a random assassin, he's basically being set up as my successor, the new legendary spear. Omega leans in with a wicked grin, his eyes glowing. He calls out my earlier expression, mocking me by asking if I actually know the former Gungnir. There's a close-up on my eyes, and man, I must look serious. I'm not letting his taunts get under my skin, but you can bet I'm calculating every possible move for what's about to happen. Omega starts laughing like a total maniac, his chibi-fied face appearing in a bubble. He's hyped because this is his very first time actually talking to someone from the outside world. He starts bouncing off the walls, literally, as he talks about how interesting humans are. He mocks the way they laugh, cry, and get angry over the smallest things. Omega looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel from excitement. He's sick of being stuck in a lab and says he wants to get out there and start playing around by killing the billions of humans in the outside world. Raul is standing his ground, aiming his pistol right at Omega's head. He's sweating bullets, thinking that while the guy is a monster, he's currently leaving himself wide open for a clean shot. We see the back of Omega's head as he continues his twisted monologue. He's completely unbothered by the gun pointed at him, telling Raul that he's more than welcome to try and shoot. Raul is hesitating, his finger on the trigger as he stares at the back of the monster. He realizes that a normal bullet probably isn't going to be enough to put this guy down for good. Omega turns his head slightly, showing off those jagged teeth. He tells us that we should both make sure to enjoy ourselves since he was finally born for this exact moment. Suddenly, Omega makes his move, leaping away as the ground beneath him shatters. The speed is so intense it kicks up a massive cloud of dust and debris, catching us off guard. Raul is coughing and waving the smoke away, blinded by the sudden ash. He's completely lost sight of the target, which is the last thing you want to do in a room with a god spear. My eyes glow blue as my instincts scream at me. I shout for Raul to get back, realizing that the attack isn't coming from where we expect. Raul looks up in total confusion, gasping as he sees a shadow loom over him through the thick smoke. Omega doesn't miss the chance, delivering a brutal, bone-shattering punch right to Raul's jaw. I can see the blood spray as Raul's head gets snapped to the side by the sheer force of the impact. Raul is sent flying backward like a rag doll, coughing up blood as he hits the floor hard. Omega's raw power is clearly on a completely different level than anything we faced so far. I lunge forward with my knife, my left eye glowing a terrifying red. I'm not letting Omega follow up on Raul, intercepting the monster mid-strike. The two of us clash in a flurry of red motion lines. I'm pushing myself to the limit to match Omega's speed, our weapons creating sparks in the dark room. Omega lands on his bandaged hands, looking more like a beast than a person. He's using his entire body as a weapon, pivoting for his next high-speed assault. Omega skids across the floor, his eyes wild with excitement. I'm right there with him, my knife ready as we prepare for the next exchange of blows. Omega pulls off a crazy handstand, laughing and shouting that this looks like fun. He's treating this life-or-death battle like a trip to an amusement park. Raul isn't out of the fight yet. He charges back in with a baton, letting out a furious shout. Omega just looks over his shoulder, sounding almost impressed by his toughness. The scene pulls back to show the scale of the fight. Smoke is everywhere as we realize something is weird about our opponent. I charge forward, my gaze icy. I'm demanding to know why Omega isn't coming at us with a more serious intent to kill. A montage of my past kills flashes across the screen. I've seen more blood than anyone in that room, and I can tell when someone is holding back their true malice. Omega gives me a wide, toothy grin and drops a heavy truth bomb. He tells me that I'm the one who has killed way more humans than he has. I freeze, my eyes wide in absolute shock. That comment hit way too close to home, reminding me of the body count I accumulated in my previous life. Omega doesn't let up, leaping through the air with a manic laugh. He's a total blur of blue hair and white bandages as he comes in for another strike. I get hit. I let out a groan as blood sprays from a fresh cut on my shoulder. Omega's speed is starting to overwhelm my current body. The two of us are trading blows at high speed, our movements becoming a chaotic blur of black and white. Omega is laughing the whole time, clearly having the time of his life. Omega gets a bit too overconfident, literally biting down on Raul's metal baton. The sound echoes as he tries to crush the weapon with his bare teeth. Raul has a trick up his sleeve. He triggers an electric discharge through the baton, sending a massive shock of yellow lightning straight into Omega's mouth. Raul is screaming for the monster to die as he pours every bit of voltage he has into the attack. He's hoping this will be the finishing move that finally stops the beast. But Omega is unfazed. He literally stands on top of Raul's head while being electrocuted, looking down with a bored expression. Talk about a power move. Omega delivers a crushing downward kick that sends Raul plummeting into the ground. The impact is so hard it looks like Raul is being launched into a pit. Raul hits the concrete with a massive thud. He's left lying there in a daze, his best weapon proving to be useless against this freak of nature. Omega just brushes off the electricity, mocking Raul for the effort. He says that getting hit with that kind of voltage was a daily part of his training back in the lab. I jump in for a rescue, my knife trailing a red arc of energy. I manage to land a clean slice across Omega's chest, but the monster doesn't even flinch. Omega just gives a playful whoops as he hops backward to dodge the follow-up. He's treating my techniques like a game of tag. Omega stops and takes a deep sniff of the air. He looks at me and says that, as he thought, I smell really good, which is peak creepy villain behavior. Omega's aura turns a dark, toxic purple. He says he likes my scent of killing but finds it thrillingly mismatched with my kindness in trying to protect weak humans. I tell him to shut up, but internally I'm sweating. I realize Omega's toughness and raw power are definitely on the level of a god spear. My tactical vision is being flooded with poison. Omega's thoughts are a muddled mess of killing intent and destructive impulses that are actually painful for me to read. Omega mocks me, telling me that no matter how strong I am, attacks without an actual intent to kill aren't going to stop him. I look back with a cold, determined gaze. I'm done listening to the monster's philosophy, and I'm ready to end this my own way. Omega points to his own chest, goading me. He tells me that if I want to win, that knife has to pierce right here in the heart. Omega lunges forward with a punch so fast it creates a blue energy trail. He's screaming, "Right, human?" as he closes the gap in an instant. I'm forced onto the defensive, crouching low to avoid a massive swing from Omega. I think to myself that this guy's raw strength is just insane. My sharp eyes analyze the pattern. I realize Omega's movements are monotonous, relying purely on brute force rather than skill. I pull off a perfect parry, sending Omega's punch crashing into the ground behind me. The floor absolutely shatters from the impact, creating a giant crater. I don't waste the opening, landing a brutal kick right into Omega's ribs. The impact lines show just how much power I put into that counterattack. The text points out that these are just unrefined brute force movements. Omega is basically fighting like a wild beast instead of a trained martial artist. I unleash a montage of slashes. I'm moving like a blur, cutting through Omega's guard from every possible angle. I'm determined to prove that skill beats raw power. I skid to a halt, my knife still out. I've landed a flurry of hits, but I'm not letting my guard down for even a second. Omega is finally coughing up blood, a massive gasp escaping his lips. It looks like my precision strikes finally did some real damage. I stand over him, noting that his bones and muscles are abnormally hard. I think I've landed enough hits to finally incapacitate the monster. Omega slowly stands back up, blood dripping from his chin. He looks at me and asks how I deflected his attack, with a look of genuine curiosity. There's a close-up on my eye. I'm shocked to see that Omega is already recovering from those lethal-looking wounds. A dark, red aura surrounds the scene. I'm getting an eerie feeling that something is about to go horribly wrong. Omega just laughs, green lightning surging through his body. He reminds me that he already told me to stab him in the heart if I wanted to win. It's a literal nightmare. Omega's body is regenerating in real time, the cuts on his chest stitching themselves back together with green energy. Izumo is watching the feed and chuckles. She notes that the enemy seems surprised as well, enjoying the psychological toll Omega is taking on me. She explains that Subject Omega is the culmination of Avalon's superhuman research, a living specimen with both super regeneration and a warped personality. Izumo smirks, asking aloud if Argos really has the means to defeat such a perfect killing machine. She clearly thinks the fight is already over. I get back into my combat stance, my face grim. I'm not giving up, but you can tell the regenerative power is making me rethink my entire strategy. Raoul is trying to crawl away in the background, muttering a curse. He's realizing just how outmatched we are by this monster. Raoul is trembling, his head down as he watches Omega's wounds vanish. He admits to himself that shocks don't work and the guy is just a complete monster. A voice over the comms, Reika, is screaming at Raoul to stop. She's calling his next move insubordination, but Raoul looks like he's already made up his mind. Raoul gives a bloodied, desperate smile. He mutters, "This time for sure," as he prepares to use his final trump card. He reaches for a pouch on his belt, his hand shaking from the adrenaline and pain. He's about to break the rules to save his partner. He pulls out a high-tech syringe filled with an orange liquid labeled NTF6X. This looks like some serious, high-risk performance enhancer. Raoul stabs himself in the neck with the syringe. His entire body turns a glowing red and starts emitting steam. I'm left staring in shock, shouting his name. The text reveals the truth. This is Neural Tissue Fusion Type, Muscle Enhancement Drug, NTF6X. Raoul is literally burning his own life to fight this monster. Raoul goes into full overdrive mode, his muscles bulging and his hair standing on end. He's ready to show Omega the true power of us Argos. Things are about to get wild. Raoul is literally glowing as he enters overdrive mode, and even I can barely believe the power I'm sensing. Down below, Omega is just standing there with a confused look, like he didn't just witness a mid-fight transformation. Omega starts getting all hyped up, noticing Raoul actually got bigger and changed color. He looks like a kid in a candy store asking, "What is that?" instead of a serial killer in a deathmatch. Raoul doesn't give him time to fanboy, landing a massive red-hot punch right into Omega's jaw. Even while getting his face caved in, Omega is thinking, "I want to try it too." This dude is absolutely cracked. Raoul isn't letting up, bringing both fists down in a massive hammer strike that lights up the entire room. The impact is so heavy, it looks like a bomb went off right on top of Omega. The shockwave clears and we see Omega pinned deep into the floor, struggling under Raoul's overwhelming pressure. Raoul is looming over him, looking like a literal god of war. Raoul is relentlessly pinning the monster down, his muscles bulging with every second of this power-up. He's already winding up for the next blow, determined to finish this. Raoul grabs Omega by the collar and starts shouting in his face while Omega just gags on his own blood. The monster is actually confused, wondering, what is this thing, as he feels Raoul's new strength. It's a literal beatdown as Raoul unleashes a machine gun barrage of punches. He's screaming that this is for revenge, pouring every bit of his hatred into Omega's chest. So, the breakdown on the overdrive drug, it's a suicide pill that sacrifices the user's life for 10 minutes of absolute power. Raoul is literally burning his soul to win this fight. Raul has a flashback to his fallen squad, their faces flashing before his eyes as he grits his teeth. He's begging them to lend him their strength so he can finally put this monster in the ground. Izumo is watching the whole thing on a monitor, looking way too calm. She mutters a quiet, finally figuring out how Raul managed to boost his stats so high. A technical readout shows how the drug works. It physically fuses muscle fibers with nerve fibers. It turns the human body into a high-speed machine that doesn't feel limits or pain. The drug makes brain commands reflect in the body instantly, removing any lag time in movement. It's the ultimate glass cannon build, perfect for someone with nothing to lose. Izumo chuckles, noting that even the righteous, Argos agency is basically using the same dark methods as the organization. In the underworld, nobody has clean hands. She gives a wicked smile, wondering just how far this Argos superhuman can go. She's curious if he's strong enough to actually challenge their god, Odin. Raul lets out a final roar, his body radiating heat and sparks. He's fully committed to the suicide mission, looking ready to take on the world. Raul connects with a massive punch, shouting, "All right!" as the impact creates a giant burst of light. I'm watching from the back, spotting the perfect opening to join the assault. Raul screams at me to move as he prepares another heavy strike. He's taking point, making sure I don't get caught in the crossfire of his explosive power. The two of us are a blur of motion as we double-team the monster. Raul is providing the raw power while I weave through the chaos looking for a vital spot to hit. Omega manages to tumble back and land on his feet with a playful, whoops. He's still treating this like a playground game, which is honestly terrifying. Omega's face is a bloody mess, his jaw hanging open, but he's actually praising Raul. He calls him amazing, noting that his power is completely on a different level than before. Omega starts emitting a weird green mist, his eyes glowing with a creepy yellow light. He tells us he's finally starting to understand how our power works. Raul just smirks and calls him a monster, telling him to keep talking. He vows that no matter how much Omega regenerates, he's just going to keep wearing him down until there's nothing left. I'm observing quietly, noting that while the guy regenerates, he's definitely not immortal. I'm looking for the limit of that healing factor. I remember the instruction to pierce the heart and realize we need to be relentless. If we stop for even a second, all the damage we did will just vanish. Raul charges back in with a furious roar. He's going full throttle, not letting the monster breathe for even a millisecond. Omega has this sinister, toothy grin as he watches Raul approach. He looks like he's finally figured out the trick to beating us. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning strikes my mind. My tactical sense is going off like a fire alarm, warning me that the situation just shifted. My eyes go wide in terror as I scream that this is bad. I've seen something in the near future that has me completely panicked. I warn Raul to keep his distance for once, sensing that Omega is about to do something crazy. The momentum of the fight is turning. Omega effortlessly ducks under Raul's massive punch. The confused expression over Raul's head says it all. The monster just moved with more precision than he ever has before. Omega is laughing like a maniac, shouting that he knew it. He's realized that it's much more effective to dodge our attacks than to just tank them and regenerate. In a terrifying montage, we see Omega perfectly dodging every single one of Raul's strikes. He's not just surviving anymore, he's learning our patterns in real time. Omega counters with a high-speed kick that catches Raul off guard. Raul can only gasp in surprise as he realizes the monster is now moving as fast as he is. Raul gets kicked square in the chin, sending blood spraying from his mouth. He's in total shock, wondering how the hell the guy's movement suddenly became so refined. Omega shouts, "Bingo!" as he spins through the air like a tornado. He's wreathed in blue energy, looking like a total nightmare. He lands a devastating double strike on both Raul and me at once. The impact lines are everywhere. This guy is officially a God Spear level threat. Raul and I are sent flying across the room, skidding across the floor as Omega watches from a distance. The tables have been completely turned. Raul is coughing up blood, asking if that bastard was holding back the whole time. I just mutter, "No," realizing the truth is much worse. I point out that Omega is physically absorbing our combat techniques and learning from our fight. He's a living AI that evolves every time he takes a hit. Raul is sweating, unable to believe that anyone could adapt at such a terrifying speed. He's realizing we aren't just fighting a monster, but a genius killer. Omega's voice echoes through the smoke, laughing about how fun human martial arts and weapons are. He's treating our life's work like a new toy he just discovered. He stands over a puddle of blood, mocking us for crying out about justice. He finds it hilarious that humans spend so much time researching ways to kill each other. I see a montage of the experiments, the research into how to break and kill humans. Omega is the result of that darkness, and he's throwing it right back in our faces. Raul looks over at me, and I've gone completely silent. He notes that the monster even has a smart mouth to go with his insane power. I grip my signature knife, the blade gleaming in the dark. I'm focusing on the goal, ending the Great Will organization with my own 2 hands. I tell Raul that we're doing this so there are no more unnecessary deaths. I finally found a cause worth fighting for, beyond just survival. Raul looks at me and gives a quiet, "I see." He's starting to understand the weight I'm carrying and the tragedy of my past life. A vision of my old self appears as I think about the important people taken by the organization. The grief is what fuels my killer instinct now. I tell Raul to listen closely to my plan. I've recognized that the monster is growing stronger every second and we need to end it now. Raul is wide-eyed as I explain the danger. If we don't finish this quickly, Omega will completely adapt to our movements and become untouchable. Omega is wreathed in blue flames, looking like the final boss of a nightmare. I warn that he's taking our attacks and observing them to evolve. My left eye glows with a terrifying intensity. I realize my ability to read intentions is the only thing that can save us, but it has a massive cost. I know the backlash will leave me unable to move for hours if I use it too much. I'm gambling everything on this one final move. Raul admits his overdrive drug only has a few minutes left too. We're both on a timer and we're losing ground fast. He asks what we should do. I give the command. I'm going to read both Raul and Omega's intentions simultaneously. I tell Raul to move exactly according to my instructions, no questions asked. Raul is stunned by the sheer confidence in my voice. He's never seen a kid look so much like a legendary commander. I give him a reassuring look, saying, "With your fighting sense, you can do it." Raul just laughs, calling it an honor to be praised by the former Gungnir. Raul stands tall, placing his hand on my shoulder. He's ready to follow the legend into hell, saying, "This time, I'll bet on you." I grip my knife and give a simple, "Yeah." I'm putting all my faith in Raul's ability to execute the play perfectly. Omega just laughs from the shadows, mocking our pretty words. He thinks our bond is a joke and dares me to swing that knife around while I still can. Blood sprays everywhere as Omega shouts for us to be more honest. He's lost in his own bloodlust, enjoying the thrill of the kill. Omega goes full psycho mode, screaming, "You really want to go wild, don't you?" He's become a literal beast wreathed in red and purple energy. My eye flies wide in absolute horror. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The monster just physically cut off his own right arm. Omega uses his own severed arm as a club, swinging it wreathed in a massive explosion of green energy. The force of the strike is enough to level the entire area. Raul is blinded by the sudden burst of ash and smoke, cursing as he loses sight of the target again. Omega is using the chaos to hide his next move. I get hit by a shockwave and let out a groan as I skid back. I realize Omega is still learning and getting stronger even while maiming himself. Omega laughs through the blood mist, wondering how I can still react when I can't see anything. He declares that one good hit should kill you, and prepares the final blow. Raul is wreathed in energy, preparing to intercept. He's shouting my name, ready to charge in and draw the fire. I shout, "Not yet! Wait for the signal!" I'm watching the flow of the battle like a hawk, waiting for that 1 millisecond opening. Omega is a tornado of blue and green slashes, tearing up the ground around me. I'm barely dodging, the wind from the strikes cutting my clothes. I stumble for a second, looking like I'd finally reached my physical limit. Omega sees the opening and lunges forward for the kill. Omega throws a massive screen-filling punch with a roar, shouting, "Free!" He thinks he's finally won, putting everything into this one strike. That's the signal. I scream, "Now! Swing through!" with my eyes glowing a bright, electric blue. Raul and I move in perfect unison, a blur of red and black. Raul is using my instructions to find the blind spot in Omega's massive swing. Raul lands a crushing punch right into Omega's face. The monster gasps a confused sound as his head gets rocked back by the counterattack. Raul follows up with a massive, golden-charged uppercut. He's channeling all of his remaining overdrive power into this one hit, and it's a total beauty. Omega is sent flying backward, coughing up a huge spray of blood. He's stuttering as his body finally starts to fail him. Raul and I stand side by side as the dust settles, walking toward the downed monster. Raul asks how that was, and I just give a satisfied response that the movement was good. We loom over the broken god spear, looking like the ultimate duo. Raul says that like this, while I add that, we'll wear him down faster than he can recover. The tide has officially turned. Omega is looking absolutely ragged, slumped on the ground and gasping for air while I tell Raul it's time to synchronize our movements. We're finally catching our breath after that intense exchange. Raul and I are standing tall together, wreathed in that glowing overdrive energy. We're both locked in, and I'm vowing to wear the monster down faster than he can possibly recover. Omega lets out a creepy little chuckle, holding his own bloody, severed arm that's somehow attached back to his body. Raul and I are keeping our distance, realizing that this freak is actually enjoying the pain. There's a close-up on Omega's hand as it grips his chest. He admits that using his arm as a blade was a solid play, but points out that it leaves too many openings for a duo as coordinated as us. The text, "Well then," appears over a backdrop of blood splatters. I just know something even crazier is about to happen in this basement. Omega stands back up, his body radiating a toxic purple aura. He's gripping his arm blade and asking if this is how a human is supposed to hold a knife. This guy is officially off the deep end. Raul is panting, calling Omega a monster through and through. He can't believe the guy just ripped off his own limb and used it as a weapon like it was nothing. My eyes are glowing blue as I give the order. I tell Raul to circle around from the right while I take the left flank for a pincer maneuver. There's a close-up on Raul's determined red eyes. He gives a simple, "yeah," fully trusting my tactical lead despite the madness of the situation. Omega screams that he'll crush us and lunges forward with a massive burst of speed. He's a total blur of blue hair and white bandages as he picks his target. Omega is stunned as we split into two directions simultaneously. He quickly decides to prioritize the big guy first, meaning Raul is about to take the brunt of the next hit. Omega swings that massive blood-slicked arm blade at Raul with a roar. The arc of the strike is huge, intended to cleave through anything in its path. I scream for him to sway as I use my precognition to guide Raul through the dodge. I'm moving with incredible speed, keeping pace with the god spear's momentum. The blade swipes through thin air as Raul pulls off a perfect sway dodge. The motion lines show just how hair-thin the escape was. Omega is left wide open as his strike misses. Raul and I have successfully baited him into an overextended position. I see the perfect opening and bellow for him to use his knee. I'm calling the play before Omega can even realize he's in trouble. Raul delivers a thunderous knee strike right into Omega's jaw. The impact says it all. That's definitely going to leave a mark. Omega is sent reeling, a massive geyser of blood erupting from his mouth. For the first time, he looks genuinely rattled by our teamwork. Raul and I are a blur of red and blue energy, tag-teaming the monster with a flurry of synchronized hits. We're moving so fast we look like ghosts in the disposal site. Omega is laughing like a maniac despite the beatdown, shouting that it's amazing. He's getting off on the fact that we can actually keep up with him. The laughter stops as Omega vomits up a massive pool of blood. His physical body is finally starting to give out under the constant pressure. There's a close-up on Omega's eye as he realizes something is very wrong. He whispers a confused sound as he feels his strength suddenly drain away. Omega looks at his trembling hands, realizing his legendary regeneration is failing to keep up with the damage. The green aura is flickering, and he's starting to panic. The beast tries to back away, pathetically shouting for us to wait and hold on, as Raul and I close in for the finish. He's not so tough now that his cheat code healing is gone. Omega gives a final, desperate grin through the blood. Even in this state, he's still looking for one last way to take us down with him. I'm staring him down, my blue eye glowing with intense focus. I'm not falling for any more tricks. I suddenly sense a lethal shift in the air and scream for Raul to duck. My instincts are warning me about a massive area of effect attack. Omega sweeps his blade in a huge red arc, but I'm already airborne, dodging the horizontal slash by inches. A massive impact hits as the floor explodes behind Raul. Omega is putting every last ounce of his remaining energy into these final, desperate swings. Raul is grounded, but I'm mid-air, shouting for him to push forward as we maintain our relentless assault through the smoke. The duo lands a dual strike right through the center of Omega. The combined force of our power is enough to crack the concrete ceiling above. Back in the security room, Izumo is watching the monitor, completely impressed. She calls the display magnificent, praising our ability to coordinate so perfectly on the fly. The CCTV footage shows our chaotic battle. Izumo notes that we've even started incorporating Omega's own movements into our counter strategy. There's a close-up on Izumo's face as her expression turns cold. "No, that's not it," she says, noticing a detail that others missed. She points out that my knife handling is somewhat beyond human capability. She's finally seeing the ghost of Gungnir in my movements. A grainy monitor shot zooms in on my iconic red blade. The realization is setting in for the organization's elite. Izumo smirks to herself, muttering, "So that's what it was." She's finally connected the dots about who she's really watching on that screen. She notes that it's simply too difficult for someone like Omega, who has zero real combat experience, to beat a legend like me. The screen shows Omega coughing up more blood, looking completely finished. Izumo decides it's time to call it, reaching for the controls. Raul and I prepare for our final charge, wreathed in a massive aura of red and blue light. We're ending this right now. A massive X-shaped impact explodes across Omega's chest. The screen is blinded by a surge of golden energy as the finishing blow lands. The force of the hit is so strong it launches Omega straight into the ceiling with a massive impact. He's left dangling in the air before falling back into the dust. Omega hits the floor, barely clinging to life. He's a total mess of blood and broken bones, his body finally unable to knit itself back together. Raul is leaning against a wall, panting. I observe the fallen monster, noting that his regeneration speed has dropped drastically. It's over. Suddenly, a green flare erupts from Omega as he begins to glow with an unearthly light. I have a sharp reaction, realizing the monster is entering a final state. Omega's face transforms into a demonic mask, his eyes wide and yellow. He says it's nice that he can finally see my true killing intent. There's an extreme close-up on my eye. I'm seeing the full darkness of the organization's soul through Omega's broken mind. Omega is back on his knees, panting. He looks at me and asks, "What are you talking about?" sounding like a confused child for a split second. A flashback shows a young Omega in a green stasis tank. He remembers being told he was created solely for the purpose of slaughter. He literally doesn't know any other way to exist. The monitor data shows Omega was considered a failure with a compatibility rate of only 61.4%. He was slated for disposal because his personality was too unstable. Omega admits that if he can't kill humans, his entire existence is meaningless. He's a weapon that was never supposed to have a soul. The monster looks up at me and says, "Fine, kill me, Fujiwara Kaito." He's ready to accept his fate at the hands of a superior warrior. There's a close-up on my hand as I tighten my grip on my knife. Omega calls me a better performing killing machine, mocking my attempt at humanity. Raul is absolutely livid, screaming that murderers like Omega are harmful just by existing. He's ready to finish the job that Avalon started. Suddenly, I place my hand on Raul's arm, stopping his strike. I say firmly that I won't kill this guy. Omega's jaw drops in absolute bewilderment. He can't wrap his head around why someone would show mercy to a monster like him. Raul is losing his mind, screaming if I'm sympathizing with him. He warns me that if we let this guy live, more innocent people will die. I calmly sheath my knife and look down at Omega. I say that this guy is just a weapon, refusing to play the organization's game. I get a montage of my own time as a test subject. I realize that Omega was created by the organization's ego, just like I was, a living object designed only to kill. A shot of my past self standing over a moonlit pile of bodies hits the screen. I declare that you can't protect anything just by killing, finally rejecting my past self's philosophy. I'm haunted by the memory of killing Yuzuha's father. That one act is a weight I'll carry forever, and I'm determined not to add to the pile. I think that everything gets destroyed, looking incredibly pained. I realize that the cycle of blood only leads to more ruin. Omega is staring at me with wide, teary eyes, unable to speak. He's being confronted with a path he never knew existed. Up in the hub, Izumo is shown from the back, laughing. She calls me naive for thinking I can walk away from my true nature. The scientists call out to Izumo as they see the fight is over. They're worried about their primary specimen. They suggest sending reinforcements to retrieve Omega for repair measures, but Izumo has a much darker plan in mind. A blue-gloved hand reaches for a giant red button. A voice says, "As planned, initiating the final protocol." Izumo is grinning ear to ear as she clicks the button. She announces they are officially disposing of Avalon Test Site CC. My blue lightning sparks again as I have a sudden, terrifying realization. My danger sense is off the charts. I turn to Raul, sweat dripping down my face. I say urgently for him to retreat. The horrifying truth hits. They're planning to blow this place up. They aren't just letting us go, they're burying everything. Explosions start ripping through the building's infrastructure. Red lights and fire are consuming the corridors as the self-destruct begins. The entire underground facility is collapsing. The text explains that Great Will is erasing all evidence of their crimes, including us intruders. Raul is yelling at me to hurry up while the ceiling literally crumbles around us. We're running for our lives as massive slabs of concrete fall. The two of us are sprinting toward the exit while the disposal site turns into a tomb. Raul is screaming for us to make it in time. I stop for a split second to look back at Omega, who is still just sitting there in the middle of the falling rocks. Omega looks up with a peaceful, eerie expression as a massive boulder falls directly toward his head. He's finally being disposed of. A massive impact clears the screen. The spot where Omega was sitting is now just a pile of rubble. The God Spear is gone. A wide shot from above ground shows the entire Avalon building shaking and tilting. Smoke is starting to pour from the cracks as the internal explosions reach the surface. Reika and her squad are outside, staring in horror. She thinks it's an earthquake at first, but the red glow from the windows tells a different story. The analyst screams that there is an abnormal heat source coming from underground. They've realized too late that the whole place is a bomb. Reika screams Raul's name, her face a mask of pure panic. She knows that if we're still inside, there's zero chance of survival. The chapter ends with a massive, screen-filling explosion that levels the Avalon facility. A giant pillar of fire reaches into the night sky, ending the mission in total devastation. Talk about a cliffhanger. As the Avalon facility crumbles into dust, Omega's final thoughts are fixed on one person: me, Fujiwara Kaito. Even as the ceiling collapses, the name of the kid who bested him echoes in his mind. Omega stands amidst the falling debris, blood dripping from his face. He's completely baffled that I spared him, thinking about how I intentionally chose not to deliver the finishing blow. We get a split view of the battle's core realization. I noted that Omega was exactly like my past self, a tool for killing, but I'm determined to prove that slaughter isn't the only way to exist. There's a close-up on Omega's face as he's covered in shadows and rubble. He spits out blood, reflecting on his purpose and muttering, "Born for," as he accepts his dark fate. A massive slab of concrete falls, silhouetting Omega as he's buried under the ruins of the final disposal site. It looks like the failed god has reached the end of his short, violent life. Back in the collapsing corridors, Raul and I are running for our lives as fireballs erupt behind us. Raul is panicking, shouting that this is bad as the whole building prepares to level itself. My tactical eye flares up one last time, scanning the environment through the smoke. I'm looking for the safest path out of this exploding tomb. Raul shouts in surprise when I mention that Omega's presence has completely vanished. The monster we just fought is gone, buried under tons of steel and concrete. Raul grabs me by the shoulder, snapping me out of my trance. I'm still staring back at the darkness, clearly shaken by the choice I made to leave Omega behind. Raul is screaming in my face, telling me now isn't the time for sympathy. He bellows, "You are still worrying about that? Just think about surviving," as the ceiling cracks above us. Raul gets even more intense, reminding me that I have people waiting for me back home. He yells that I've got things to do when I get back alive, being the voice of reason I need. I finally snap out of it and nod, muttering, "Yeah." Raul gives the command, "Let's go," and we both dash toward the distant light of the exit. The duo sprints through a hallway filled with falling boulders, dodging massive chunks of the ceiling as we go. It's a high-stakes race against gravity and explosives. We reach a fork in the road as more debris rains down. Raul is looking around frantically, wondering which path actually leads to the exit before we're crushed. I take the lead, pointing down a side passage and shouting for Raul to go this way. I'm using my internal map of the facility to find the shortcut. Raul is impressed, thinking to himself that I really am the legendary Gungnir. I shout that I remember the path, my assassin's memory proving to be a lifesaver once again. As we run, I realize Raul was right. I tell myself to focus only on survival because I have a much larger mission ahead of me. Determination burns in my eyes as I picture Yuzuha. I vow to survive for her sake and to bring back the data that will finally crush the Great Will organization. We reach a massive security door blocking our path. I stop and yell for Raul to unlock it, knowing we don't have the time to hack it normally. I look back, screaming for him to move, as Raul steps forward. It's time for some brute force to open the way. Raul, still wreathed in a flickering red aura of overdrive, delivers a devastating, light-filled punch to the metal door. The impact is so powerful it literally shatters the lock mechanism. The door flies off its hinges as Raul and I charge through the smoke. We're finally in the home stretch of our escape. We skid to a halt in front of another massive blast door. I'm stunned, asking a door this thick, as I realize how much the organization was trying to hide down here. Suddenly, my danger sense spikes and I snap my head toward my partner, shouting his name. Raul is bloodied, and his skin is glowing a feverish red as the overdrive drug starts to take its toll. He gives a weak smile, admitting the drug was useful for more than just fighting as his strength fades. A massive fireball erupts from the corridor behind us, the heat wave nearly knocking us over. The facility is officially self-destructing. We leap through the final threshold, just as a pillar of flame consumes the building. It's a literal jumping away from the explosion movie moment. I'm reaching out through a blinding white light, my face twisted in a mask of effort as I try to keep myself and Raul together during the blast. A wide shot shows a titanic explosion rocking the entire Avalon complex. A massive mushroom cloud of fire and smoke rises into the night sky, leveling everything in sight. Reika is outside, being held back by her soldiers as she screams for Raul and me. She's staring at the inferno in pure horror, fearing that her teammates didn't make it. Reika falls to her knees, looking at the towering wall of fire. She whispers, "How could it be?" believing that no human could have survived that level of devastation. Suddenly, Reika gasps as she spots a shadowy silhouette moving through the thick smoke and embers at the base of the fire. Reika's eyes go wide with shock and relief. Someone is actually walking out of that literal hell on earth. It's me. I emerge from the flames carrying an unconscious Raul on my shoulder. I'm covered in soot and blood, but I'm still standing. Reika and the soldiers rush forward as I gently lower Raoul to the grass. I tell her, "It's okay," looking completely exhausted but triumphant. There's a close-up on Raoul's bloodied, peaceful face. I explain that he just passed out from the massive strain of the overdrive drugs backlash. Reika looks at me with tears in her eyes, saying, "Thank goodness, both of you." She's in total disbelief that we actually made it out of that explosion safely. Reika quickly pivots to the mission, asking more importantly about the data. I look back at her and confirm that I definitely received it. Reika gives a bright, relieved smile, muttering, "Thank goodness," as the weight of the mission finally lifts from her shoulders. Suddenly, the adrenaline wears off and my knees buckle. I collapse onto the grass while a tactical helicopter descends in the background. Reika catches me, screaming my name while a soldier shouts that the pickup chopper has arrived. I'm finally out of gas. Reika takes charge, ordering the squad to retreat and guide the bird to the pickup point. She hoists me up, vowing that she'll be the one to carry me this time. A final look at the burning ruins of Avalon. I think about how easily the organization blew up such a massive facility just to cover their tracks. They are truly a terrifying enemy. As Reika carries me toward the chopper, her face is grim. She's wondering what exactly the Great Will organization is trying to accomplish if they're willing to destroy everything they built. A top-down view shows the smoldering crater where Avalon once stood. The facility has been wiped off the map, leaving nothing but fire and twisted metal. Wait, someone is still alive in the ruins. Through the smoke, we see a bloodied body lying on the scorched ground. A voice whispers that they're alive. It's Omega. He's a total mess of burns and cuts, staring up at the smoke with a twisted, shadowy grin. He mutters my name with a chilling focus. A montage shows Omega struggling to breathe amidst the fire. Even after a building fell on him and he was blown up, this monster refuses to die. The scene shifts to the Argos-controlled lab, where Dr. Kuji is already hard at work. The moonlight hangs over the peaceful-looking building, a stark contrast to the Avalon disaster. Dr. Kuji is typing away at his computer, looking completely absorbed. He mutters, "That's sufficient," as the stolen data finally finishes processing. Kuji adjusts his glasses, his face lit up by the monitor. He says, "This is it," with a look of pure scientific intrigue. The screen displays the file, Fenrir's Seed. It lists classified origin data and a warning about data corruption, linking it back to the Omega project. Kuji's expression turns incredibly serious as he reads the breakdown. He starts to say that as he thought, this data is, his eyes narrowing behind his specs. The computer screen is filled with rows of genetic code. The big reveal is written in plain text, human genes. A soldier behind Kuji gasps in disbelief while Kuji explains the truth according to the Avalon files. The secret treasure is biological. A holographic projection shows a human blueprint. Kuji explains that Fenrir's seed is actually DNA created from a certain person with unique abilities. We get a shot of Odin sitting on his fiery throne. Kuji reveals that Great Will and their leader are after this specific genetic code for a dark purpose. Kuji looks back at us, his face shrouded in blue light. He drops the bombshell. They are trying to create a god. This just went from a hitman story to a cosmic horror story. The scene shifts to a high-end office where the elite spear Yashima is looking out the window. An analyst informs him that Avalon has been lost. Izumo is lounging in the office, giving a playful smile. She says, as planned, admitting that they intentionally let some data be leaked to Argos. Yashima sits at his desk, his hands folded. He asks Izumo for her report on the Omega test subject, wanting to know if their experiment was a success. Izumo pulls up the combat footage of Omega fighting me and Raoul. She admits he lost but still calls him an interesting existence with high learning ability. The video shows Omega's insane regeneration. Izumo points out that while his growth is remarkable, retaining his personality makes him too unstable to control. Yashima looks disappointed, closing his eyes. He mutters that, as he thought, that's the limit of a failed god, clearly done with Project Omega. Izumo shifts the focus to Argos, mentioning that there are two concerning movements from the government agency side. She points out that Argos is researching human enhancement too, as shown by Raoul's drug-fueled power-up that allowed him to temporarily match Omega. The word "stop" appears on the screen over footage of me in mid-fight. The leadership has spotted something very interesting. Yashima's golden eyes glow with an intense, suspicious light. He looks at the knife user on the screen and wonders if it could be. Izumo smiles, praising Yashima for his sharp intuition. She calls this discovery the second harvest of the night. A digital readout confirms that facial recognition has finally revealed the intruder's identity. She says that this boy is definitely. The screen shows a profile of me, Fujiwara Kaito, labeling me as a friend of Akagi Yuzuha. The organization finally has a face for their nemesis. The analyst reminds them that Sanjo, the first lance defeated by me, already testified about my terrifying skill. Izumo leans in, pointing out that my knife handling is a perfect match for a certain legendary assassin. A silhouette of my old self appears on the screen. The organization has officially confirmed that Gungnir's Tuji is back in action. Yashima is in deep thought. He knows I was supposed to be dead and my body disposed of, but now the legend has somehow taken Kaito's place. A flashback to the brain transplant surgery shows my body. Yashima realizes there must be a traitor who kept me alive and connected me to Argos. Yashima looks at the monitor, noting that there was likely betrayal within the Avalon Institute as well. The mole hunt is about to get bloody. Izumo gives a cheerful, almost mocking smile. She suggests that for now, they should just question the person in charge to get some real answers. Yashima agrees, thinking back to the day everything went wrong. He wants to talk to the man who personally killed both Chairman Akagi and me. There's a close-up on Yashima's sharp eye. We'll hear his story, he says, sounding like he's already preparing a very painful interrogation. A hand is shown assembling a high-caliber pistol on a desk. The order is given to call Hayate. He commands them to call Hayate over a shot of a stylish, modern apartment. This is the home of my killer. There he is. Hayate is lounging on a sofa with a lollipop in his mouth, looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. This is the man who betrayed me. Hayate is casually lounging on a sofa, scrolling through his phone like he doesn't have a care in the world. Yashima greets him with a formal, "Thank you for coming," but I can tell the tension is already building. A wider shot of the high-end office reveals the power dynamic. Yashima is perched in his massive command chair, while Izumo stands by the side, both of them staring down the organization's most unpredictable assassin. Izumo gets straight to the point, telling Hayate there's something they need to ask. He isn't having the small talk though, snapping back, "What's with the formalities? I'm busy, so keep it brief." Yashima ignores the attitude and starts the interrogation. He brings up the specific order Hayate was given by the big man himself, Odin. A silhouette of my old self flashes on the screen as Yashima repeats the command, "Eliminate Gungnir's Tuji." This is the moment where Hayate's loyalty is officially put under the microscope. There's an extreme close-up on Yashima's piercing yellow eyes. He asks the million-dollar question with absolute authority, "Did you definitely complete it?" Hayate just stares back, that lollipop still in his mouth. He looks completely unfazed by the interrogation, his face hidden in the shadow of his cap. Hayate finally answers, claiming, "I finished him off properly." Yashima just gives a calm, "Oh, is that so?" But you know he's not just taking Hayate's word for it. Izumo pulls up a tablet showing combat footage from the Avalon infiltration. She points out that they had a major problem during last night's disturbance at the facility. A digital scan reveals my signature weapon. Izumo notes that they found the knife that Gungnir Dono used to love, effectively catching Hayate in a potential lie. Hayate looks over at the data as Izumo mocks the situation, calling it a dead man swinging around a blade. Hayate just gives a short, "Yes, that's right," trying to keep his cool. The final piece of evidence drops, a profile of me, Fujiwara Kaito. The organization has officially connected the dead man to the high school kid. A montage shows the ripple effects of the Avalon raid. Yuzuha is safe, but Akatsuki is missing and a whole research site is in ruins. I've officially become a world-class headache for Great Will. Izumo leans in close to Hayate, her voice dripping with suspicion. She asks the heavy question, "The Gungnir Dono you killed, didn't you actually let him escape?" There's a close-up on Hayate, and for a second, he just stares. He knows that if he slips up here, he's the next one on the organization's hit list. Hayate lets out a dark, mocking laugh. He calls it an amusing joke and dares them to say out loud that he betrayed the organization. Talk about a high-stakes poker face. Izumo doesn't blink, giving a simple "not." She admits that she doesn't think an assassin as skilled as Hayate would ever actually fail a mission. A fiery flashback shows me and Hayate back-to-back during a past mission. Izumo points out the obvious, everyone knows we were close friends, which is the ultimate motive for betrayal. Hayate bites down on his lollipop, the sound emphasizing his growing irritation. He tells Izumo to listen carefully before he delivers his final defense. I see a flashback of a man with a bloody chest wound lying on the floor. Hayate declares that he killed the traitor with my own hands, insisting that his version of the truth is absolute. Hayate's eyes glow with a dangerous purple aura as he issues a counter-threat. He warns them that if they keep doubting him, they better be ready for the consequences. This dude is not someone you want to corner. Izumo just gives a bright, fake smile, seemingly unaffected by the threat. She's playing a very dangerous game with one of the organization's top killers. Yashima speaks up from his chair, de-escalating the situation by saying he's just confirming the facts. He's the one pulling the strings here, and he knows exactly how to handle Hayate. Hayate tips his cap in a mock apology, acting like he's just a loyal soldier. He admits he thought he was about to be disposed of as a traitor, playing the part of the misunderstood partner perfectly. Yashima folds his hands, his tone turning cold. He tells Hayate that if he wants to stay in their good graces, he has a duty to clear all suspicions once and for all. The mission is clear. Hayate, you will eliminate Fujiwara Kaito. It's the ultimate test, partner versus partner, for real this time. Yashima gives the final warning, his yellow eye glowing, and this time, make sure you bring the corpse back to us. No more mistakes, no more accidental survivors. The scene shifts to a peaceful-looking apartment building at sunset. The warm colors completely hide the lethal confrontation that's about to happen inside. Hayate is standing on the roof, looking out at the city. He thinks to himself, fact confirmation, how rich. He knows the organization is onto him, and he's clearly planning his own next move. A hand reaches out and turns a doorknob with a slow, ominous creak. Someone is breaking in, and they're not being subtle about it. Hayate enters his hideout and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He's had a long night of interrogations, but his day is far from over. A voice calls out, "Don't just barge into someone's home." Hayate stops in his tracks as he sees me lying unconscious on the floor in the background. It's Akatsuki. He's leaning against the wall, looking completely at home in Hayate's hideout. Hayate is genuinely surprised, muttering his name and surprising. Hayate just shrugs it off and sits on his sofa, lighting up a smoke. He mocks Akatsuki, saying he thought I had already killed him. He wants to know what the kid wants with him. Akatsuki looks incredibly serious, his shadow stretching across the room. He brings up the past, reminding Hayate that he was my best friend and partner. Akatsuki steps forward, his gaze intense. He tells Hayate there's something he absolutely must ask the man who supposedly carried out my execution. Behold the stats for our new challenger, Hayate Trishula, Lance number 0F03. This guy is near the very top of the 12 god spears. He's a literal god of the underworld. Hayate gives his ideological pitch. Odin is the only one who can fix this shitty world, and we are just his tools. He's a total zealot for the organization's cause. Akatsuki isn't buying the philosophy talk. He asks the real question. Why is one of the 12 god spears here? He knows Hayate should be out hunting me, not chilling at home. Suddenly, the talking stops. Hayate draws his gun and points it right at Akatsuki's face, asking if he's the one who betrayed Odin. Talk about a 0 to 60 escalation. Akatsuki doesn't back down, getting into a low combat stance with purple energy crackling around him. He bellows that he won't let him escape as the two elite lances prepare to clash. I drift into my subconscious, a dark void where a mysterious voice says, "It's okay, Tuji, come forward more." It's like my past is calling me back from the brink. A flashback or dream shows a younger me, looking around with a confused, "Hey, I'm wandering through a memory I probably wish I could forget." Young me is standing on a high-rise rooftop at sunset with a man in a sharp suit. The man asks me why I come to the rooftop in a calm, fatherly tone. The silhouetted man points out over the city, telling me that this place lets you see the whole picture of things. He's teaching me how to think like a predator from a young age. A wide shot of the massive skyscraper shows me and the man looking like tiny specks against the golden sky. This is where the legend of Gungnir was born. Wait, young Akatsuki is there too. He's leaning over the rail, saying he likes high places but finds it a bit scary. It's a rare look at the elite lances as normal kids. The man in the suit gives some chilling advice. Fear is proof that you're alive. He warns us that if we're too bound by fear, we won't be able to see the true nature of the world. Odin, the silhouetted man, asks a deep question. Why do humans repeat the same mistakes? He's grooming us to believe that the current world is fundamentally broken. A grainy image shows the horrors of war and poverty. Odin lists the world's sins, war, discrimination, hatred, to justify his own dark mission. I see a city being consumed by fire and explosions. Odin argues that even as technology advances, humans remain immature and unable to stop the violence. Young me looks up with wide eyes, repeating, "Immature, I see." Odin smiles, telling us that's exactly why we have to be the ones to grow up. Odin places his hands on the heads of me and Akatsuki like a proud father. He tells us immature humans must evolve, effectively brainwashing us into his god spears. The silhouette of Odin reveals a terrifying, wide grin. He declares, "My children, we will begin that," signaling the start of his world-ending plan. My subconscious thoughts echo in the dark, that this memory is of young, me and Hayate and Tuji. The pieces of my past are finally coming back together. There's a close-up on an eye opening. I'm finally waking up in the real world, thinking about that person I saw in my memories. I sit up in a hospital bed, looking pretty dazed. My parents are right there, looking like they haven't slept in days, shouting that I'm awake. The mom and dad are in tears, thanking goodness that I'm okay. It's a genuinely wholesome moment that makes my secret life feel even heavier. Raul is there too, wearing a wig and a head bandage to blend in. He's playing the part of a helpful friend, lying to my parents that I just had a sudden high fever while we were fishing. Good cover, buddy. I clutch my head as a sharp pain hits me. The backlash from the Avalon mission is no joke. I mutter a quiet apology for worrying them, still trying to process my escape. I tell them I'm fine now, but I look anything but okay. I'm staring out the window, my mind already racing back to the war with the organization. My mom looks incredibly worried, clutching her hands and asking if I'm really okay. I can tell she senses that something has fundamentally changed about her son. My dad quickly steps in with a goofy grin, shouting, "Anyway, I'm glad you seem okay." He's trying his best to keep the mood light and protect his family from the darkness. I give a weak response that I understand, but I can barely look them in the eye. The guilt of living a lie is starting to catch up to me. My parents walk out of the room together, their silhouettes framed by the warm sunset light. They look like a perfectly normal, happy couple, which is all I ever wanted for myself. Raul stands by the window, looking at me with a serious expression. I think about how they're good parents, but I can't stop myself from adding the painful truth, but they're kaitos. I look at my reflection in the glass, seeing the scarred body of a teenager. I realize that's exactly why I'm doing this. I have to protect this life at any cost. A montage shows the carnage of Avalon and the face of the original Kaito. I admit I feel bad about doing reckless things with a body that isn't truly mine. Raul lets out a sigh, telling me it can't be helped. He points out the cold reality. After the ruckus we caused, I can't ever go back to a peaceful life. We see a shot of the high-tech hospital exterior. Raul explains that this is an Argos management facility, so the security is at maximum level to keep the organization away. Raul advises me to stay hospitalized for a while, for my parents' sake. It's the perfect cover while I recover from the massive physical toll of the fight with Omega. A data screen flashes with Avalon's research notes. Raul admits that even he didn't know the full extent of the research content we uncovered down there. I must look incredibly grim, my face shadowed by frustration. I clench my teeth and ask the big question, what exactly are you planning to do? The name Odin appears over a dark silhouette. The leader of Great Will is the final boss of this entire mystery, and everything is leading back to him. A quick flashback shows a crowd of people screaming in terror as a building collapses in flames. The organization is leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Hayate is sitting amidst the burning ruins, a lollipop in his mouth. He lets out a casual laugh, looking like he's actually enjoying the end of the world. Someone comments that Akatsuki guy sure made a scene, as fire and sparks fill the air. It seems like the Lances are making moves that even their own organization can't fully control. A lone figure sits in front of a massive pillar of fire under the moon. He points out that was a bomb with just the right firepower to kill only me, showing that he was targeted by his own side. There's a close-up on a hand holding a high-caliber pistol. The mystery man says that while he escaped, he carved a message for Tuji. The hunt is officially on. A vision of my old self appears, surrounded by happy people. My thoughts are heartbreaking. I've grown sick of this job. I want to become a normal person. The speaker asks me why I defied Odin's will twice now. He warns that if I absolutely must oppose Odin, there will be no mercy left for me. The man in the flames makes a lethal vow, I'll definitely kill you, this time for sure. Our former partnership is officially on a collision course. Back in my hospital bed, I'm staring off into the distance, my face bathed in the warm sunset light. I must look absolutely locked in and ready for the war that's coming to my doorstep. Hayate is standing in some warehouse hideout, greeting his guests with a simple, "Thank you for coming." He's looking way too relaxed for a guy who just got ordered to kill his former best friend. A wide shot shows that he didn't just call one person. He's gathered a whole squad of elite killers. He apologizes for the short notice, but I can tell this isn't a social visit. Meet Yakushi, Great Will, Lance number 0116. He's looking sharp in a suit and already questioning if this is a very important job since they're all being called together. Then we've got Kashima, Lance number 0118. This dude is a massive mountain of muscle with a mechanical gauntlet, and he's already laughing about finally getting to fight the famous strongest Gungnir. Next up is Iwashimizu, Lance number 023. He's dressed in full tactical gear and holding a rifle, promising to move his Hayate-san's hands and feet. He looks like a total soldier. Rounding up the squad is Narita, Lance number 025. He's keeping it low-key in a trench coat and fedora, staying silent while the others talk. This guy gives off major silent but deadly vibes. Yakushi isn't completely sold yet, asking Hayate to confirm the details. He wants to know if the target really is who they think it is. Yakushi points to a photo of me and Yuzuha at school. He's skeptical that a scrawny high school kid could actually be the legendary assassin Gungnir. Hayate looks down, his face hidden by his cap. He mentions that while the mission is officially Odin's will, things have changed for him personally. Hayate looks up with a chilly gaze, declaring that killing me is now his personal will as well. He's fully committed to finishing what he started that night. We get a flashback to the order Odin gave him. The big boss was crystal clear. You will eliminate Fujiwara Kaito, Hayate, and he demanded my body be brought back to the organization. Hayate stands before his new team, rejecting the name Fujiwara Kaito. To him, the target is only Gungnir's Tuji, and he's ready to end that legend once and for all. The scene shifts to the hospital where I'm lying in bed. It's the middle of the night, and the whole room is bathed in an ominous blue light. I'm having a massive nightmare, sweating and gasping in my sleep. My subconscious is screaming, "I will definitely kill," showing that the assassin side of me is still very much awake. It's now the second day of my hospitalization. The building looks peaceful under the sunset, but we all know the peace isn't going to last. I wake up with a brutal groan. I'm clutching my head, and it looks like that brain overload from the fight is still hitting me hard. I'm lying there in pain, thinking about how the headache won't stop even after a full day. But more than the physical pain, I'm feeling a deep uneasiness in my gut. A voice breaks the silence, asking if I'm awake. I snap my head up, caught completely off guard. It's Raul, looking as casual as ever with his arms crossed. He tells me I look terrible, which is a bit of an understatement given the circumstances. Raul leans against the counter while I give a tired, "Yeah, we've been through hell together," but the exhaustion is clearly winning right now. I remember the backlash from using my powers at the Avalon Institute. I realized that reading two people's intentions simultaneously put a brain load on me that was way bigger than anything before. Raul mocks me a bit, saying I'm useless for a while, but admits he's also a wreck from his own drug backlash. He tells me to just focus on resting for now. A montage shows the hospital staff, but Raul reveals the truth. The doctors, nurses, and even patients are all Argos soldiers. This place is a fortress designed to keep me alive. I look at the ceiling, feeling skeptical. Am I safe? I ask, wondering if even Argos's maximum security is enough to stop what's coming. I go quiet for a second before telling Raul that I had a dream. You can tell this wasn't just some random nightmare. Raul looks genuinely surprised, giving a sharp reaction. He's finally realizing that I'm starting to tap into some deeper, older memories. I think back to Odin, the man who organized Great Will. I note that the last time I actually saw the boss in person was over 10 years ago. Raul leans in, curious. He asks what kind of guy he is exactly, trying to understand the man who created the world's most dangerous organization. I look down, my face shrouded in shadow. I drop a bombshell. For us, he was like a father figure. A silhouette of Odin shows him with a young me and Akatsuki. I remember him being sometimes strict, sometimes a kind person. Talk about some Stockholm Syndrome. Raul is absolutely disgusted by that description. He shouts about how he could be kind, and reminds me that Odin is a guy trying to flip the entire world upside down through mass murder. I look away, agreeing that it sounds insane now. But back then, all the children in the program genuinely looked up to him as their savior. Raul asks about the friend who appeared in my dream, meaning Hayate. He's trying to piece together the history of the legendary duo. The question hits me like a physical blow. I have a sharp reaction, the memory of my former partner's face still haunting me. Flashback to the good old days. I see a young Hayate and me leaning over a rail laughing together. We look like normal, happy kids for once. Another memory shows us running through a field with a dog, totally carefree. I think about how only Hayate was always my constant companion. The mood shifts instantly as I remember Hayate shooting me. I call him a true friend, but the irony is heavy as the scene fades into blood and fire. Raul looks down, muttering, "That's rough." He finally understands the personal hell I'm living in. Raul points out the rough reality of my life. My father figure, Odin, and my best friend Hayate are now both my deadliest enemies. I clutch my head again, my aura turning a sickly purple. I mutter that I have a bad feeling, and you just know I'm sensing something terrible. I flash back to that high-rise roof again. I think about how ever since I had that dream, I felt like I'm going to lose something irreplaceable again. The shadow of Odin looms over the city. I admit that no matter how hard I try, I can't shake that feeling of impending doom. Suddenly, a shout from the hallway, "She can't!" Raul and I both snap our heads toward the door. The door flies open, and Yuzuha bursts in with a fruit basket. She gives a big greeting, like she's just visiting a friend with a cold. I look like I've just seen a ghost. Triple exclamation marks hit the screen as I scream her name. I'm terrified that she's wandered into a war zone. Yuzuha is all smiles, explaining that she went to my house and my uncle told her where the hospital was. She's totally oblivious to the danger she's in. Raul isn't taking any chances, instantly grabbing the bodyguard Kawai by the neck. Kawai can't even process how fast my friend moved. Raul starts dragging the clueless Kawai outside, telling the others not to do any messes in the hospital room. He's giving Yuzuha and me a moment to talk alone. Yuzuha looks pissed, yelling that they wouldn't do anything like that. I just sit there, my face completely shadowed and my fists clenched. A tiny panel shows Yuzuha asking why I came while I stay silent. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Yuzuha starts scolding me, saying my complexion looks terrible and demanding I start sleeping properly. She's genuinely worried about me. She reaches out to touch my hand, her own hand glowing with a soft light. This is a moment of pure connection between two childhood friends. Suddenly, I lose it. I scream, asking, "Why did you come?" My face turning a furious red. I point toward the door and bellow for her to go home right now, leaving Yuzuha completely stunned and trembling. I bring up the trauma, reminding her she was kidnapped last week. I point out that they still don't know who's targeting her, so she shouldn't be out in the open. Yuzuha looks down, biting her lip. She's starting to realize the gravity of the situation, but she's still hurt by my tone. I drop the final hammer, saying that, besides, you being with me right now is… I trail off, trying to distance myself to protect her. Yuzuha snaps back, screaming that her business is her own. She shouts that she's just worried about me, and she doesn't care about the danger. I go full ice-cold mode. I tell her to let me be clear. I don't need your worry at all. Ouch! Talk about a stab to the heart. I look her dead in the eye with a terrifying expression and repeat, "Please go home." I'm officially burning the bridge to save her life. Yuzuha stands there, clutching her hands to her chest. She looks like her entire world just shattered into a million pieces. She looks down, her voice trembling. She whispers that she understands, finally giving in to my demand. Yuzuha admits that lately she's just been a burden, and that being with her causes trouble for me. This is heartbreaking to watch. She turns her back to me and makes a final promise. "Don't worry, I won't come anymore." She's choosing to leave my life forever. I sit alone on my bed, my head down. I tell myself that this is right, because it's simply too dangerous for us to be together while the organization is hunting us. Raoul and the bodyguard watch from the hallway as Yuzuha runs away in tears. Kawai is screaming in confusion while Raoul just watches with a grim look. Raoul steps back into the room and asks if that's okay, referring to how I just treated the girl I'm supposed to protect. I explain that the organization will definitely target me next. I want to keep all my precious people as far away as possible so the crossfire doesn't hit them. Raoul just sighs, telling me that the girl was crying. Even an assassin can see how much I just hurt her. Yuzuha is shown leaning against a window in the hallway, sobbing her heart out. She has no idea she's actually being watched. Sniper scope. A crosshair is centered right on Yuzuha's head. A cold voice says that Akagi Yuzuha is confirmed over the comms. The sniper Iwashimizu is on the roof, reporting that Yuzuha came out of my room. He confirms that I'm believed to be in the third floor west wing. The trap is set. Yakushi is outside the hospital, looking formal in his red suit. He gives the orders to Kashima and Narita to move in, while Iwashimizu stays on standby on the rooftop. Suddenly, a massive explosion hits. A car in the parking lot is engulfed in flames, creating the perfect distraction for the squad to infiltrate the building. Kashima is wreathed in a golden aura, his eyes wild with bloodlust. He's boasting that his hands are itching and he plans to kill me before Hayate even gets there. Narita, the fedora guy, is already inside, entering through the back door. He's analyzing the Argos combatants inside, noting that everyone in the building is a trained soldier. There's a close-up on Narita's face. He's completely focused, acting with the assumption this is enemy territory. He's a total pro. Yakushi draws his rapier, the blade gleaming in the dark. He notes that Yuzuha is useful and decides they'll secure her first to use as leverage. Yakushi gives a sinister, toothy grin as he prepares to hunt. This dude is a total psycho, and he's ready for some fun. Back in the room, my left eye pops open, glowing with blue energy. I let out a sharp gasp as my premonition hits me full force. I fall out of bed, clutching my head in agony. Raoul is panicking, screaming if I'm okay, and calling for a doctor. I'm seeing purple killing intent everywhere. Why couldn't I notice until now? I wonder, as the danger level spikes to 100. I gasp out the terrifying truth. 4 intense killing intents. Raoul is absolutely stunned, his mouth hanging open. I realize the enemies aren't just coming, they're already close. Raoul is losing it, shouting in pure disbelief. Yuzuha is walking down the long, empty hallway, still crying her eyes out. I know she's the primary target and think that in this hospital, there's still… I must look absolutely haunted, blood dripping from my head as I scream her name. The legendary Gungnir has a lot more to lose this time. Iwashimizu checks in via comms to confirm that I'm indeed staying at the hospital. Hayate is chilling in a car, keeping his eyes on his phone as the report comes in. There's a close-up on Hayate, and he's looking cold as ice. He gives a simple, "I see," acknowledging that the hunt for his former partner is officially on. The elite squad is already making their move. I see a split panel of Yakushi, Kashima, and Narita, each looking more lethal than the last as they infiltrate the building. Iwashimizu is on the roof, peering through his sniper scope. He tells Hayate he'll provide cover from the outside while the ground team goes to work. A haunting silhouette of my old self appears over a pile of bodies. Hayate warns his team not to let their guard down, because even if my face changed, the opponent is still that legendary Gungnir. Hayate looks out at the city lights, wondering if this is our destined fate. He seems almost melancholy about having to finish the job for a second time. Hayate grips his gun, his eyes glowing with resolve. He makes a chilling declaration, "Toji, I'll be the one to kill you." Back in my hospital room, I'm clutching my head in agony. I'm in a panic, realizing that Yuzuha is in serious danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. I tell Raoul to get out of there and to protect her. He looks surprised, but he knows I'm not asking for permission. Raoul shouts back for me not to die, promising to leave the young lady to him. He's taking point on the rescue while I prepare for a different fight. I'm running down the hallway, blood dripping from my head. I'm gripping my knife and a pistol, pleading in my mind for Yuzuha to be safe. A transition panel flashes Yuzuha's name in big red text. The tension is reaching a breaking point as the assassins close in. The scene shifts to the first floor lobby where everything is descending into total chaos. The 30 Argos soldiers stationed there didn't stand a chance against the first wave. There's a close-up of a man looking absolutely terrified. The text notes that these elite soldiers had never seen anything like this level of violence in their careers. Kashima and Yakushi are standing in the center of the lobby carnage. They're radiating the kind of pure, concentrated killing intent that only a true assassin possesses. There's a wide shot of the lobby showing Kashima standing tall as more guards rush in. He announces that the hospital is now under Great Will's control, and anyone left is officially an enemy. Argos soldiers open fire with a shout. They're unloading their clips, but they're aiming at ghosts. Yakushi is a complete blur in his red suit, effortlessly dodging the hail of bullets. He mocks them, telling them they're too slow as he closes the gap. Kashima roars and unleashes a massive punch wreathed in gold energy. The shockwave is so powerful it literally shatters the air around him. A guard in the lobby is frantically trying to call for reinforcements. He's bleeding from a head wound and looking completely overwhelmed by the terrorist attack. The Argos security team realizes they're being hit from the front. They're panicking, asking if it's really the Great Will organization that dared to charge in like this. 2 more Argos personnel get taken out as Narita slashes them with his knife. He's taking the quiet and efficient route to the target. Narita stands over the bodies, his goal fixed, to kill me on the 3rd floor west wing. He's a professional through and through. A wide shot of the hospital at night shows guards being taken out on the perimeter as well. The organization is systematically reducing the numbers at both entrances. Iwashimizu is back in the scope, his eye focused on the task at hand. He's waiting for his moment to pull the trigger. The crosshairs find Yuzuha as she walks down a dimly lit hallway. He whispers, "Over here," ready to end her journey. Yuzuha is crying, clutching her arm and thinking about my harsh words. She's so lost in her own grief that she has no idea she's in a sniper's sight. Bodyguard Kawai catches up to her, shouting for his miss. He's trying to explain that I was just on edge because I'm sick, but he doesn't see the danger either. Yuzuha stops, remembering that intense look on my face. She knows something is fundamentally different about me now. The window next to Yuzuha shatters into a million pieces as bullets fly in. She ducks in pure terror. Raoul comes charging down the hall, screaming that they need to move. He looks frantic as he tells them this is an emergency. Raoul grabs Yuzuha, telling her they have to escape upward because terrorists are trying to seize the building. He insists he's on her side and they need to go now. They stop dead as they see a pool of blood on the floor and 2 pairs of heavy boots blocking the path. The real monsters have arrived. Yakushi and Kashima have cut them off. Kashima is covered in blood and Yakushi is casually resting his sword on his shoulder like a boss. Yakushi looks at the 2 men and coldly orders them to leave Akagi Yuzuha behind and go. He has no interest in the extras. Raoul grinds his teeth thinking, damn, I owe Fujiwara one. He's about to put his life on the line to keep his promise. Raoul lets out a furious roar and lunges forward with a massive punch. He's putting everything he has into this opening strike. Kashima effortlessly catches Raoul's fist in his hand. Raoul is left gasping as he realizes he just hit a brick wall. Elsewhere, I'm crawling along a hallway floor, my head splitting in pain. I'm struggling to even breathe, but I keep repeating that I have to protect Yuzuha. My tactical HUD sparks as I sense an incoming attack from behind. My left eye glows with a dangerous blue light. More shuriken are embedded in the floor, and I'm looking at them with a grim expression. The shadow of my next opponent looms large. Narita, the fedora guy, walks out of the smoke, mocking me. He says it's sad for someone of Gungnir's caliber to be this weak and exhausted. Narita draws his knife and chain, officially identifying himself as Lance number 025. He tells me that by order, he is here to eliminate me. I stand up, wreathed in a furious red aura. I bellow for him to get out of my way and warn him not to interfere with what I have to do. An exterior shot of the hospital shows the blue lights flickering. A massive scream echoes through the building. Kashima is laughing, calling Raul amazing for still being able to stand after that many punches. Raul is leaning against the wall, his vision blurring. Raul realizes that while Omega had pure power, this guy Kashima has martial arts techniques that are completely off the charts. Raul looks at his bloodied hands, realizing that Kashima's gauntlets are so hard they're actually wrecking his own fists. He knows this is a bad situation. Yakushi gets bored and tells Kashima to stop playing around and just kill him. Kashima just gives a frustrated sigh, saying he knows. Kashima delivers a brutal knee strike right to Raul's gut. The impact is so hard it sounds like it broke everything. Yuzuha is screaming for them to stop, looking absolutely devastated by the violence. She's being forced to watch her protector be tortured. Yakushi snaps his head around as he hears a frantic report from Iwashimizu. Something is going wrong with their outside support. Yakushi realizes someone from outside the hospital has arrived. He's starting to get a very bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the windows shatter, and those glowing green cubes fly into the room. Yakushi and Kashima are caught in the crossfire. Yakushi gasps, realizing a sniper, as he tries to shield his eyes from the incoming ordnance. The cubes detonate in a massive burst of green light. The screen is washed out by the intensity of the flash. Kashima is clutching his head, screaming about how he can't hear anything. The sonic blast has completely disoriented him. Kashima is struggling to stay on his feet while his brain is rattling from the noise. He's wide open for an attack. A shadowy figure steps through the doorway, looking incredibly ominous through the smoke. Yakushi can only manage a shocked gasp. The newcomer says that waiting at the hospital was the right move, and now he can take them down without worrying about the hostages. Yakushi demands to know who the newcomer is, noting that they got into Kashima's range way too easily for a regular person. He can tell this isn't just another Argos remnant. The newcomer starts to step into the light, giving a calm, "My name, huh?" It's Akatsuki. He's looking totally sharp in his school blazer, staring them down with cold eyes. He tells them to just call him Akatsuki. There's a close-up on Yakushi as he realizes exactly who he's looking at. He gasps, "Don't tell me, one of the 12 God Spears." The silhouette of me appears as Akatsuki makes his vow. He declares that he won't let them kill his target or his friends. He shouts that Biden will stop them, preparing to take on 2 God Spears at once. The hospital hallway is illuminated by a sudden, intense flash of green light as one of Akatsuki's explosive cubes goes off. The bang emphasizes the absolute chaos unfolding on the first floor. Up on the rooftop, the sniper Iwashimizu is caught off guard, asking, "That explosion just now," through his scope. His crosshairs are flooded with a blinding green light, making it impossible to see his target. Iwashimizu is sweating, noting that the smoke is completely blocking the view inside the 3rd floor. He's lost his advantage as the ground battle turns into a messy close quarters fight. Akatsuki stands in the middle of the hallway, looking like a total boss through the smoke. "What's happening?" he asks himself as he assesses the situation, while the elite lances below are left reeling from his opening salvo. Yuzuha is on the floor, looking absolutely stunned. She recognizes the pink-haired kid as Amagasa-kun, the transfer student from my class, but she can't believe he's currently saving her from terrorists. Akatsuki gives a playful but chilly grin, saying, "You remembered my name well." He adds a casual, "Long time no see, Yuzuha-chan," as if they were just bumping into each other at a convenience store instead of a war zone. Akatsuki turns his back to her, telling her he'll explain everything later. He orders her to evacuate upstairs immediately while he watches over the collapsed person, meaning Raul, who's still out cold on the floor. Yuzuha is still in shock, stuttering about a sniper outside and to be careful around windows. She's genuinely worried for her new savior, even though he looks way more dangerous than the guy she's running from. Akatsuki gives a wide, confident smile and says, "It's okay." He tells her not to worry, because despite how he looks, there's a close-up on Akatsuki's eyes as they glow with a terrifying purple energy. He delivers the punchline, "I'm incredibly strong." He's ready to take on the world to protect his new favorite game. Akatsuki prepares his explosive cubes, his face a mask of pure, murderous intent. He's about to turn this hospital into a giant crater if it means protecting his prize. Yuzuha is running away, thinking to herself that she knew it all along. She finally realizes that the world around her and me is filled with secrets she was never meant to understand. Bodyguard Kawai is right behind her, shouting for his miss to please wait as they sprint through the smoke-filled corridor. They're running for their lives as the building crumbles around them. Yakushi is back on the comms, reporting that the woman's escaping. He tells Kashima that they'll eliminate the intruder, Akatsuki, first before chasing her down to the 3rd floor. The sniper, Iwashimizu, acknowledges the order with a simple, "Understood." He's refocusing his scope, waiting for the smoke to clear so he can put a bullet in the pink-haired kid's head. Yakushi draws his blades and warns Kashima not to let his guard down. He knows that if this newcomer is a fellow lance, he's not someone they can beat alone. Kashima is already laughing, saying he'd be happy if he's real. He thinks taking down a traitor from the 12 God Spears would be the ultimate achievement for his career. Kashima lunges forward with a massive punch, screaming that he's taking his head. He's a total mountain of muscle coming straight for Akatsuki. Akatsuki effortlessly dodges the blow, mocking Kashima's speed. He asks if he's tough, and if his kick didn't work on him, realizing this guy is more durable than his average targets. Kashima throws a punch that misses by an inch, creating a massive shockwave. Akatsuki is a total blur, dancing around the big guy's unrefined brute force. Yakushi joins the fray, his rapier creating a flurry of silver arcs. He's screaming that his skills will work on him as he tries to find a gap in Akatsuki's defense. Yakushi delivers a high-speed horizontal slash that carves through the smoke. He's putting every bit of his technical skill into this one-on-one duel. Akatsuki leaps back, his eyes tracking every flicker of Yakushi's blade. He's in a low stance, preparing a counterattack as the two lances test each other's limits. Yakushi connects with a vertical strike that grazes Akatsuki's blazer. I can see the impact as the air itself seems to crack. Akatsuki is a blur of motion, parrying multiple strikes simultaneously. He's managing a 2-on-1 fight with a smile on his face, clearly enjoying the challenge. Akatsuki pulls out a handful of explosive cubes, praising their good coordination. He's ready to up the ante and turn the room into a kill zone. He tosses 3 cubes into the air, his expression turning dark. These aren't just distraction cubes anymore. They're designed to level the whole floor. Yakushi gasps, realizing it's a clever trick. As he realizes the trajectory of the cubes, he's trying to swat them out of the air before they can detonate. Yakushi slashes one of the cubes, but he lets out a shocked gasp as he realizes it was a decoy. The real threat is already behind him. There's a close-up on Yakushi's wide-eyed face. He spotted another one on the same trajectory, realizing too late that he's been led into a trap. Akatsuki gives a wicked grin and snaps his fingers. He brags that he's good at this kind of thing as the first cube starts to glow a fiery red. A massive fireball erupts in the hallway, engulfing Kashima. The big guy shouts as he's swallowed by the explosion. Yakushi is sent flying through the air by the shockwave, gasping as his coat is shredded. Akatsuki just waves a cheerful goodbye as the smoke fills the screen. Akatsuki stands calmly in the middle of the fire, watching his handiwork. He thinks the fight is over, but a massive shadow looms through the flames. Kashima bursts through the smoke, his body wreathed in gold energy. He bellows that the attack didn't work on him as he prepares a point-blank punch that lights up the whole room. Akatsuki is actually laughing now, praising Kashima for his amazing physical strength. He ducks low as the giant's fist shatters the wall right behind him. Akatsuki winds up for a punch of his own, his body glowing with purple lightning. He challenges Kashima. In that case, let's test our strength. The two lances clash in a bone-shattering fist-to-fist exchange. The impact is so powerful, it creates a massive shockwave that clears the smoke for a split second. The screen is consumed by a blinding white and gold explosion. It's the ultimate clash of raw power versus explosive energy in the middle of the hospital hallway. Kashima is grinning like a lunatic, blood dripping from his mouth. He says the sound of bones breaking is irresistible, thinking he's finally crushed the pink-haired kid. Wait! Kashima's eyes go wide in shock. He lets out a confused gasp as he looks down at his own mechanical gauntlet. It's completely shattered. Kashima lets out a blood-curdling scream as his arm is crushed by Akatsuki's punch. He's never been outclassed in pure strength before. Yakushi is on his knees in the background, clutching his wounded side. He's staring at the scene in absolute disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Kashima is reeling, his arm a mangled mess of wires and flesh. He asks himself how he could lose in a fistfight, unable to comprehend his defeat. Akatsuki looks down with a cold, predatory gaze. "Are you thinking of running away?" he asks. He reminds them that since they accepted the mission to kill me, they must be prepared for the fallout. Yakushi is shaking with rage, his face covered in blood. He realizes that this kid isn't just an intruder, he's the Bident himself. Yakushi looks up with a look of pure, unadulterated terror. He finally understands the gap between a regular lance and one of the 12 God Spears. And I'm back. I'm wreathed in blue lightning, holding my red-wrapped knife and looking absolutely legendary. I've blocked Narita's attack with a single hand. Narita is a blur of motion, swinging his chain in a chaotic arc. I'm perfectly reading his moves, dodging every link with impossible precision. Narita is stunned, noting that even though I'm battered and my movements are slow, he can't land a direct hit. He realizes the legend is reading their movements ahead of time. I'm gasping for air, my face covered in sweat. I'm frustrated that my body won't respond this much, knowing that Yuzuha is still in danger. I grit my teeth, repeating in my mind that I need to get to Yuzuha quickly. The headache is clearly winning, but my resolve is unshakable. and make my final vow. Even if I'm not in perfect condition, I have to defeat this guy. I'm pushing past my limits one more time. I go into a full berserker rage, my body wreathed in red and black energy. I scream that if I can't win here, there's no meaning to me being alive right now. Narita mocks me, calling my charge foolish despite my speed. He's already preparing his own countermove with the chain. A massive horizontal slash from me creates a vertical pillar of light. The impact highlights the absolute force of the strike. Wait, I actually grabbed him. Narita is left staring in shock as I use my bare hand to snatch the glowing chain mid-air. I pull Narita close, my knife ready. I've got that icy killer gaze that tells you the fight is already over. I deliver a brutal point-blank slice to Narita's chest. The impact is so powerful it sends the elite lance flying through the air like a ragdoll. Narita lets out a final gasp as he hits the floor, blood spraying everywhere. I stand victoriously over him, but I'm clearly about to collapse myself. Yuzuha hears the explosion and stops, screaming in terror. She's terrified, muttering, "I'm sure of it," as she realizes I'm in the middle of all this. I get a montage of my kind persona at school versus the monster I am now. Yuzuha is starting to understand that I was trying to keep her away to protect her. She remembers me shouting to go home right now, and finally sees the pain behind my words. She realizes I'm caught in something and she can't just leave me alone. Yuzuha makes her own vow. This time, I have to save Kaito. She's turning around and running back into the fire to help her friend. She bursts into the hallway screaming my name, her voice echoing through the dark smoke-filled corridor. She's found me, but she's not ready for what she sees. There's a close-up on Yuzuha's eye as it goes wide with pure horror. The image in front of her is something no high school girl should ever have to see. I'm standing in a literal pool of blood, my knife dripping with the red stuff. I must look like the Reaper himself in this dark room. A wide shot shows me standing over the broken bodies of the elite lances. I'm covered in gore, and my uniform is torn to shreds. The legend has fully returned. I look over my shoulder, my face half shrouded in blood and shadow. I mutter, Yuzuha's name, sounding more like a ghost than a human. I look back with a look of pure, crushing guilt. I've realized that the one person I wanted to protect just saw me at my absolute worst. Yuzuha stands there trembling, unable to move or speak. She's staring at the bloody monster that used to be her childhood friend, and the silence in the room is deafening. We're jumping back to 30 minutes before the hospital raid kicked off. Over at the Fujiwara household, the night is quiet, but my mom is already sensing that something is fundamentally wrong with her son. My parents are having a late-night chat while their beagle, John, catches some Z's nearby. My dad is trying to be the chill one, asking why she's so worried since I came back looking healthy. My mom isn't buying it, pointing out how weird it was for me to suddenly want to go camping. She remembers that before my accident, I was never enthusiastic about that kind of stuff. My dad just laughs it off, saying boys my age always go through weird phases. But my mom pushes back, asking if he didn't find that new friend Raul to be incredibly suspicious. She's piecing it together. Raul didn't seem like the type I would normally hang out with, and both of us were covered in injuries. She's staring into her tea, wondering if her son is hiding a massive secret from them. My dad tells her to stop being so foolish and quit suspecting their own kid. My mom just looks down, her face shadowed by a fear she can't quite put into words. "I'm scared," she says, "and I feel like Kaito will go somewhere far away like this." She's practically trembling, sensing that the peaceful life they have is about to slip through her fingers. Suddenly, the silence is broken as John the Beagle's ears perk up. Someone is at the door, and the dog is the first to notice. John starts barking like crazy at the entrance, alerting my parents. My dad looks surprised, wondering who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour. He goes to open the door while John keeps up the noise. I see a shadowy figure in a cap standing on the porch, their true intentions hidden by the night. The stranger speaks with a fake politeness, claiming to be a friend of mine who heard I was hospitalized. He's putting on a worried buddy act, but the vibe is totally off. My dad looks relieved, thanking the guy and saying he'll pass the message along to me. He's completely falling for the trap. My dad asks the guy who he is, and the stranger turns around, revealing he's armed. He casually introduces himself. "My name is Hayate." Hayate gives a chilling, wide grin while chomping on his lollipop. He's found my home, and I know he's not there for a friendly chat. Back at the hospital, the scene is gruesome. A bloody knife lies in a pool of gore on the floor, signaling the end of a very violent encounter. Yuzuha is on her knees, staring at the carnage with a look of pure, unadulterated horror. She can only manage a weak gasp as her mind tries to process what she's seeing. A wide shot of the hallway reveals me slumped against the wall, my clothes soaked in blood. Yuzuha is looking at me like she's seeing a monster for the first time. There's a close-up on my battered face as I realize the one thing I feared most has happened. Yuzuha saw me, I think. My secret life is officially out in the open. I try to stagger toward her, but the look of terror on Yuzuha's face is enough to stop me in my tracks. She's backing away, completely repulsed by the sight of me. My blood-stained hand reaches out for her, looking terrifying in the dim hospital light. Yuzuha is trembling, the distance between us feeling like a literal ocean. Yuzuha screams for me not to come closer, with tears streaming down her face. I must look like I've just been stabbed in the heart by her rejection. She looks at me with wide, suspicious eyes and asks the ultimate question, "You're not Kaito. Who are you?" I'm literally falling apart, clutching my head and letting out a pained groan as my brain starts to overload again. The mental and physical strain is reaching its breaking point. There's a close-up on my eye as it glows with a lethal red light. I have a sudden realization. I'm not alone in the hallway anymore. Suddenly, Narita launches a flurry of shuriken at me. I react with animalistic speed, my aura flaring as I prepare to defend myself and Yuzuha. Narita steps out of the shadows with a mocking smile, admitting he let his guard down against the legendary Gungnir. He's ready for round 2. The hallway becomes a war zone of energy and steel. I realize the situation is bad because I can't protect Yuzuha and fight an elite assassin at the same time. I bellow for Yuzuha to run and hurry while I keep Narita busy. I'm trying to be her shield, even if she's now terrified of me. Narita launches another high-speed attack that leaves a red motion blur across the screen. I'm absolutely livid, my face a mask of rage and blood. Yuzuha is frozen in fear, gasping as the intensity of the fight blows past her. She's completely out of her depth. The two fighters are a complete blur as they tear through the corridor. Narita is moving with divine speed, determined to finish the job this time. Narita laughs, claiming, "I can see it," referring to the fatal opening in my defense. He's closing in for the kill. I manage to deflect a hail of shuriken with my knife, the sparks flying as they curve in midair. My reflexes are the only thing keeping us alive. I'm sent flying back, blood spraying from a fresh wound on my chest. I'm losing this battle of attrition. I reach out blindly, gasping as I have a terrifying realization about Narita's true target. This guy is aiming for Yuzuha, I think. My tactical HUD highlights the danger. Narita is using Yuzuha as bait to force me into a mistake. Yuzuha lets out a blood-curdling scream as a blade whizzes past her head. She's completely trapped by the carnage. There's an extreme close-up on my eye. I'm completely done playing games. The monster within is taking full control. I scream Yuzuha's name as a shadowy figure lunges toward her. I'm putting every last ounce of my strength into a final, desperate charge. Narita gives a dark chuckle as he corners the girl, mocking me by saying, "That woman is your weakness." He's holding a kunai right at her throat. The assassin is grinning like a psycho, relishing the moment he finally breaks the legendary spear. I see a montage of my internal conflict. I know I'll definitely put my body on the line to protect her, even if it means my own death. Narita goes for the killing blow with a roar, but I let out a furious yell as I dive into the line of fire. I take the strike head-on to save Yuzuha, blood erupting from my shoulder. I must look like a total beast right now. Narita is stunned, gasping as I grab his arm with a grip of literal iron. The tables have officially turned. I unleash a point-blank punch that creates a massive shockwave of blue light. Narita is coughing up a huge spray of blood as he's rocked back. The assassin is sent flying down the hallway with a scream. I'm not just fighting anymore, I'm dismantling the enemy. Narita hits the floor hard, his shuriken scattering everywhere. He can't believe he's being overwhelmed by someone who is supposedly weak and exhausted. I loom over my fallen opponent, my eyes glowing a demonic red. "You hurt Yuzuha," I growl. "Get lost," and I definitely mean it. It's a literal stomp. I deliver a series of crushing kicks to Narita's chest, each impact creating a massive sound. I bellow as I go into a full berserker state, my aura consuming the entire hallway. I've officially lost my cool. Narita is a bloody mess on the ground, gasping for air. I'm still screaming, my rage for the organization finally boiling over. I send Narita on a one-way trip through the floor with a massive overhead slam. The ground completely shatters under the pressure. Narita lies motionless in a crater, finally defeated. I'm panting, blood dripping from my hands as I struggle to stay conscious. I look back at Yuzuha, my voice a ragged whisper. I say that I won't let him hurt her anymore. I'm making a final vow to my past self. Suddenly, a bullet whistles through the air, grazing my face. A blue flash shows just how close the sniper came to ending it. Yuzuha gasps in shock as she sees the bullet hole in the wall. The danger is far from over. I glare through the shattered window, my eyes narrowing. I know exactly who just fired that shot. Iwashimizu is on the roof, sweating as he realizes his crosshair is fixed on a monster. "Impossible. I missed," he whispers. The sniper realizes his position is exposed and knows he has to move immediately before Gungnir hunts him down. Iwashimizu is determined to kill me after all, his face twisted in a mask of professional pride and fear. I collapse to the floor, gasping as the headache hits with the force of a train. I'm completely spent. I'm clutching my head, blood painting my hands red. I scream internally, my head hurts, as my vision fails me. A dark, red and black aura surrounds me as I realize I can't stand. I'm desperately trying to reach Yuzuha, but my body is giving up. Yuzuha is staring at me, her eyes full of a terrifying realization. She repeats her earlier thought, I knew it, you're not Kaito. She remembers how I tried to protect her despite her earlier rejection. She's finally starting to see the man behind the mask. Yuzuha stands tall, her voice firm as she demands the truth. Tell me, who are you? I look up at her with a look of pure, soul-crushing shock. I'm trapped in the one question I never wanted to answer. The screen goes white with the words, I can't keep lying anymore. The mask is finally coming off. I'm about to say the words, I am, when a sudden reaction stops me. I sense a presence that makes the other lances look like toddlers. A shadowy figure appears at the far end of the hallway. I'm paralyzed, seeing the true predator arrive. The killing intent, the tremendous aura surrounding the newcomer is shown in a massive purple haze. I'm terrified that someone this strong appeared right now. The stranger says that he understands her confusion. Akagi Yuzuha-chan, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. The shadow confirms Yuzuha's worst fears, saying, just as you imagined, unfortunately, that guy isn't Kaito-kun. The figure steps into the light, looking at me and asking, right? With a casual arrogance that can only belong to one man. It's Hayate. He's standing there with his gun, a lollipop in his mouth, and a wicked grin. He addresses me by my real name, Tuji. The ultimate betrayal is coming full circle.